One sec.
And we are live. What's going on, YouTube, social media world? Welcome to another edition of the Oxide Station podcast, where I am joined with two starter panelists. Let's go ahead and get into it. All right. Okay. Welcome to yet another edition of the Oxide Station podcast, where I am joined with two starter panelists. All right, so quick announcements before we get into the show. If you are new to the channel and the live stream, give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the conversation, make sure you click the link to that's pinned to the top of the chat. Excuse me. But real quick,
if I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed, because I'm going to play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
All right, let me make a quick correction. I'm on here with 4 starter panelists. So, without any further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into panel introductions. We're going to chop it up for a little bit, and then we're going to go ahead and get into the show. So, Athena, without further ado, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, Adam.
Well, I'm Athena. I'm a podcaster, homesteader, homeschooler, anti-feminist, and I like, joining panels on my free time. Instead of going out and interacting with actual humans, like in real life. Not that y'all aren't actual humans, but
right. No, it's all good. All right, yeah. Tizzle dropped down. I think he'll pop back in a second. He might be getting his stuff situated. But Mark, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people, brother.
Yo, what's up? I'm Mark Fowler, the resident English guy who comes and joins the Oxide Station podcast every Saturday. Episode 17, I'm pretty impressed. I don't think I've missed many, maybe 1 or 2.
Give or take.
I'm here to throw in my 2 pennies worth. And also, look, it's difficult to introduce ourselves. I'm trying to get my introduction down. Okay, so those of you who want to get out there and do your thing, no fret. Let's just go.
All right, sounds good. All right, my boy Tizzle.
Oh my God, bro! Why am I having difficulties with this audio?
No, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. I couldn't see y'all. I couldn't hear y'all.
Can you see us?
Yeah, yes, sir. I can see
okay,
y'all.
Yeah, we can hear you. All right, so now that you're here, go ahead and introduce yourself to the people. And shout out to you with the Nirvana shirt.
You know what? Damn, I'm glad you peeped this shit on Nirvana shirt. That's crazy as hell.
But I have the In Utero album on my phone.
That shit good.
Yeah, because my favorite track on there is Penny Royalty.
Okay.
You are always eating something.
I swear. I swear. Last show he pulled up Last week he pulled up on the tail end of the show just in time for the last question, and he was eating. He had just got done with a date, and then hopped on stream and was already eating.
Cool. I'm always eating when I'm on here. You know?
It never fails. It never fails.
It's the
It never- hey,
signature,
but you-
man. Look at
but
him
you know what?
stuffing his
Like,
face,
it-
man.
Right, but you know what? Shout out to Tizzle. Now, but go ahead and introduce yourself real quick, bro.
Yo, what up? It's your boy Tizzle Motors. Always, you can catch me on YouTube. I make beats, have a little gameplay on there and shit. Also do reaction videos and etc. I will have new beats coming out soon. I've been live streaming. If I got a Def Jam icon, not gonna count to you.
Yeah, I
back
seen
to
some
back.
of the clips.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Like, you feel me? Like, when you see the gameplay, you'll see what I mean. Like, when I'm on point with the beat, like, I don't know if it's because I got ADHD or what, but that shit fire. Man, in my opinion, it was one of them games I was hating on, but then like, damn, over time I was like, damn, it ain't bad. Like, definitely could have added more to it, would have been better, but it's
Okay.
definitely decent.
Okay. Well, shout out to you, man. All right. So we gonna kick back and chop it up for a little bit. And how's everybody's week been? Like right now, I'm in San Antonio. It's raining outside. It's like pouring down.
Raining
Oh.
so hard. On the
Oh,
homestead, that means-
it's raining up there with you?
yes, and that
Mm.
means this is mud season for me. I got to throw some seed down for the grass and like literally check on your homesteading friends because we're not okay. We are like literally covered in mud. It's
Mm.
But you've just come out of the all of that snow, haven't you, Athena? Because I remember last time.
And
I saw
the thing
your
is
online
it wasn't
post.
that cold here in Texas. That means that we're going to have a lot of bugs this year. It did freeze, but for the rest of the winter, it was actually pretty decent. And it's kind of warm now. So that
Oh yeah,
means-
Athena ain't lying. Athena's not lying. When she's talking about the bugs, yeah, Athena's not lying. Because I don't know how it is in Dallas, but it's like it's almost like you have a year where a certain thing comes in and it just takes over. Like one year it'll be a ton of butterflies everywhere. Then one year it was a whole bunch of crickets everywhere.
Oh, crickets! Do you get locusts in?
And then one year it's
Yeah,
like
but
it's just birds upon
Oh,
birds
no.
upon birds upon birds everywhere.
For sure.
Like I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah. June
Hey, it's good for the chickens though. The
Oh yeah, it's gonna be. I won't have to pay a penny this year in feed until next winter.
Oh, okay, that's good. Hey, shout out to the chickens. Yeah, big shout out to the pollitos. The pollitos.
Right.
Nah, but Mark, how's your week been, brother?
Yeah, up and down. Pretty good. I got stung with a I got stung with a fine, a £600 fine.
Oh,
Yeah, I know, right?
what'd you do?
So, hey,
What'd you do?
Damn.
You're muted,
Yeah.
Mark.
I think
bro,
I
move.
keep sitting on my mute, pressing a mute button. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's my own fault. I got to accept responsibility. I didn't pay a bill in time, and so on and so forth, and I got stung with a fine. Because I left it too long. But it's a good segue because we are talking about money tonight. It's just bittersweet. Like it's just I could have really done without that fine. Other than that, everything seems to be going well in my life. It's just I got hit with a £600 fine, and so it's just like, which is quite quite apt considering we're talking about money tonight.
Okay.
Really.
Call him and be like, I'm a single mom.
Right.
Stop the cap.
Well, well, I could do. What do you call it? What do you call it?
They asked for I'm a single ready to mingle ass mom. What they talking about?
Crowd fund. I could do a crowd fund or something.
Yeah, he gonna call him and tell him that he's a single mom and it's Valentine's Day too.
Oh yes, happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
Oh, happy Valentine's Day, you guys.
All right, Mr. Tizzle.
That's good, Boston. Whoa.
What are you eating? A fruit cup?
Like a yogurt.
Man, nah, hey, nah, I'm eating, goddamn. Nah, bro, they like, what you eating? I'm eating some Chinese food, and I mean some chicken fried rice with rice,
Right, Chinese
coconut
food, no
shrimp.
soul food here.
What? Wait, what you mean? So I fuck with soul food too, though. No
No,
lie.
it went right over your head, brother. Oh, it was a quote from Rush Hour.
Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Fuck. Wait, hold on. Did Chris Tucker say that?
No, it was the Asian dude where that he was trying to. Okay, he went up to this little Chinese food stand and he was trying to order something and he didn't know what the guy had, so he started asking him like, "You don't have no chicken wings or nothing like that?" And the guy was like, "Chinese food, no soul food here." And they kind of got into a little argument.
They're funny as hell.
You look like you eating some orange chicken though.
I am.
Yep.
I made some chicken fried rice with some orange sauce. You feel me? Sweet and sour.
Okay. No, but how's your week been, bro?
Man, it's been good. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Hopefully, just been working, chilling, grinding, spending time with the person I'm talking to right now, which is right here. So,
Hey,
Hi,
shout out,
person you're
hey,
talking to.
shout out to her.
Bang.
nah,
bang.
for real, God, we just
Shit
both
like
doing
that,
our
shit
own
like that.
thing. Like I'm doing this, on YouTube and shit. So,
You don't have it playing through the speakers, or you just listening to it through your headphones?
no, I'm just listening to do my earbuds.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because if you're playing on the speaker, then she can hear us too.
No, she could. She wants it. You want to hear him? You want to hear him on there?
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'll put it on speaker.
Yes, sir. Hey, shout out to you.
He said, shout out to you.
Bang.
Shit like that, shit like that.
Hey, I mean, at any point,
All
like
right.
if she's listening to the conversation, if she wants to give her input on some of the stuff we're talking about, she's more than welcome to give her input as well.
Hey, all right. You heard that? All right. Yeah. Sure, I'm cool with that. She cool with that.
All right, cool. Yeah, so my week has been pretty busy with work and all that stuff. We started a new roof. I think like not this week, but I think last week because I work outside installing solar panels. And so
Okay.
I'm out in the sun all day. We're moving panels around, we're lifting bricks and staging them and doing all this. We're doing all this stuff outside all day up on the roof. And so for the people that aren't in Texas, they're not going to know what HEB is. It's a local grocery store chain. And so the contract that we have is we're installing the solar panels for some of the HEBs. Yeah. So I think what they're doing is they're starting to integrate the solar into their power systems to where they're not putting so much strain on the grid, I guess. I mean, I don't know the specifics of why they're switching it over, but I mean, that's work for us, so I can't really complain.
No, I feel you.
And then and then yesterday we only worked half a day, so we were out there from like 6 a.m. until maybe around 11:30, and then called it a day. Went, got me something to eat, hit the gym, trained my legs for a little while, came back to the house, did a little bit of video editing. Then I had to get my question cards and stuff ready for the show. I had to get the thumbnail ready for next week's show. And then I had some other stuff I was working on too. So, I mean, your boy's been busy. Took me a quick little nap and then got up and then got ready. Got some laundry done. Looked outside at the rain for a little while. Very, very soothing.
Hey.
So
Hey,
hang
man,
on,
that's
you're helping to install solar panels in the rain. You see solar panels.
No. When it's raining, we don't work.
Because you're not. Yeah, so you got obviously you get rained off. Do you call it rained off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it's raining, we don't work because it's a safety hazard. Now
Okay,
at my
cool.
old job, I work for a small garbage company, and we work no matter what. So it didn't matter if it was pouring down rain. It didn't matter. We were out there getting to it. And that was a physical job too. And see, I was actually cool with that job because I got moved up to being a trainer. So whenever the new people came in, I was able to train the new guys and kind of get them up to speed on how we do things. So that way, once I teach them the ins and outs of how to operate the machinery, and then I could just stand back and watch them get it. Once it clicks for them, I just stand back. I let them run the controls, and we go out there and get the routes done. And I turn them loose and let them go out there, help them spread their wings, and go and get the money.
So when I get solar panels for my house and my parents' house, you can come out here and install them since we're both in Texas.
Well, I mean,
how
I'm
much
doing.
you gonna charge me?
Well, I'm doing commercial. I'm not doing residential.
You wouldn't do residential for a little
Oh,
extra
man.
change?
Well,
on
bec-
something?
Well, because the roofing and stuff is different.
Oh no, we're doing barn dominiums with metal buildings because I don't know if you know, but I used to be in construction. I had a construction business.
Yeah, I
And
remember you told
so,
me.
Yeah, I know all the contractors, so I'm building from ground up myself. And we're using the shell of a metal building and then finishing it out.
Mm,
So
okay.
I mean,
Well-
what do you think? What do you think about solar energy as a concept in the first place? Because at the end of the day, I think it's great. I don't think it's going to replace, because I think it's driven. Like, I mean, look, it might capture. I don't. I'm not a scientist,
Mhm.
but I don't really understand it. But I think it's a
not
good way of
eco-friendly.
capturing.
yeah.
Like, when it's if you got lots of sun, I can imagine then they're probably really good. But over here in the UK, we don't get much sun, so it's like
Yeah.
well,
So real
why-
quick, I'll show you guys a video of a job that we just finished recently.
yeah.
Oh damn. Okay.
Oh, that's big. That's a
Oh
big,
yeah.
yeah.
That's why you don't want to do residential.
That's
Yeah.
pretty solid.
But that's what I'm saying. That was maybe somewhere between 500 and 700 panels.
Yeah. But you're not on pitched
I was
roof.
gonna say that shit. That could sound like it's a lot.
Those are flat roofs, not pitched. So you probably don't want to do pitched roofs.
Well, that's what I was saying. We're doing commercial and not residential, because on the residential roofs they're slanted, and
Mhm.
plus you have to stage them and set them up a different way. But see, with what we're doing, all we do is we bring the panels up, we bring up the bricks that we need, and then we have these trays called eco feet that we set the bricks on to weigh them down. So we're not drilling into the roof.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah. So what we're doing is we're staging the panels, and then we're connecting like the wiring and stuff, and then we weigh them down with bricks.
I see.
So yeah, it's a lot more physical than you think. But real
If
quick,
I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it! Now that was impressive.
Oh, Swazi. Hold
Oh,
on,
yeah.
Swazi, Bobby, Versace, fuck you mean?
oh, you know them?
God. Huh?
Yo,
Hold on, why you sound like you on the telephone, the old ass telephone?
Yeah, for real.
In a tunnel.
Like you hear that too? I'm like, I know I ain't tripping.
Well, what's going on,
oh, hang
Swazi?
on, bro. Is that my friend? Is that my friend?
Wait, that sounds like a British accent.
Nah,
That's
it's a
my
Kiwi accent.
Kiwi.
You said what?
I told him you're freaking New Zealand again. I always say New Zealand,
Oh, Kiwi. Okay.
bro.
Yeah, all right. Okay, cool. Hey, well, since you're here, go ahead and introduce yourself to the panel, brother.
Okay.
Hi guys, my name's Colin. Real name Colin. I go by the alias Swazi. Yeah, I'm from New Zealand, and yeah, good to be here. How you going,
All
Mark?
right.
I'm good, bro. Yourself?
Yeah, good, buddy.
All
Cool,
right,
man.
cool.
You
So,
haven't got your camera on. Where,
Yeah,
are you not on camera?
all right, so real quick. Oh, there he is.
Face reveal.
All right,
I'll
Mr.
only be
Swazi.
here. Hey, again, guys, I'll only be here for a little bit. I got to take off from sick.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and tell us how your week's been, brother.
Oh, you're pretty busy. I got a farm. I've been working on my farm, developing a couple properties on it, and yeah, been pretty busy.
Hey, you sound like Athena, because Athena has a homestead that she's in charge of. So
Mhm.
she is so
Yeah,
chill. Y'all are kind of in the same boat.
Mhm.
All right. Well, now that we got a little bit of the formalities out the way, we're going to go ahead and get into the first question. But before we get into the first question, if you're just now tuning into the live stream and if you're new to the channel, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live conversation, go ahead and click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get into the first question, guys. And the first question is this. How does childhood financial trauma shape adult decisions? Again,
what? Huh?
How does childhood financial trauma shape adult decisions?
Oh. Hey, what you think? I don't know. That's a deep ass question. What you think?
How does childhood financial trauma shape financial decisions?
Oh, you know?
I mean,
Hey, anybody can chime in.
so
You know,
I was gonna say, like, a lot of kids.
I'm holding back.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped out.
No, you good.
No.
So the question that we're trying to answer is how does childhood financial trauma shape adult
You can say that if you
decisions?
want to. You sure?
We're talking about finances, bro. We're talking about finances. There's a whole list of questions. We're talking about like how does childhood trauma shape financial decisions for people in the future?
Yeah, how does childhood financial trauma shape adult decisions? That's the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot to say about that, actually.
Oh, go ahead.
So women have like the most oh, what's
Mute yourself, bro. Press the mute button.
I got him.
okay. So women have the most a specific kind of debt. It's like for what's it called? Like buying shit. Credit card debt, like debt from like buying things, not necessarily like house or something like that. But women have like the most debt. And when you look at all of these kids who are growing up with single mothers who don't have a man in the house to kind of direct them on how to spend their money, they are not taught fiscal responsibility. So you have a lot of people out there who live paycheck to paycheck. They don't save. They don't have a safety net whatsoever. Like the idea of having 6 months put aside for emergency seems like foreign talk to a lot of people. So I think because we have so many broken homes and a lot of like single mothers out there, I think it's influencing how people see finances and why we have so much debt. And people are just like, oh yeah, I'll just take it on. It has to do with the EQ, whether you're able to, save up for later or to save now so you have more later versus I want instant gratification. And on top of social media, all the entertainment industry, like these younger generations want instant gratification. And so they just, give up. And that's why we have so many people living in poverty.
Okay. Solid take. Chisel Swazi Mark, how does childhood financial trauma shape adult decisions?
Colin, bro, just say something. I want you to have a.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you think?
It's different. Like hard work. I import into my kids. Anything you're going to get ahead is hard work, working hard. Like I got old kids from my first wife, and from my second wife, we've only got 3 young ones now. So these ones get spoiled because when I was younger, I've always worked hard. You see, I never was actually home with my first lot of kids. I was always working away, working all the time. I do 2 weeks on, 4 weeks on, 6 weeks on, 1 week off. So I miss my my older kids growing up. So I give them everything they want, but they got to learn to appreciate it. If they don't appreciate it, I take it away from them so they learn.
Okay.
You can spoil kids, but you can not spoil them, if you know what I mean. You don't want to spoil them too much where they don't appreciate stuff.
So then how do you think that plays into their adult decisions when it comes to their finances?
Well, when it comes to finances, like I teach my kids how to save. You know, and if you want to get ahead, you get a trade or something. Like all my older kids, they all got trades now, so they're financially stable. They've all got kids now, like, you know, and they're teaching their kids.
Mm.
I think it's also
Okay.
I think it's also because school don't teach it a lot. They don't teach you how to financially save your money and how to like you know like how to put shit in your savings and how much you should put in your check-ins. Like what's crazy, I just literally I seen an educational video about it maybe like a couple of days ago, and that shit made me think. I was like, damn, you know what? They ain't lied. Like it was that taxes and all that, and you know, so it's pretty unfortunate. I feel like you don't really like know how to financially be stable. I feel like until you got like real discipline, if that makes sense. You gotta really discipline yourself. Like I don't know if like if I should say like mentally or like physically, emotionally, but you gotta have some type of discipline.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So then how do you think childhood financial trauma plays into that? To whether or not a person can develop discipline or responsibility? Like how do you think that plays into that?
I think it could play into either good or bad. It really depends on what their decisions is when they come to their money and they spending habits. Like I feel like they gotta kind of like, cause I know usually sometimes what I do is like I probably like put like notes or whatever how much I should spend on what I should not spend. They should kind of limit themselves, and that makes sense. Like kind of not like as some people would say like don't break the bank. If y'all ever heard that before.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, you want to try not to break the bank, but you know, still spend what you gotta spend to get out the way. Like, and not wants, but the needs, like paying the bills and shit and all that, and you know, deodorant and the
Facts.
basic shit and all that. So it's really all just about consistency and shit like that. But sometimes though in life it can be hard as well though, because like you could also have hella distractions. Like it could be a device you see or just any damn thing. It could catch your interest just by the fucking picture, and then just like only thing you thinking in your ass like, oh, I'm finna buy that motherfucker because you know it catch my interest. But like I said, I was watching a video yesterday, and they was like, you gotta hit yourself with a 10-10-10 rule. And when I heard that, I was like, what the fuck is a 10-10-10 rule? And they was like, pretty much that means like you got to think about what you like decision you making for like 10 minutes, and then think about like how is it gonna make you for 10 minutes.
Right.
And I think the last one is like, did you think that like that was worth spending what you spent like for 10 minutes? Like, was it worth your time or nah? So it's just like shit like that. Like I said earlier, they don't really teach that in school no more for real. So it's kind of like once you graduate, it's kind of like you there, but you not there financially, if that makes sense. Because it's like you got the freedom to do what you want with your money, but it really depends on like if you value like if you value the money, right, is what I'm trying to say. God damn, I can't fucking say one word.
Bro. We get you, bro. We get you.
Hey, man, I'll tell you what, man, the dang old boy ain't right, man. I'm gonna talk about him kicking him dang old ass, man. I don't take.
We get you, man. We get you. Listen,
All right,
listen,
Mark.
listen.
All right, Mr. Mark. How does childhood financial trauma shape adult decisions? What you got on that?
And it's it, guys. I'm taking off. I'll catch up with this later.
Okay.
Colin.
Pop back in when I get. I'll pop back in when I get back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bro.
Cool. All right. We'll see you when you get back.
Colin.
Yeah, mate.
Listen,
All
Colin. Before you go, right? I'm just saying, you're all like this thing goes on for hours, yeah, right, and it goes on like this for a long time. But you're always welcome to come and go, like, and in actual fact, your input is always valuable because we're going to get to it. We're going to actually get to the bottom of the point, you know, and there's always a method to my madness, my friend. And you know that, yeah? You know that, okay? So thank you for coming and joining, even if it was just for a short time. But make sure you come back in. Make sure you come back in. Because trust me, it's only just getting started, right?
Yeah, whenever you decide to pop back in and I see you pop, if I see you pop in on the bottom, I'll bring you up, okay?
Cheers, guys. Thanks, eh?
All right, go ahead and handle your scandal, sir. All right, so what were you saying, Mr. Mark?
It's a shame. I mean, I'm glad that he just joined, even if he could only stay for 5 minutes, you know what I
that's
mean?
cool.
But,
That's cool.
you know, at least that's my friend. I like him. I've known him for what, a good 5 years now.
Okay.
Through cryptocurrencies. Yeah. Anyway. So let's go back to the question. I found all of your answers really intriguing, actually, because, right, everyone touched on different aspects of the question. So, for example, Tina was touching on the difference between having a male figure in their life to maintain the... Sorry, my friend's coughing in the background. It's all right, James. Don't worry about it. Anyway.
Oh my God.
And then also,
hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy.
Yeah, and also I found like Tizzle's point to be extremely important as well, because he's saying, like, obviously people aren't taught these finances at school. Okay, so it's like almost as if both of your points kind of have relevance. And like what Colin was saying about having his family, you know, his drive is his children, his family. So we all have different drives. And I think that we're being driven in the wrong direction. And I think that you're all on point. If we don't have that strong role aspect in our life to teach us finances from a very young age, and that normally comes from the male influence, I think that essentially you've all answered the question in different ways, and I like to sum it all up. And I think, I wish that I was taught more about finances growing up. You know, was I traumatized? Yes, trauma, financial trauma. I was raised to look at money as being the root of all evil. And I've learned as I've grown up that money is not, in fact, the root of all evil.
Okay.
I'll stop there.
Okay, cool. So I'll give my perspective on it. You know, we'll talk about it for a little bit and then we'll move on to the next question. So when it comes to how does childhood financial trauma shape adult decisions, I think it plays a number of factors into how we view money, how we treat money, and how we go about making money, and then determining what we do with it once we get it, right? So there's good forms of trauma, and then there's bad forms of trauma. I'll give you an example. So a good form of childhood financial trauma would be living in a household, kind of like what Athena was talking about, where you have a male figure or your biological father in the household who works. Either he works, he has a skilled trade, or he's an entrepreneur, right? So there's a lot of different ways of making money, but then that also ties into your habits and what you do, whether you like to invest your money, whether you like to upkeep a certain lifestyle, like what Athena was talking about with like living with the Joneses and stuff like that, whether you're investing in assets, you know, or you could be saving up and investing in your kids. There's a lot of different things that you could be doing with the money. And so it creates a certain type of mental foundation that your kids are operating from when it comes to money. So there's good sides of it, and then there's bad sides of it, right? So the person who has an abundance of resources,
like Star Wars.
Right. So when you're coming from the good side of it, 9 times out of 10, in my opinion, I don't know a whole lot of rich people, But I would say, in my opinion, I think that the information and the education of money is being passed down to their children. So that way their children are having a healthy understanding of finances. So that way they respect money when they get it. And they're not being frivolous and they're not being reckless with it, right? So they're being taught from a young age what money is for and how you can take it and multiply it. Whereas on the flip side, which is where a lot of us come from, we come from the bad side of the childhood financial trauma, where, like what you guys were touching on, the parents are living paycheck to paycheck. A lot of us grew up with the single parent. So the single parent is having to take time away from guiding us and teaching us because, well, mama got to go get it or daddy got to go get it. Right. So it creates this rift between us and our parents. So a lot of us can look at money in a negative light, like what Mark was saying, because we could blame money and work for the reason why we don't have a strong connection with our parents. But at the same time, we understand that money is a necessary component for us to be able to make it through each day, be able to eat, be able to have a comfortable place to sleep, be able to keep the lights on and things like that.
Okay. So this leads on to something, if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because while it's on the tip of my tongue, you see, I noticed growing up that I had a very bitter and resentful view when it came to money, the mindset, you know. I had what I would call a bitter mindset when it came to money. I used to look at that whole thing of money is the root of all evil. And I was and I don't know why I was raised that way. I don't think it was my dad that raised me that way, bearing in mind my parents divorced, you know, when I was quite young. So perhaps Athena's onto something there, you know. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, I think that when it comes to mentality, right, it's the way that we look at money. I see money now as energy, literally as a form of energy, and that's it. Okay. Some people might say, oh no, it's just a bit of paper, why is it worth blah blah blah, so on and so forth, and this, that, and the other. And it's only because we attribute the value to the currency that gives it its fiat currency, yeah, at the end of the day. But what we're saying is it is a form of energy, because without money or without a form of trade, we can't afford to put food on our plate, right? That doesn't make it a root of evil, right? It's how we use the money. So it's not money is the root of all evil. It's the love for money or how we use the money. Mm-hmm. In actual fact, it's the person behind the money that dictates whether it's used for good or evil. You know what I'm saying? And I think that we're not raised to value money. And I think that's where the trauma lies. I think that when we're young, we're taught from a very young age to hate the banking system, to hate the system, to hate this, to hate that, to hate like all the people that are better off and better than us, more, you know, and we forget to appreciate what money brings to the table.
Mm-hmm. And see, and I can take it a step further and speak to that from the Black perspective, right? So you're from the UK, Mark, and Athena's American like me. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure Athena is going to have some idea of what I'm talking about when I get ready to speak on this. So in the Black population, I can't say community because we don't really have a sense of community anymore, you know, due to fatherlessness and all that type of stuff, right? There is a very negative outlook on money within the Black population of the United States. And what I mean by this is what Black people like to do. No, Athena knows what I'm talking about. So what Black people like to do is they talk about what they would do when they have money, but then Black people in a general sense, they never really want to figure out how to work together as a team, like as a group, to figure out how to pour into one another. In other words, it's this constant competition, and a lot of Black people have this crabs in a bucket mentality to where it's like we're in competition with one another to stop you from getting it before me.
Okay, but I think it's because certain black states or certain black regions in America have been run by Democrats. That's probably why. Yeah. So what you're finding is that they're being deliberately pushed down and told to feel as if they're not worthy enough, that they're always at the bottom. And so, like over here in the UK, right, we've got a massive black culture, a big black culture, and we don't get that. Well, we do. There's a divide. There are certain hoods. There are certain different areas where you'll have a different divide, depending on whether you're more liberal-minded or poverty-driven or abundance-driven. Right, and it all comes down to mindset. At the end of the day, you can't. Right, mindset it's an individual thing. It's an individual thing. Right now, what I'm saying is, I could have easily.
Yeah, but a lot of black people don't see it that way.
No, but that's because you're talking about them as a group as a whole, and
I'm a part of the group.
No, but you're an individual, bro.
Right, but I don't have that mind. But I can speak to it because I used to have that mindset.
I've already spotted that big gold chain on your wrist. Okay, look at that. Right, look at that big gold chain. Right.
Ooh, he's calling you out. He's calling you out. He's like, what's that on your wrist?
I'm just saying. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Continue.
I would like to chime in a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I've been kind of taking notes as we've been talking, and I see what you're saying about the Black community, but this is also seen within the white community that's more impoverished, especially the Latin community. I saw this with some people in, I got to be careful how I word this, in other families that I was in a certain vicinity to for a certain amount of time. And I use that example of crabs in the bucket. And what I keep hearing from everyone that I talk to, and I'm like, well, what about, bringing in your parents when they get older? They're like, oh, bring in my parents. Now they can go figure things out on their own. And I was like, what? Even this is even extending into the Latin community. And mind you, it's never been that way. We always take in our parents. But like a lot of the westernized, it's like as soon as the kids are 18, sayonara, get out, go to either college or move out, get a job, get out of my house. It used to be, traditionally speaking, you stay in your parents' household until you're married. Move on.
Yeah.
And then a lot of times it used to be that either your parents would section off a piece of their land for you to live there. So people were actually able to build generational wealth. I'm going to try to get through all of these notes real quick.
No, go ahead.
But we have that whole, like you mentioned, the keeping up with the Joneses, but now it's all on social media for clout and
Facts.
Oh, look at me, I have my own and this and that. And instead of, if you look at other cultures, they all move together in one big house. They pay one mortgage until they can get land and then build more houses on that one piece of land. So they're paying one mortgage. And this is exactly what my parents are doing. They're planning on coming on, building their house. I'm building my house. And then we're going to build another house for my brothers. We're all going to have our plots of land so that we can give generational wealth to the next generation. Everyone's like, they'll figure it out on their own.
Right.
You're setting them up for failure like that.
Exactly.
It's so important.
You're setting them up for failure.
Can I respond?
And I will say wealthy people invest in their children's education and experiences. Poor people invest in toys. And then people without money treat it as if it's the root of all evil because they don't have it and they don't have that fiscal education to earn more. They think like worker bees because the education system trains them to be like that. And then the last thing I will say, there's a misconception in the Bible. It says that it's easier for a wealthy man to go through the eye of a needle. Now, that is a mistranslation. It doesn't mean like a needle and thread. The needle was the entryway to a city, and they have these arches that are built with stones. So the really, really wealthy people had camels and carts, and it's stacked high, and trying to get into such a narrow area is difficult. That doesn't mean that having wealth makes you bad or it's hard to get into heaven. And okay, one more thing after this. People,
come on, I got so much.
I want to get through the notes. I've been taking notes this whole time. People grow their own food. They made their own clothes. They did all of this, and money was like for extra stuff. Now money is for everything. The food you eat, the clothes on your back. People used to be very self-sufficient. People are no longer self-sufficient. I rest my plane there. I'm done. I'm done. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm trying to take all of that in, and I had so much on the tip of my tongue.
Oh no, it's in the notes. Like, look at the chat. I put it all there.
Oh, I've got my mental notes. It's just that it gets a bit fuzzy after about 10 or 12. I'm just saying.
Stupid.
10 or 12 points.
No,
right,
go
I'm
ahead.
just saying. So no. What you're saying is very valid. Yeah, because I'm going to think of myself and my experiences as an example. You see, I actually feel, right, that I would have been called in today's era a privileged white male growing up in England. Yeah, with a reasonably wealthy family. When I was young and my parents were together, we lived at the top of a hill with pillars outside our house. We were pretty well off, okay? And I always took it for granted, okay? So I had a dummy in my mouth, okay? Now, what happened is I never right? No, this is important. It's important. I never got taught to really appreciate what I had at the time, okay? I never appreciated what I had. I was what you might call in today's era a champagne socialist, or no, the child of a champagne socialist. You've seen lots of films out there where you've got those young males, maybe Ted's a good example, where you've got that guy who never grows up. He's always, raised by reasonably wealthy parents. But if you're not taught to value money, then that doesn't drip down into the next generation. Yeah. And I was never really taught to value money. All I was really taught was to value my family, because my parents went through a big divorce, And then so when I then had to go and live by myself, and I moved out in my 20s, yeah, I was still living at home into my 20s with my mum, right? And when I moved out by myself, it was a big scary place, and I didn't know what I was going to do. I didn't know how to pay my bills. I didn't have any education on taxes, the monetary system. So It's important for me to share this, because I'm kind of confirming what Athena is talking about. And the reason I'm doing it is because, like I do, I'm wearing my heart on my sleeve, and I'm saying it through experience. But I've managed to turn that round. There are ways that you can teach yourself, and it takes a lot of hard work. Unfortunately, it took me too long to learn the hard lessons. I wish that I taught that. If I had children tomorrow, this is probably the first thing I would teach them.
Yeah, but how can you really say that it took you too long? Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, because when I first moved into my flat, as I said, when I was in my 20s, I didn't really value money. So I've always been a drinker. I've always been a smoker, and I just went out there, and I've always been a party goer. So money didn't mean anything to me. If I could borrow money, I would borrow it, not without thinking of consequences. I raised a £6,500 debt. Yeah. £6,500.
That's not too bad, though.
Eh?
That's not too bad, though.
No, well, it was at the time. It was enough for me.
Money.
Well, I managed to pay it off, and this is the whole point. Because look, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel when you become. Look, you got to bear in mind. This is what I'm saying. I have learned to become more financially responsible. even though I got stung with a £600 fine the other day, right? But still, what I'm saying is, £6,500 was for me enough for me to have sleepless nights from time to time, because I didn't want to have debt collectors coming knocking at my door, you know? And so this is where everything changed. Everything changed after I started working in care. I worked in care for 12 years, and I spent so much time helping other people that one day I just said, you know what, right? Enough is enough. Enough is enough. You know, I can't live like this. I have to take some kind of financial responsibility. So I went onto YouTube and I spent about 3 years studying finances. Things like investing into gold and silver and just investing, diversifying portfolios, working here, working there, you know, multiple sources of passive income, you know, creating like safety nets, all of that kind of stuff. And then I was like, wow, but I had to change my mindset. That was the first thing I had to do. I had to change the way that I was thinking about money. And it took me 3 years of doing 3 years of studying to go, wow, do you know what? Money is not, it took me 3 years to understand that money is not the root of all evil. That's what I'm saying. And as soon as I understood that, then my life changed.
Believe you're worth it. Is that essentially, like, a lot of people struggle with believing that they're worth having money, especially if they grew up with a lot of traumas. They think, I'm not deserving of money. And so they have one financial failure after the next, because it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy where they like kind of hate themselves because they've been taught by the world to hate themselves because the world treated them badly. But we have to realize, even when the world treats us badly, there's one person who says that we're worthy of love and goodness by his mercy. So even though the world has treated us that way, doesn't mean that we're not deserving of some sort of happiness. It's through his grace that we are still deserving.
Right. And see, it's interesting that we're talking about this type of stuff because, like I was saying earlier, there's a good side to the trauma and then there's a bad side to the trauma. So at least from the male perspective, trauma is what builds us up to where we can weather the trials and tribulations that come our way, to where we can just muster up the strength to overpower it and overcome things to be able to get to where we're trying to go. And that kind of ties into the whole mindset thing. So if you're a young child and you're being raised by parents or relatives that have a negative mindset when it comes to finances and people that have more than you, then that's the bad side of the childhood financial trauma. Because like you guys were saying earlier, you start to grow up and you start to get around people that are being raised differently and having different sorts of financial values instilled in them. And instead of trying to understand their thought process, you demonize them. And a huge problem with Black people, I can speak to this because I used to think this way. Believe it or not, I used to think this way. I used to think that white people were just always meant to have it and Black people were never meant to have anything. This is when I was extremely ignorant. Like this is when I was a whole lot younger. This is maybe when I was like early teens and stuff like that, going into high school. I still had like a liberal type of mindset when it came to certain things, but then I understood deep down that I was conservative in certain things. But that's a whole different conversation. So and it stemmed from what I was being told and what I was being fed as a child, right? So I'm being raised around people that have a very cookie cutter mindset. Just go to school, get a degree, get that job, work 40 to 50 years, save up for a retirement. And then after that, you got like 15 years left and then you die. Right.
But we can't keep up with inflation anymore. That's not even a reality anymore.
Right.
Inflation
And so
is so much greater than it's not keeping up with the wages or anything.
And so kind of what Tizzle was talking about earlier is they don't teach us this stuff in school.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like that by design.
Yeah, but hang on. I think that, like I said earlier, look, I'm probably going to sound really naive here. Yeah, I think it's regional. I think that the problem you're talking about is a regional problem. I think there are certain places that don't. I think there are certain places that have in America, from my understanding, that have a history of doing that in America to black regions. Look, I don't really know American history that much, yeah. But I know
I've come to the understanding that it's not a black or white thing.
Yeah, and I think what it is victimhood. So like when you've got a democratically driven region, right, they tend to victimize people and make sure that they're constantly feeling that sense of victimhood all the time, and it never allows somebody to grow. So it's a sense of disempowerment. So it's called disempowering. You're not really empowering the individual to be a person for who they really are. It's
either discourage. It's a form of discouragement. It's a form of discouragement.
The idea of diversity, equity, inclusivity, because for me, diversity, equity, inclusivity assumes, right, that people need to be held up on a pedestal in order to be the best version of themselves. Whereas I actually think that I know plenty of brilliant people out there, yeah, and I don't really base their brilliance on the color of their skin or where they're from. I base them on their actual brilliance.
Facts.
Right.
And see, and I used to have this really kind of like negative mindset, but I didn't understand at the time that that I was the problem. It wasn't my environment and it wasn't the people around me. I was the one that was the problem. Right?
I can relate to that.
And so I had this very powerful epiphany when I was maybe between 11 and 13.
Wow, that's young.
I had this very powerful epiphany, and it forever shaped the way I look at things. Now, from a political perspective, that didn't start to develop until maybe I was getting close to getting out of high school, about to get into my early 20s. But as far as the finance side of it, I developed a very solid understanding very, very early. And so, and I'll kind of touch on it briefly. So I was going down that traditional path of you got to go to school, make sure you get good grades, try to get into college, try to do this and this and that, go down the same road as everyone else, right? But then in middle school, I was making good grades. And then I remember asking, could I get a PlayStation 2? And I was told no.
And you said, I'm going to figure out how to get one on my own.
So I felt some kind of way about it for maybe about a week because it really messed me up. It messed me up mentally because then it made me question what I was told. I'm like, wait a minute. In my mind, I'm like, wait a minute. I was told that if I do this, and this, then I can get whatever I want. But then when I get denied something, that let me know right then and there. I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter how hard I work or how much time I spend. I know that no one's just going to give it to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Relatable.
And so from that point on, I was always thinking of ways of making money. So during the summer of 2001, it was me, my brother, and a couple of our skater friends. I drew up a whole plan, and we were just going door to door, seeing who needed their car washed. And we were out there getting to it. So that mindset that I was developing, I had no idea where it was going to lead me, but I knew I was going to get somewhere. So I started looking at it like, well, if I work for the money myself, then no one can ever tell me or deny me anything. And that was kind of the precursor to how I think now. Now to what Mark was saying about learning about investing in gold and silver, I recently started my gold investment journey.
A bit late.
Well, you know, even if
I have some of it right here.
Good. Yeah.
You know, that's one thing. Even if you're late in the game, it is still a security net. That it's better to get in when it's low, right? With anything that you always
Absolutely.
want to get in when it's low. But when you're looking at possible crashes, you need something to fall back on. And I went through this with crypto, and my dad was like, wait. And I was like, well, at least invest a little bit. Y'all should not be posting that. Please, for the love of God, you know, people ROB people for that. Like, okay, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, no, don't worry, don't, no, hang on. It's fine. I'm only showing one coin, right? And do you know that I've actually been...
hold on. I used to know people who like.
Yeah, hang on. It's happened. I've had it attempted. I've had it attempted, right? I've even had it attempted online before, where people have tried to come and rob me. Yeah, it's fine. And you know what? I scare them off every time.
Fine. Don't show people.
It's fine because
There's
it's only
so many
one
predators
coin.
out there.
One coin.
Put it away. The mom in me is like, no.
It's fine. I dare bring it.
See,
heads or tails, I get ROB'd.
I'm gonna step out for a second. That stressed me out.
No, I don't know. Nope.
No, I'm not leaving.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I'm
but
just
see, Athena, I want to show you something specifically because when Mark was talking about investing in gold and silver, I recently started my journey, right? And so I had been thinking about it for a really long time, and I started coming across stuff on Instagram, and I ended up finding out about these.
Okay.
Let's have a look. Zoom in, please. Big screen. Yeah, I know. She doesn't like it when we do that. Oh, okay. They're the notes, the gold notes. I've seen them. Yeah, they're interesting, but you have to make sure that whatever you're investing into, is easily sellable, bro. Yeah, because if you can't sell them easily,
they are.
Yeah, but it's easier to do like more common.
Even though I know nothing about that, if that's real, it is, I would think, easily sellable because we have a definitive price because it's so thin. I think that it would be easy to measure. I don't know. I kind of think that's a good idea because coins are very dense. So
well, the thing is, right? So with
hold on,
metals,
I gotta step out for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
ahead, Mark.
I was going to try to explain to Athena. With so what you've got there is obviously not 99.999% gold because that.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. 99.999.
I'll show you. Hold on. This is just one of the notes. I have 10.
Yeah. Bro, careful, mate. You'll break it.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
99. Hang on, that can't be 24 karat gold.
It's a thousandth of a troy ounce. So
thousandth of a troy ounce. Okay.
Right. It's really, really light. So this is a small amount of gold that was pressed down into a denomination of currency.
Yeah.
So with these, they have different weights to them.
Yeah.
So with this dollar note right here, this represents 1/1000th of an ounce of gold. So if I collect 1,000 of these, then I will have a troy ounce of gold. So then when I look at the price of gold per ounce, then that's how much this stuff is worth.
Okay, sure, but so over here, right? So the way that I would introduce a newbie to gold or silver, right, is to keep it to your common denominator. So, for example, in America, you've got your American Eagles, yeah. Over here, we've got the Britannias. Okay. So I would say for tradability, and when you want to go for spot price and ease of buy and ease of trade and ease of sell, Yeah, you don't want to get right. There's different ways to look at gold and silver. You can either go for something that you might want to get a premium on because of its collectability, right? Or you want to go for spot price based on its exact gold or silver or hard metal content. Yeah. So I would always just go for solid silver, solid gold coins, Eagles in America, and Britannia's in the UK. Now, this one here, right? Now, I understand also what Athena was saying because I never told you this.
No, go ahead.
Somebody attempted to come and rob me once, right? Whilst I wasn't alive like this. Right? And this is funny because I understand what Athena's saying. But here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing. It's not worth it. I'm just going to say to people out there, like, they can try to rob me if they like. It's really not worth it. First of all, you've got me and my group and my crew of people that are just going to mess with you and chase you off like I did last time. Yeah, like I did last time, right? Didn't we, James? Yeah. Didn't we? Yeah, exactly.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. We did. And also, right, even if they get away with it, they can't get much. They really can't get much because I ain't that stupid. I don't keep all of my eggs in one basket. So what they're going to do? What? Maybe get a small little bit. I mean, it's not even worth it. So I'm just telling people out there, if they're going to even try it, then bring it because I'm ready.
Okay, so what I'm talking about, Mark, what I just showed you, what I'm going to do is I'll put the link to where I got it from in the back chat. So that way you can see. So that way, if you want to kind of look into some different ways of investing and stocking up your precious metals, then you have other things that you can look into.
Sure. Well, so here's the thing, because obviously, look, I've looked into this. American, you've got different exchanges over in America, right? And it costs a lot of money to even for me to buy in any of the things that you're trying to recommend. I'd have to ship it over here in the UK to the UK. The cheapest option, right? And I'm going to say, wink, wink to anyone who's getting into silver. If you want to avoid VAT, this isn't, look, disclaimer. I do not recommend that you do this, but you know, Belgium,
educational purposes only. This is not financial advice.
Right. Over in Belgium, right, they've got a different set of prices and they've got a different set of shipping prices as well. Right. That's all I'm saying.
Because the shipping and customs regulations are different.
Right. Just don't. Yeah. Anyway, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
No. Okay. So the link to where I got these from, I just put it in the back chat. I put the link to the specific category of where I got it from, and then you can click on it and you can browse around. They got silver, gold, they have jewelry, they have all kinds of stuff, bro.
Well, if I was to share an affiliation link, for example, to some UK exchanges, so for example, I'll big up gold.co.uk. I'll big up Bullion by Post. I'll big up Atkinson's Gold. I'll big up even goldsilver.belgium, BE.
Okay.
I'll pick them up. If I get some things, we should start putting some affiliations down in the affiliate links. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we'll eventually get. Yeah, we'll definitely eventually get to that point. Yeah. It's just for the sake of conversation. I think that it's very, very crucial and it's very, very necessary for us to be able to be having these types of conversations and putting our minds together and really taking control of our financial future, because not just for us, but our kids. Because even though the entire world doesn't believe in the Bible actually has scripture that talks about investments and being good stewards over your money. Amen. So when you want to get into like a religious text in terms of money and stuff like that, there is a good side to having money and using it, and then there's a bad side to having money and using it. So if you're one of those people where you want to carry out evil plans, well then the money is a tool for you to carry out those plans. Whereas if you want to carry out good things and bring good to the world, money is also a tool and a vehicle for those types of things as well. So it's not the money itself, it's the person that's wielding it, because it's a tool and it's a weapon. If you really think about it, right? So in a biblical sense, even though, like I said, the entire world doesn't believe in the Bible and maybe accept its teachings, but in one way or another, we are living out those teachings through how we manage our finances. Like when we're talking about setting things aside and setting up a future for our children, that's actually in the Bible, whether people realize it or not. When it's talking about storing up an inheritance for your children's children and all that type of stuff, that's what it's referring to. So with this time that we're spending on this planet, we're not necessarily supposed to be chasing trends and fads and, you know, keeping up with the Joneses and stuff like that. There's very specific guidelines to how we're supposed to be doing things. And a lot of times we get caught up in the distractions. We get caught up in the glitz, the glamour. We're chasing the fame and all this other type of stuff. But if you just prioritize making sound financial decisions, that'll set you apart from 99% of the world. And that's why the 1% is able to have what they have, because of very specific teachings. Now, I may have said things and played certain sound effects and, you know, given a little bit of criticism to a certain group of people. However, what I have been doing is I have been coming across information as far as the financial aspect of their financial teachings is concerned. And I've been internalizing it and watching videos and really taking that stuff in. So it's like, I don't seek to be like them. However, the information that they pass around amongst each other in that community is a very powerful thing. It's extremely powerful. And the thing with that too is the way that community operates. I don't believe that they have that crab in the bucket mentality where it's like, if you get it, I'm going to plot against you to take it from you because I don't have it. Does that make sense? So it's like, while the rest of the world is arguing and fighting for scraps and whatever, that group is working together and figuring out ways of taking what they have, investing it, and multiplying it tenfold, which is what we need to be doing. So right. It boils down to a mindset thing.
Yeah. So there's a lot of ruthless people out there, snakes. Yeah.
Facts.
So what you're saying is, like, you can go through the world, right, trying to be kind and as nice as you want about, like, you know, being humble about your intake, your but at the same time, we're surrounded by snakes. James, sorry.
Yeah. No, you're good. Go ahead.
We're surrounded. So I understand it. It's like, so we're you know, yeah, obviously we're raised by that, but I think, you know, it's like the school playground. The school playground shows that, you know, when we grow up, right, you've always got a group of bullies that will always take. And why does the taker always seem to end up on top? It's because they're ruthless in their means. They understand the value of the resources that they're taking. They understand the resources. They understand how that can, you know, help them to build their little empire. You know, but what they don't fully understand is what they're sacrificing at the same time is a part of their soul, a part of what makes them appreciated and liked within humanity. They just become a part of the system, you know. It's why you get, like, so many people driven to sales. They will sell their soul for the sake of, you know, grandeur, or like you get those people that are celebrities. You know, they speak openly about selling their souls.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They definitely do.
I felt like Athena wanted to say something though, but she's, I don't know what happened.
Well, she said she wanted to step away real quick. She'll be right back. But
yeah. Okay. I wanted to make sure I wasn't just
Right.
Yeah.
So when it comes to this childhood financial trauma thing, it's in a lot of instances, it impacts our decisions, and a lot of the bad habits that we grew up and practicing and the bad mindsets that we were, kind of groomed into. I will agree with you when you say that sometimes it does take too long, but in my opinion, I don't think that there's necessarily a such thing as taking too long, because people come to realizations at different stages in life. As long as you come to that realization and you make conscious changes to kind of unlearn some of the things that you've been taught and kind of going about things in a different way, you have to have a mindset shift at some point. Now, there's people in the world where they never get that.
Yeah,
they die in their pain and their financial misery. But then for those of us out here like Athena, you and myself, we're coming to certain realizations and we're making the conscious changes to where when we look 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the road, we're going to be seeing the fruits of the decisions that we're making now.
This is why I really wanted to talk about the psychological aspect of it. And what it really comes down to, I think it stems down to, like I said earlier, like the ability to look at yourself in the mirror, and to look at yourself for all of the things, all of your flaws, and ask yourself why you are the way you are. Yeah,
right.
Self-reflection. As soon as you can understand why you're poor and why you're struggling financially, then you start saying, because look, I used to blame the whole world on my problems.
I used to as well. I did the same thing, brother.
And that's why I picked up on that with what you were saying earlier. And I was like, I can relate to that. I said I can relate to that because this is the thing. When we're young, right, and we have a lot of, we're still learning. And we're all in it together. And unless we get that guidance, unless we get the right type of education, bro, we're doomed, we're destined. But in actual fact, I think, right, the education system is designed now to keep us that way. It's not just saying
you're right.
the black people, in their certain districts being deliberately suppressed with the education.
Oh no, I used to think that it was a color thing. But then as I got older, I realized that it had nothing to do with my skin color. It was a mindset thing.
No, but I actually think that you're onto something. I actually think that the people that run the education system, the elitists in power, have learned to dumb down the populations now. So I think it's less about the blacks or the whites. I think that they do deliberately want to dumb down and make people less academic, let's say, less academic, to the point where they've got entire control over everyone because we just don't know how to stand up to them.
Right, exactly.
And we don't know how to control our finances. And therefore, we're dumb, we don't know what we're doing, and it's on us. That's why they don't like people like Andrew Tate and all of these like really taboo, like controversial, like people out there that stand up for, like self-empowerment, are mocked and ridiculed and put down, and then and that's it. They're done, doomed, done and dusted. That's why they don't like Donald Trump, or that's why they didn't like, God rest his soul, Charlie Kirk, because he stood on.
Yeah.
We'll see, and a lot of it too is when it comes to this whole mindset thing. A lot of times. And I used to be a victim of this. When I started coming to realizations that things really weren't the way I was told they were, you go through this period of like this anger and this disbelief, like you're in denial for a little bit, like, wait a minute, it can't really be like this. No. I've been told my whole life that it's this way, and now I'm coming into some new information, and it's one of those things where it's like you're so blown away by it to where you're like, nah, where's Ashton Kutcher with the cameras? I'm getting punked right now. Like it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe that things are really different based on how you implement it versus what you were told. You're following. You were raised and groomed to go along with the crowd and be like a cow, be like the cattle that's led to the slaughter. But then you have those few cows and those few sheep that kind of click and they're like, wait a minute, something doesn't look right over there.
Yeah.
And then the first thing you want to do is you want to start spreading the information and telling the other sheep and the other cattle, hey, wait a minute, we don't need to be going down there. Wait, something doesn't look right over there. And a lot of times, what do? Oh, shut up. They brush you off like you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. But see, here's the beauty of that, right? The beauty of that is that just because you come to a better understanding of something, it doesn't automatically mean that the people around you are supposed to have that same understanding at the same time as you. That doesn't automatically mean that. So when it comes to this whole shaping adult decisions aspect, you start to realize that once you start coming into certain understandings of how things really operate, it kind of isolates you from everybody else, because now, depending on that mindset you have, now you don't have much in common with the people that you were always around. It really messes with you mentally, bro. It really screws you up.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're like, man, I've been lied to and played my whole life.
I understand because it's like you've had a relation. It's like having a holding onto a relationship. Yeah, I think there's a phrase for it psychologically. It's something syndrome. You know, when
cognitive dissonance.
What's it called?
Cognitive dissonance.
I was thinking, you know, like what's that thing where you've been held by a captive, a captive.
Stockholm syndrome.
That's it. So it's a bit like that's the one. It's a bit like Stockholm syndrome, because you've like invested all of your life and all of your emotion to this belief and this understanding, this view and this way of life, yeah. And when that comes breaking down, yeah, right in front of your eyes, a lot of people fail to allow it to happen. They're not prepared, because I think this is what I was saying earlier about being able to rewire your subconscious mind. It's being able to relearn and unlearn what we know or what we've always been taught, but without we shouldn't do it through ignorance. We shouldn't just go, oh yeah, that's it. We should just disbelieve everything that we know now, you know, oh, that's it. So therefore the earth isn't round anymore. Yeah. So, because where do we draw the line? Oh, that's it, right? Because now people start going down rabbit holes. They go, look, everything I used to know, right? This is why we're starting to see flat earthers, because they're starting to realize that we live in a world of myths and disinformation. So we can't really believe anything to a degree. You only know what you know because you were taught to know it. So it's like, wow, we have to now start standing up for ourselves and learning from each other. We've got to produce a different format of education, one that, you know, we can't rely on the government anymore because they don't hold down the curriculum. They're now pushing ideologies instead, and it's not healthy. They're not even helping us.
Well, anyway. if you really think about this too, see, Athena understands where I'm coming from, because we're kind of on the same side when it comes to a lot of things, right? So if you want to take it from just the physical and just even if you want to talk about it even in the spiritual sense, right? The Bible says that we war not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers in high places. And so everything is about what happens in your mind first. So what's taking place right now is that there's a war on the mind. It's not about the skin color. It's not about Republican, Democrat. It's not about conservative and liberal. It's about, if I can get your mind, the earlier I can get your mind, the better my outcome and plan will be. That's why the Bible says you train up a child and, you know, they'll never depart from what you teach them. You see what I'm saying? So if you have the education system raising up your children, well, guess what? now they're being programmed in a certain way to where if you try to teach them a specific way, now you're causing discord and division in the home because now it's pitting the parents against the children. Well, that's not what my teacher told me. No, that's not right. I'm this. I'm non-binary. I'm whatever. And the parents are like, no, this is how things really are. And now it's like, oh, well, you don't know. My teacher knows this and that. My teacher has this degree and blah, 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 blah. You know, my teacher, I'm taking gender studies and all this other type of stuff. It's a battle for the mind. So if I can get in your head and tell you that billionaires are evil and that you don't need God and you don't need this and you don't need that, if the more people that can get influenced into that way of thinking, the worse it's going to be. And then wait until those people come into the realization that they've been played and lied to. Oh man, the world is going to, at least in Western culture, it's going to flip upside down. It's going to flip upside down.
Why do you think I live outside city limits?
I know why you do. I know why you do.
Yeah, I grew up with a father who was in military, who had some access to things that the general public didn't have access to. And so I was raised with a very different mentality. And people always tell me, like, whenever I get down to these conversations, they're like, Athena, you think so differently. And I was like, yeah, anytime I go out in public, I'm like, where are the exits? Like, I literally strategize on if anything were to happen, how to get out.
Right.
This is how I think when I'm out in public. This is not a normal thing. Maybe it's a little more normal for men to do it generally, but like I came from a family who was taught essentially everything that the military taught my father, not everything, but a lot of it. And so there's a few things I want to say before I go. There are people, so for myself, and I'm not saying this to brag, but my mother has her education, right, in business, and she's like a historian. My father's physics, an inventor, and he was in the military, and he was in networking. When I say networking, I don't mean like person to person. I mean,
right.
Yeah, that type of network and security and all of that. And so I've been a person that's earned 10K a year. And I've also been a person who's earned 30K in 1 month, or sorry, 1 week.
Right.
So my idea and perception of money is very different than everybody else.
Right. Exactly.
I know that you have to look for a good opportunity. And the thing about knowing what's a good opportunity and what's a bad opportunity is going through a lot of failures. And I went through a lot of failures, and I can earn money. Like it's gotten a little more difficult now that I'm no longer single, but being a single mother, like raising my child by myself. But raising my child by myself, like it used to be drop of a hat. I just got up and left. If I needed to earn money, this is what I used to do. I would find the wealthiest areas in my surrounding areas, find their bulk pickup day, drive down the alleys, and they were throwing away full furniture sets. I would drive in my little SUV, and if I found a furniture set, I would pull out all the drawers and take all the pillows, drive straight to U-Haul, get a $20 U-Haul, drive right back to that place,
and start loading up
everything else, by myself. I had a little dolly, and I would sell it, and I would earn, $500 a week. This is back in like 2013, 2014. And I was earning $500 a week, just like off of maybe, that was like a 6-7 hour, including like advertising for it and all of that, 6-7 hours. Cause I would list it really inexpensive for a whole set. See, wealthy people throwing out huge $20,000 sets. So my perception of money is very different than I think people who were raised in poverty, even though I was raised in poverty. And I want to say that wealthy people teach their kids something very different, because I've worked with kids my entire life. People, I'm talking like multimillionaires. When I work with their kids, I'm not allowed to tell their kids no. We have to redirect their children, because they never want to tell their kid no. They want to show them that there's another option. They don't ever want to create those blocks in the mind. Poor people are like, no. Hold on. But this also, if it's not done correctly, it creates narcissists. And this is why so many wealthy people, their children end up being narcissists. Okay, hold on. I have a couple more notes. Okay, you talked about regional, and that's what I'm getting at. When I went into wealthy areas, I'm not going to say the difference in how the children acted was different, because sometimes it was the same. Wealthier children did know that there was social shaming if you did not act a certain way. That was a really big thing.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like the way that
I'm going to take a mental note of that one. Social shaming. Yeah.
Because I've worked with children in education systems in poor areas versus wealthy areas, and the way that they even teach the kindergartners is different.
Night and day.
It is absolutely insane. And this is why I advocate for homeschooling. I literally have a degree in biotechnology, and I scrub toilets so that I can homeschool my son. And because it pays more. And if I were to work in a lab, it'd be easier work, fun for me, like all of that. But my son would be getting educated by someone else rather than learning directly.
Exactly. Hey.
Okay. Right.
All right, go ahead, Mark.
One of the bullet points that stood out to me, as you saw was the social shaming aspect. Anyway, so let's try to unpack a lot of this. So let me think. Growing up, right, there was always something bad about me. I was always a bad kid, a naughty child. I don't know why. I was always that way, right? And, like Charles said earlier, his first job was this, that, and the other. Do you know what my first job was? My first job was being a professional scam artist. Yeah. My first job was I became a paper delivery boy, right? I then decided after a few deliveries that it was too much energy for me to deliver, actually to deliver them. So I started dumping the newspapers, and then still collecting the pay from my delivery company at the age of 14, right? But then, guess what happened? I got reported. Yeah? Guess what happened? I lost my job. But guess what? FBI, open up! Guess what? Hang on. Guess what?
Mm-hmm.
I memorized all of the addresses.
Oh.
Yes, and I memorized payday, delivery, collection day. So I still managed to go around collecting the money, even though I wasn't working for them.
Oh, really?
Listen, there's something called self-incrimination. I think you should stop talking.
No, it doesn't matter. No, this is a self-professional. FBI, open up! At the end of the day, man.
No, tell us more. Tell us more.
See, you can't understand it. It's not a self-incrimination. I'm not going to get in trouble over this. You can't arrest me. I dare.
You're right. In the UK, they will arrest you for.
No, they're not going to arrest me over that. This is something that happened when I was a child. I was a child. I was 14
Yeah,
years
but
old.
but in the UK they probably don't have a statute of limitations.
Of course they do.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Oh, hello, Carmen.
You guys, I do have to go, but before I go, I did hear there was some controversy over my question last time. I do want to if we can, just for
Go ahead.
a couple minutes.
Go ahead.
No, I want to hear what the controversy. Oh, actually, I'll just say. So my personal opinion, whenever it comes to outcome or happiness, this is what I'm going to say. Happiness. Outcome
happiness. Yeah.
So here's why I think it's outcome. Because if we go,
no, that wasn't the question.
Oh.
Your question was, should success be measured on happiness or impact?
Correct.
Oh, yeah, a penis or impact.
No,
Should success be measured on happiness or impact? Yeah, I remember that question.
Okay, so here's the reason why I say it's outcome. If Christ were to say, you know what, it's not going to make me happy to go unalive on the cross, so I'm going to go and do what makes me happy regardless of the outcome, then we'd be living a very different life
regardless
now.
of the impact.
Huh?
Yeah, regardless of the impact.
Exactly.
So what was your answer?
Hold on, let me finish. Hold on. Outcome is more important because what he did, even though it was temporary, almost despair, it still gave grace to everybody. So outcome is more important than happiness. God did not create us to be happy. He created us to serve him. And in serving him, we should be happy. But happiness is also a mentality. You can be happy serving someone else. And I'll give an example. And I'm going to try to keep this short. When I went and did mission work in Guatemala City, there were children. I was teaching them English, and my mother had taught a class right before me. And then she left, and she had given out little Hershey's Kisses to all of the children. And one of the kids from my group had found a Hershey's Kiss that dropped on the ground. Mind you, these kids didn't have clothes of their own. They all shared everything. This little boy found that little Hershey's Kiss, and he ran up to me and was like, hey, I found this, like turning it in. And I was like, wow, you are so honest. I was like, you know what? You enjoy that yourself. You earned that. Like, you're such a good person. You were going to turn that in. Go ahead and enjoy it. You know what he did? Instead of just eating it himself, he called all the other kids around, and he took like a tiny little nibble of one little Hershey's Kiss and passed it around to 11 other children outside of himself, as 12 kids that shared one Hershey's Kiss, and they took that as a win. They were happy to have that. They loved
they would have been better off if they had Cadbury's. Anyway, Cadbury's.
No. Look, my man was trying to shoot his shot. Yeah, my man picked up that Hershey chocolate and trying to shoot his shot.
The mentality. You can be happy if you're poor. You can be happy if you're rich. And
yes.
You know, my best memory as a child was a Christmas where we didn't have even heat in the house, and we had flashlights, and we did like little puppets, hand puppets, and we all camped out together in the living room and told stories and all that. That's one of my best memories growing up. So
I love that.
It was the sweetest thing. I love that memory.
Poor is a mindset.
It is. So it's happiness.
A lot of kids, you don't even know that you're poor until you're like around other people. I was like, oh, that was poor. I didn't know. I didn't realize that I was poor. I didn't realize I was poor because my parents shopped at the thrift store.
Exactly.
And everybody was like making fun of me. I was like, oh, you wear thrift store clothes. I was like, I thought this was normal.
I was rocking the clothes my mom made for me. She literally sewed my clothes, and I was like, I love this. And people are like, what are you wearing? I was like, this is designed by my mother.
It's that 101 right here. It's that 101. You can't.
Exactly.
This didn't even hit the shelves yet. This
Yo,
that
like,
exclusive.
does anybody remember the brand Championships?
Yeah.
You mean Champion?
Yeah,
Champion, yeah.
Yeah.
Champion. Like that was like a Walmart off then thing. Like
No, you
like
made fun of me
thousands,
wearing
that was off the rack shit. And then until some rapper or whatever celebrity made it famous, and now it's like a thing.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at it, I was like, we were wearing Champions since, I mean, that was like $15 shoes at Walmart, but okay.
Mm-hmm. No, but I know Athena says she has to go. You gotta give your last thoughts or shout out anything or promote anything before you go?
Yeah, so well, just that's the reason why I think it's outcome. Outcome can end up in your house.
Impact.
Impact.
That was the question. That was the question.
Impact. Sorry. Impact. Yeah. So an impact can affect happiness, but happiness is also a mindset. So you could have happiness without any impact or really bad impact. You can be really happy as a cereal smeller, you know. You have a lot of
Joe Biden.
Right. Anyways, I'm just saying, like, happiness isn't always everything. I think impact, or I say outcome, but yeah, impact is yeah. Anyways. God bless you guys. Love y'all. Y'all have fun.
All in all, what it boils down to is that Athena agreed with me.
Yes, I did.
And it was her question. No, but did you want to promote anything or shout anybody out or whatever before you go?
I mean, if y'all could do the rewatch on my button mash, babe. It's me being very clumsy through games, blind reacting, my
stupid.
My first time playing a game, and the one I'm doing tonight is Poppy something. It's got like the thing that scares you, the blue guy with all the teeth. I don't know. Poppy Playtime.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
I don't know. I'm about to get intoxicated and play that. If y'all want to rewatch it, check out my channel.
We'll watch it. We'll watch it.
I finally figured out the OBS system. So I'm going to be having some bigger guests on very soon with my own podcast. So y'all keep an eye out for that.
Okay, cool. Shout out. Yeah, shout out to you, man. I also want to say that having you on the panel for this discussion was very, very powerful. Just like Mark being on the panel, and even Tizzle. I know he's gonna pull back up a little bit later.
He needed to enjoy his Valentine's Day.
Right. Hey, I ain't mad at him.
That why you pulled up late, Carmen?
Valentine's.
Yeah, I just told her, I was like, I sure did. I was like, why the hell you want to pull up? You want to talk about money on Valentine's Day? Out of all the days, you want to talk about money?
Hey, look. That was a sheer coincidence.
That ain't no coincidence.
No.
I read the shade. And you can already tell in this household who runs the money.
What? Hold on a minute. Hold on. Whatever do you mean, Carmen?
Tell me.
How dare you accuse me?
How dare I?
How dare you accuse me of intentionally manipulating something? This was a shit.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Tell me how you don't want to spend money on Valentine's Day without telling me you don't want to spend money on Valentine's Day. Out of all the days, you chose today, out of all days, to be like, yeah, man, let's talk about money. Let's talk about how not spent. Because God forbid I get a fucking bouquet of flowers today. God forbid.
So
or any
hold
other
on
girl
real
in here.
quick. I'm newly in a relationship, and I know, yay! And it's unconventional, but I love what he got me. He got me this little it's like you build it. It's like a Lego owl because Athena was the goddess of wisdom and war, and it has flowers, and you literally build it. And my son is obsessed with Legos right now.
I love Legos.
So
I love
he sent it
Legos.
to me. I got the gift, and like my son was like, "Look at this!"
Oh my
And I
God!
was
Let me
like,
tell
"Okay,
you,
we're gonna build it
Athena,
together."
I
So
love
he
Legos. I built Lego Angel.
Yeah, it's like one of those, but it's an owl, and like he
Hubby built Lego Stitch.
Showed them before.
Stitch is my favorite. I have. Well, hold on. What's the? Oh, okay, I dropped it. But there's like a Lego flower.
Yes.
Oh, happy Valentine's.
Like the roses. Everything is little Legos. I love Legos, and he built Legos. He built Legos for me. But anyway,
he built it for you. Okay, so he got it for me because he knows my son loves Legos.
Oh,
and he's
I
like,
love that.
That's something y'all can do together and send me videos. And I was like, oh my God. So sweet. Anyways, okay, you guys, you can kick me.
All right. All right, you take it easy, all right?
Was it something I said?
Hey, I don't know what happened, but Carmen, I guess Carmen got out too. She has to come back. That was weird.
Yeah, well, whatever happens, happens.
Okay, yeah, there she goes. Yeah, she.
Sorry, I got clicked out. I clicked it out by accident. My bad.
No, you good. No, I got you.
Stupid.
But what are your thoughts on the question? How does childhood financial trauma shape adult decisions? What you got on that, Carmen?
I read the question. I didn't see the beginning of the show, but I do read the question, and it's a decision. I don't think if you broke, don't bring children into if you broke. And that's a decision that I had to make. Like we don't have children of our own because we know financially we cannot afford them as of right now. So that is a conscious decision that you have to make. Mm-hmm. So if you are poor, and I wouldn't even want to say poor because poor is a mindset, poor is a mindset. But if you are struggling to care for yourself as of a unit, you shouldn't bring children into this.
Yeah, but you know what's funny about that though is in America it's backwards. The people that have the most of the people that have money, they have a smaller amount of kids, but then the poor people are the ones that are having all the babies.
Yeah, but I can argue. I can argue that that's child abuse. That is child abuse. And I know that's very extreme, but if you are, it is extreme, and it should be. FBI, open up. Yeah, and it should be because you are talking about bringing another life into this. So if you are living paycheck to paycheck, that is not an ideal situation where you need to bring another life into it because you're just passing on generational trauma. Okay, so the whole point of you having kids is for your kids not to struggle. So me and you, okay, fine. We grew up on, I don't know, bologna and cheese sandwiches, Spam and whatever. Bologna sandwiches, Spam, and sometimes some of us,
peanut butter and jelly.
Right. Some of us, myself included, had to go get the discounted lunches, the free lunches at the school. Do we remember what the free lunches at the school look like?
Yep.
I did. Like I went to school and the free breakfast, yeah, that was my breakfast. And I didn't feel good about myself doing that. So why on earth would I want to bring another life into that? No. So if you cannot afford that, don't have them. And that's why we choose as women. We choose when to have children. I can have my hubby. I'm like, I want a child tomorrow. Okay, well, if I don't want that child tomorrow, I don't have to have it. That's
you know what? Carmen.
To do that.
Carmen.
Yeah.
Do you know something? That's the you've just literally explained me.
Did I?
Yeah.
And
literally. This is so crazy. This is so crazy because a lot of people ask me, why do you not have children, Mark? Why don't you have children? It's exactly what you said. Yeah. I never wanted to bring children into this world unless I had a mansion, a car, a wife with a ring on her finger, right? Until I've got all of that, I'm not bringing a child into this world. I'm not going out there and just bringing a child into this world because I have a boner, yeah? Or because...
Right, but it doesn't even have to be a mansion. And I bet you get those crazy eyes just like I do. It'd be like,
and you know something? The problem is...
People be like, oh, do you have kids? I was like, no, we don't have kids, but, you know, we're working there. And then they look at you, and they look at you like you have 3 heads. Like, oh, why don't you have kids?
Well,
I love kids, which is why I love kids. To have them in the environment that they're going to struggle in, because that's the point as a parent. Right. At least I would think so. That is the point. I chose not to have kids at this point because I cannot afford them. And that's
you're the first person. You're the first person in my life that I've ever heard actually say that, right? Because
really,
yeah, well, yes, because a lot of everyone around me always tells me that, oh, you know, in a way they judge the fact that I don't have children. Yeah, they would look at me as lesser in society or as a failure in society, and I say, no, I'm not silly. You know, I would have had probably 1,000 children if I won the national lottery at the age of 14.
Me and you, Mark, on the same boat. People look at me like I have 3 heads. It'd be like, oh, you're 32 and you don't have kids? No, I don't. Why? I'm like, I love kids, which is why I choose to have them when I'm in a space to have them. And that's just it. And then another thing, I don't agree with the fact that some parents be like, oh, you're 18. You got to get the hell out of my house. No.
Yeah, that's what Athena was saying. Athena was saying that too.
I didn't leave my parents' house until I was like 26 years old. I really didn't. And my brother, I have an older brother, we're 7 years apart. He didn't leave the house until he was well over by his own house. So I think it's a cultural thing. I don't know what the Western society is like. It's perfectly normal, at least in the Latin community. In the Latin community, it's perfectly normal for you to have 3 generations within the same household.
That's
not
true.
Like, that's not looked down upon. That's not looked down.
But
it's so weird, because why would you want to set your offspring for struggle? No, that's not the point. You struggle, okay. So your purpose as being a parent is for your offspring not to make the same mistakes as you did to begin with.
Or at least, or at least if they do make the mistakes, you have enough of a structure set up to where they can fail and they can still be guided.
But they fail in a controlled environment.
There you go.
Why a lot of people miss it.
Yeah.
Yes, allow your kids to fail, but if they fail within a controlled environment,
they have a support system. Yeah, they have a support system. Yeah.
You have that, and even then. And this is a topic where my hubby and I disagree, because at the beginning, before we were married, at the beginning of our stages, he thought it was just so weird that my dad or like my parents would just like well, you already moved out. Why are they still helping? Why are they still helping you? Like, he almost took that as a threat. I'm like, yeah, because my parents are not. I mean, I understand that your family went through what your family went through, but my parents are not gonna let me fail. It wouldn't be a weird thing if I woke up the next morning and my dad just randomly wired me $200.
Yeah,
that's not a weird thing to me. It's not, but it was a weird thing to him at the beginning of our relationship. At the beginning, before we were married and we were getting to know each other, he's like, why is your dad sending you $200? I'm like, I don't know, because he felt like it. Like, that was not a weird thing to me.
But again, like you said, you touched on it. You said it
to him,
but you
that
said
was
but
very foreign to him,
right? But you said it was a cultural thing.
Yeah, but at that time, like, we were living together, not in the consent of my parents, but they supported me. But I mean, it's a thing. Like, it's just a thing. Like, you moved in with him, and you're like, okay. But it would bother him at the beginning before he understood. Before I'm like, my parents don't give this with attachment. They just want me to make sure that that we're good. Mm-hmm. But at the beginning, it bothered him. At the beginning, I was like, I don't understand.
I can tell you why.
In his mind, I guess it looked like, well, they don't think I'm a man enough to support you. But my parents didn't think that at all. My parents just looked like my dad was just like, oh, okay. Well,
no, it's not even that. It's not even that. Well, that's a part of it. But I'll tell you how it is with black people, right? So, at least in the black population in America, there's this mindset that I'll help you while you're here, but once you set foot out that door, you're on your own. Don't call back asking for nothing. You need to figure it out. That's how it is with black people. So
but that's not even a thing, because my parents even helped me out. Like, that's not even. It's not even a question thing. Like,
but again, it's a culture to me. But again, it's a cultural difference. It's a cultural difference.
Yeah, bro. Well, nah, bro. Excuse me, Mr. Anonymous Space. You can't say that. You can't say that. You can't say that's a black cultural thing, unless you're living in a little bubble. Yeah. There's so many different.
Weird to you? Is that weird to you, Mark? Like, do your parents? It's not like an awkward thing, because that's not an awkward thing to me at all.
No, what I'm saying is, right, you're talking about black culture as if it's one culture. And I'm saying that all of my African friends, like we spoke about before, or my African friends are different from my Jamaican friends, from my American.
But it ain't the same. But again,
what you're talking about, it makes no sense. You're lumping everything into one.
No, Mark,
black culture. What do you mean black culture?
Mark. When I say it's a cultural, I said it's a cultural thing, and I said with black people in America.
Right, black people in America.
I made the distinction because I know.
Okay. I didn't hear you say in America.
Right, because I know that Jamaicans are more family oriented. I know that Nigerians and Africans are traditionally family oriented.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say in.
That's why those different cultures are a lot more successful than the Western black culture. The Western black culture does everything backwards.
But I think that's just a Western thing. I guess it's just a Western. It doesn't have to necessarily be white. But we're influenced. I guess it's a Western thing, but that's not unusual. And even now, I am 33 years old. And even
when you get outside of America, it's the norm.
That's normal.
Yeah,
and I don't think that's a bad thing. I really don't. But it took hubby a little bit. I'm like, okay. I'm like, look.
But you gotta remember he's black in America though. That's what I'm telling you.
He's from Savannah, Georgia. I mean, come on now.
But again, he's black in America, so the mindset is different. I'm telling you.
Again.
But it's a thing, because I had to have a conversation with him, because at that point I'm like, okay, it's not my dad. It's not my parents trying to overstep you and trying to question you. It's
Right.
it's just us. Like it's not my money, it's our money. It's just
Right.
this is what
Right.
it is. That's not an abnormal thing. And it took
Right.
me a while to adjust. I'm like,
Right.
okay.
Right. Let's rewind. Let's rewind.
Yeah, like,
Let's rewind.
and he tried to compare it with his family. I was like, well, my mom and dad not doing that. I was like, okay, that's fine. And nobody told him not to do that, but this is normal in my family. This is
Again,
okay.
but it goes back
It's
to
not an
the
attack.
it goes back to the cultural difference. So real quick, shout out to Cleaner 409. He's in the chat. He says there are subsets of cultures, and I believe AB was speaking about one of the subsets in America specifically. Exactly.
Yeah, fair.
Oh, Mark was trying to say something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Yeah, so okay. I want to. So it's difficult because I'm trying to keep up with you two. Yeah, you're like miles ahead of me right now. Yeah, like what you're reminding me is of right last week's conversation where you were talking about the NFL with this Bad Bunny guy, right? The Bad Bunny, right? The Bad Bunny guy. I didn't even know who he was. Doesn't he do that Gasolina track? Yeah.
No, that's Daddy Yankee.
That's Daddy Yankee.
He's no, but they're Puerto Rican though. They're both Puerto Rican.
They're all Puerto Rican.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so
I saw your post on Facebook.
Hang on.
I saw your post on Facebook, Mark. I'm like, wait a minute. It's this whole thing. I'm like, yeah, you now.
By the way, I just want to say quick now, Carmen. If you feel like I'm spamming you, anything, yeah, just whatever.
No.
It's because I do it to everyone. I do it to Charles.
No, Mark.
I do it to
Spam me, please.
I do it to Tizzle.
Spam me some more.
I do it to Coley. I do it to everyone. Yeah, I'm just saying. Anyway, it's
Ignore
just
him.
spam. Yeah, it's just spam. It's just spam. But what I'm saying is, it took me on a deep dive, a deep journey, right? And it's very strange because, right? So I didn't realize how many Puerto Rican friends I actually had until recently.
Hey.
Until I started putting it out on Facebook, and then one of my friends turned around and goes, "Yeah." I was like, "Really? I've known you for like 5 years on just online." I was like, "I didn't realize you're from Puerto Rico." Anyway, that's why I was sharing that music with you because I was like, "Oh, this is my Puerto Rican friend." And he said that you put the Rican in American. American. He said you put the Rican in American. I was like, really?
I love that.
All right. Anyway, so I'm just saying, I'm learning a little bit about that part of where you live, and Charles, and I find it very fascinating. But it's more important for me to realize, like we said before, that the world is a very small place. The world is a very small place, and we're all
in a
learning
general
to get
sense,
along.
yeah. In a general sense, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's it. It's my shit. I'll shut up.
And we're all more alike than we are different if people would just set their egos to the side. We are more alike than you.
But again, that's a mindset thing. That's a mindset thing. Because even when it comes to the childhood financial trauma, I can speak to it from a Black American perspective. We were taught through the things we've heard that the poor Black people aren't the same as the rich Black people. It's even like that within the group.
But why is that?
I don't know.
Why? And I take offense to that. And it because I mean, I guess I'm married to a Black man, and even in his culture, even with his kids, I was like, why you talk white? And I hate when my stepdaughter did that. Like my stepdaughter, my oldest, was like, oh, you talk like you white. And I was like, don't do that.
Look, I grew up being told that
you don't say you talk white. This is you speak English. Stop doing that. Because the moment that you say that, you automatically put white culture above you. No, we all speak English.
Exactly.
You are speaking proper English. You don't talk white. You don't do this. You speak English in this house. This is what it is.
Right. So I know.
And he agreed because hubby went to private school and public school, so he saw both worlds.
You see both sides of it.
And I'm like, don't do that.
Because the black people that don't have money, they can't relate to the black people that do have money. So there's always a divide.
You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Once again, yeah. So I know people. Yeah. I'll explain why. Right. So I know a Christian black man. Yeah. From a specific region of Africa who married somebody who was black English. Yeah. He didn't really fully understand her historical roots. She was less Christian inclined. Yeah. And I think what it comes down to is black culture. So actually over here in the UK, right? Mate, black culture isn't black culture. Black culture is split massively. Yeah.
Well, they get it from us.
Mate, if I go out into I need to understand where exactly you're from. It's not a room of black people. It literally, if you go into a room of black people and go, oh, everyone's just black, yeah, then you're doomed, mate. You have to know whether they're from Cameroon.
Is it different, Mark? Like, is it normal for in the UK to, as soon as you turn 18, okay, you got to get out of my house because you're an adult now? Is that normal? Or is it normal for you to meet somebody who is black and she's 22, 25, whatever, and they still live with their parents? That's normal. No, is that normal or is that weird to you?
With African cultures, the kids do stay home.
So it depends on
they do stay home because that's
African cultures they do.
Right. It depends on where you're from and what your religious belief is, really, at the end of the day, I suppose. Right? Because a black person isn't a black person. That's what I'm trying to say. Over here, right? I don't just go, oh, that's a black person. I say, oh, are they Muslim? Or are they a Christian? Are they from Sudan? Are they from
but take
Jamaica?
The religion out of it. Take the religion out of it.
Are they from Jamaica? Are they from Africa?
Right. Well, take the religion and then the ethnicity you have. It's just a black person. You don't know if they're if they're Jamaican or African.
You don't know until you hear them talk.
Until you hear them speak. Like, would that be weird to you? You're a single British English man. Would that be weird to you if you meet a black person, regardless of their religion? So, like, if she tells you, "Hey, I'm at home and I live with my parents," would that be a red flag or a green flag for you? Regardless of where she's from, like, take all of that else.
Oh, she's at home with her parents.
Yeah, she's at home with her parents. You out in the pub or whatever, you meet her. And then she said, we can't go back to your place. And then she tells you, we can't go back to my place because I live with my parents.
Hey, I
respect that. Is that a green or a red flag for you?
Hey, that's a green flag because I know she ain't out in the streets.
Yeah,
that's a green flag for the both of you.
Yeah,
kind of.
American and British. That's a green flag. So if I tell you, I'm like, I can't. You can't go back to my house because I live with my parents. That's a green flag. I'm a female.
No. Right.
That's not okay.
No, hang on. Wait.
For me, it is.
Wait. Carmen, don't.
Okay, we have his answer. What's your answer, Mark? You say wait. What's your answer?
Right. I'm saying. Right. It depends on the person and whether they got future prospects and whether they're working. Like if they're living at home with their parents at the age of 18, 20, 30, I'd want to know.
Yeah, they're working. They're full of dog. They're working. I was working and I was paying my own, and I was paying, the bills I cover myself, but I was still with my parents.
Sure. Well,
is that a green flag or a red flag for you?
You can't do that, Carmen.
Oh, Mark, don't
this is the part where he's gonna cut off his camera.
No. I'm not. I'm just saying, right? It's quite simple. I'm not saying just because you live at home with your parents that you get a green or a red flag. I'm saying that you have to have a whole different, like if you're living at home with your parents but you're okay and you're looking after your family and everything's okay and you're financially stable, fine. You're doing a good job. Green flag. But if you're living at home with your parents because you're a bum and you're playing Xbox and smoking ganja,
well, that's what the gender things is different. Because as a female, I've been told that was a red flag because I pay for my own way.
Okay, watch this. I
just live at home with my parents. So what?
You were told that by who? You were told that by who?
Boys that don't matter. And I say boys with a B, boys.
Capital B.
American, right?
American boys, yes.
Thank you.
American boys. And they're like, why you live at home with your parents? I'm like,
I knew it.
I can.
That's why I asked you that. I knew they were American.
I mean, even if to be quite honest, I was out here really rebellious, dating you and still living at my parents' house. That was real rebellious.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Well,
that's allowed.
But I'm a female. But with women, if you flip it with American women, if they tell you I live with my parents, I work, I have a job, I have a car, I work for myself, I pay for my own bills. But if you tell them, oh yeah, you can't come back to my house because I live with my parents, that's a turnoff.
Yeah, in a general sense, a lot of guys, they might look at that as weird, but when you have a traditional type of mindset, then the way you go about things is a lot different. Because I've never had a problem with a woman that's still at home with her parents. Like I've actually had girlfriends that were living at home, and I could still go. I could still go over and stay the night. I just had because if the parents were cool with me, then it didn't matter.
You couldn't spend the night, not at my house, but.
Well, I could.
It was viewed as a certain type of way because even hubby had to do that. I was like, yeah, I live here. And it's like, well, what do you mean? I was like, yeah, I live here. I mean, if you want to, you can't stay in the night, but if you want to come over, you can come over and have dinner with us. But there's certain rules that you have to follow. And he's like, you're a grown ass woman.
No, I think what it is.
I was like, it has nothing to do with my age. It's just a respect.
Yep, exactly.
I don't have a problem if somebody's living at home with their family, right? I find it if they're doing it for the right reasons and they're financially stable and they're working hard and they're looking after their family and supporting the family household. Actually, I think it's very admirable and definitely a green flag, right? Of course, if you were to find the right person, then eventually your partner is going to say, look, it's all great for me to come around and spend time with you, but I don't want to spend time with you and your family.
Well, no, not you and your family. Like, it's not that. It's not that. I mean,
I see it happening all the time, where eventually the couple wants to move out. Because
okay, how about this? How about we flip it? Your parents don't. You don't live with your parents, but your parents live with you. Is that different?
Well, yeah.
You don't live with your parents, but your parents live with you. Is that different, Mark?
That's what I'm saying. It's the same sort of thing, though. It's the same sort of thing because I've seen it with relationships. In fact, I know one of the guys that is in a relationship at the moment. One of my best friends keeps telling me how. You know, his current partner lives with his mum, with her mum. Okay. And it's great that he gets to go around and they get to spend quality time. But every time she visits him, they get good quality time together. When he visits her, he has to tiptoe around the step mum, you know? And it's like one of those awkward situations where.
Facts cleaner.
Facts
cleaner.
You know,
money yeah, like that's what you should be like. It's perfectly normal, especially like people need to normalize especially in today's economy with everything is extra. Like it's perfectly normal. I don't think that you should kick your kid out, regardless if they're male or female.
Right.
You're 18. Like you're just setting them up for.
Yeah, but if you really think about it, though, I think a lot of that type of mindset is starting to die out now. Because a lot of people are understanding that in order for you to build wealth within the family, you have to practice something called group economics.
Group economics, like
You gotta
practice
practice
group
that.
economics. Like that's normal. That's not a bad thing at all. It's
Yeah,
perfectly
exactly.
I
normal. It
was
don't
thinking
matter
about
if
this,
it's
right?
male or female.
We should apply for some kind of online game show. We should go on Beast Games. You, me, Carmen, right? We'll get Tizzle. I don't know if Tizzle will be in. Yeah, well, you, me,
Hollywood
Carmen,
Squares.
Tizzle.
We should all go on Hollywood Squares.
Mhm.
We make a good team. But no, hang on. Yeah, I think it's okay. Like, I don't know. Living at home with parents, it's okay. It's not a good look when you're in your 20s. When you're in your 30s, it depends on your family. It depends on your family structure. It depends on your family structure.
Why is
No,
that
it
not
depends
normal?
I'm just saying it depends on the family structure.
I don't
It
think it
depends.
depends on the family structure at all. If you can, why not? Because that's just setting you up for more success. Like
Well,
that's
because I think it's nice to branch out. So I've got a large family, yeah, a massive family. If we all stayed in the same place, yeah, we'd end up becoming like an inbred society at some point. Right. We need
the lack of privacy.
we need to branch out. We need to get out there. You know, we need to like spread across the whole of the UK. Like, so when someone like
but Mark, if you think about it, see, I'm in America and you're in the UK, and I'm pretty sure that we can make the same types of observations, right? So when families come over that are from different countries, why is it that when they move there and they're immigrants, it doesn't take that many generations before they establish some kind of wealth? Whether it's Nigerian people, Chinese people, like Asian people come to America all the time. African people come to America all the time. Indian people come to America all the time, and Middle Eastern people come to America all the time. And what they do is they practice group economics, and they work together, and they keep the money in the family, and they build something up for themselves, and they send money back to their country.
Then I would put another caveat to that. When we got married, hubby and I got married, my parents even told them, and I told them, I was like, look, we live in an apartment right now. We want to live in a house. And I told them, I was like, babe, my parents own their home. They bought their homes years ago.
Right.
Now they, I basically they own the house that I grew up in.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, they bought it years ago, whatever, they own it. And I told us, like, we can live with my parents until, and he's like, absolutely not. We cannot. And I'm just like, why not? That is that's normal. Can you not live with your in-laws?
Yeah, but Carmen, Carmen,
that's like perfectly normal. I was like, I'm not about to smash you when I know your damn parents are down the hall. I'm
but Carmen, you got to understand something. You got to understand something.
Like there's nothing wrong with that.
No, I get it, but you got to understand something. And the black population in America, we have so many generations. Hold on, see, look, Mark is not. You can't live with your
in-laws. Mark,
you're not
can
separating
you live with
it.
your in-laws? I want to see both. Mark, can you live with your in-laws?
That's if he was married.
Not forever. Not forever. If you were married, not forever. I'm not saying forever. I'm saying for the next, I don't know, you're trying to buy your own home. 2 years. For 2 years. Can you live with your in-laws for 2 years?
If I have to.
Okay.
That little laugh just said no, hell no. Okay.
No, but you gotta understand. You gotta understand something.
Can you live with your in-laws for 2 years? And 2 years is a perfectly good amount of time for you to save up money to buy your own home.
Yeah, I can. Normal. Yeah, I'll be able to. And you want to know why?
Tell me.
Because I'm not going to marry one of these ghetto black women.
See, that's normal. See, that's what I'm saying. That is perfectly normal for you to live with either in-laws, my in-laws or the father.
Look. Because if I marry one of these ghetto black women,
I said if I have to. I said I'll do it. I said I'll do it.
You know what's gonna happen? If they're gonna tell me no you can't live here. You're the man. You need to be providing for my daughter. They're not gonna do it. And let's say that they do. Okay, well, if you stay here, you're gonna have to pay these bills. They're not gonna. They're not gonna.
That's the wrong way of thinking. That's what
I'm saying, and that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you.
Right. Hang on.
So the Black American population has been under so many decades of not having a strong father in the household that everything is flipped. So anytime any type of male presence come in, whether it's the daughter's boyfriend or whoever, they're gonna try to put you in that provider role in the household that you don't even have control over.
But I think when people think of this idea, you just think that you just get a free ride. Ain't nobody getting a free ride, first of all.
Yeah, it's not even that.
It's not even that. You both working, but why put yourself in a struggling position to progress? Like you put yourself like that's normal. In my eyes, I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Facts.
You working, ain't nobody. No, there is two man of the household working. They go out and they work and they build. That's what you're supposed to do. And that there's 2 women, 3 women, if you have multiple, like they're in the household. Like nobody's saying that, okay, you just get to bum off of us. No,
right.
You are working.
Carmen.
No, Carmen's right. Carmen's right.
No. I think the problem is because of the hypothetical scenario that you're presenting to us. Yeah,
it's not hypothetical. That's the thing.
Hang on. It is, and I'll tell you why. Because you presented the scenario and you said, "Would you live with your mother-in-law?" Yeah, right. And that's a very hypothetical scenario, isn't it? The fact is, I don't have any in-laws, right, in the first place, and also depends on.
Well, I don't have in-laws either.
Hang on. And it also depends on whether I actually really have a good relationship, right, with those in-laws in the first place. You would like to think that if you've got a good relationship with your partner, then you've got a good, solid relationship with the in-laws as well. You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? I mean, it would be a very difficult, awkward relationship if you didn't get on with your in-laws. But there are lots of partners out there, and I've seen them that don't get along with the in-laws. So I'm saying it's a very hypothetical situation because I've seen it from different angles. Some people do live with the in-laws, and some people can't stand the in-laws.
Get along. You don't have to 1,000% agree with your in-laws, but you still have a mutual respect for your in-laws.
Facts.
Because that is your in-laws. So when you're
could you live with them?
When you get married, you are unifying 2 families. So if you really dislike your in-laws that much, then maybe you shouldn't be marrying that person. I am sorry, but it is.
Well, you can't really say that though.
I can. Yes, I can.
No.
How are you supposed to marry someone if you hate?
Carmen.
Hate your in-laws? I can disagree with my.
Wait.
So, I disagree with my in-laws.
So Carmen. If you didn't get along with your husband's mom, would you break up with him?
Yes.
No.
Stop the cap.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
No way.
No,
I don't believe that.
I disagree.
I don't believe that.
I disagree with my mother-in-law all the time. I disagree. I don't hate my mother-in-law. I do not. But if I just flat out disliked her, like I can't stand her, I can't stand to be in the same room with her, I cannot marry your son because you raised your son. You raised your son.
Carmen, I don't believe you. Carmen, I don't believe you.
Why?
I don't believe you.
Why?
Because and I'll tell you why. Because if you're placing that much stake on the mom's opinion versus the goals and vision that you have for building with your husband, that's a you problem.
I'm marrying into the family,
but listen,
unifying the family. Like, what are you talking about? I cannot dislike your mom.
Carmen. What matters more in the grand scheme of things? Your happiness or the impact and the success of the marriage?
No, my happiness. Our happiness. Obviously, but I'm saying, like, I cannot dislike your mother or
Carmen.
or your in-laws that much.
Carmen,
Like, no,
I think you're
cannot.
lying. Carmen, I think you're lying.
lying.
I think you're
Have you ever heard
lying.
the joke about having? Have you
I
ever
think
heard
I
the,
think you're
the
lying,
joke
Carmen.
about
Okay.
I think you're lying. I don't believe that.
happiness in the
You don't
household?
believe
No, I
it?
don't. No, I don't. No, I don't.
I said I disagree with my mother-in-law all the time.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
if you
hate her.
but listen to what I'm telling you. If the man got down on one knee and he proposed to you and asked you to be his missus, okay, he's already letting you know, hey, I'm all in. I'm all in, and you agree, okay, baby, I'm all in too. You can't let outside influences break up what you guys have already discussed and are planning on building. Now, if y'all don't like each other, y'all don't have to move in. Y'all can figure that out. But you can't allow what she's saying to stop you. Now, if anything, she probably won't tell you. She might tell him, I don't want you marrying her, but then that's his decision to make.
That's true. That is very true.
He's the leader. He's the leader.
Well, two things can be true at the same time. Like
I get that, but I don't believe you though.
You can't.
I don't believe you,
say
Carmen.
that. I'm like, I respect you, but I cannot hate your mother. At the end of the day, she's your damn mother. Oh, did she not raise you? That's different. Now, if we're gonna get into the nitty gritty of it, I'm like, okay, well,
he's still making his own decisions though. You're skipping over that part. You don't think about
my in-laws play a part of my family because when we married, we unite family. So
Carmen, I can tell you why I know you're lying. You don't believe that.
Oh my God.
No,
why?
No, because you
tell me how I feel. Okay,
hold on, hear me out. Because no matter where you go, you're always gonna, no matter where you go and what type of job you have, you're always gonna have at least one person that you can't stand, but you got to figure out how to make it work because you need that money and the goal of what you
No.
Carmen.
This is my family.
Carmen.
When we get married, my mother-in-law is my
Carmen.
family. That's why we're marrying. So no, I
Carmen.
have to like my mother-in-law.
Carmen, no, you don't. Stop it. You know why? Because if you're looking at, does the success of our relationship matter more than the relationship, more than me and your mom getting along? Which one matters more? You getting along with the mom or the success and building of the relationship?
I'm saying that shouldn't even be a choice. I should be, because now you're bringing into a whole. This is my family. Now let's bring in children into this.
I still don't believe you, Carmen.
If I don't like you, do you believe that I'm going to bring my babies around you? Do I trust you? Like, you have to think of all this consideration. We were just talking about would you live with your in-laws? Would you live with your in-laws, yours or hers? Would you live with your in-laws? And if you don't like your in-laws, that's different. Like that's you gotta discuss that.
Carmen, I swear.
You unite families.
Mr. Anonymous Space is riling you up, yeah. He's baiting you into this. I can see it.
Hey,
look, I can see it.
Look, Mark is putting on his cape and he's trying to save you.
Oh my gosh.
Because he's looking, he sees you as a damsel in distress.
Saving, bro, hang on. That makes no sense. Why would I need to save Superwoman? She can look after herself.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
Look, the overall point that I'm trying to make, Carmen, is if the goal of what you and your husband are trying to accomplish matters to you as much as you say it does, sometimes you may have to bite your tongue. Sometimes you have to pick your battles. Okay? She may not like you. She may not stand you. Oh, don't bring her to my house, mijo. Don't bring her over here. Okay, I won't. Sometimes you gotta pick and choose your battles because the success or failure of the relationship is what matters to you. You can get into it with the mom all the time, but you're not married to her. You're indirectly connected to her, and you might have to interact with her, but you're not married to her. You're married to her son, and her son is making the decision for his life.
But you're right. But essentially, you're not just marrying her. You're not just. I didn't just marry him.
Okay,
I married
Carmen.
his family too. You
Carmen.
marry me, and you marry my family too. Now,
Yeah, but I'm not gonna care about what your sisters and brothers think.
In the
what your mama says.
Decisions and the essential decisions that preside within you and me, should they not have a say? Of course not, because this is between you and me.
Okay.
But I cannot comfortably marry somebody, and I think the other person should not comfortably marry somebody else like me if you can't stand their family. They're there. We're
Carmen.
unifying two families. Like, what are
Carmen,
you
stop
talking
it.
about?
Carmen, stop it.
Oh,
Stop
okay.
it.
So we just not supposed to talk to anybody. Okay, got it.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is this. A lot of the most strong relationships that end up getting formed, they didn't always start out liking each other. A lot of very strong and loyal bonds started out with people that couldn't stand each other, and over time, they start to slowly interact, and then next thing you know what? I couldn't stand that dude you brought home. But you know what? Now that I've gotten to know him a little bit, you know what? He's all right.
Well, yeah, that happens in the dating period. So if you're going by your logic, then what's the point of asking my father for my hand in marriage? You asked my father, right? Before you asked me to be your wife.
Yeah, but he could. Yeah,
my dad.
Right.
And be
He
like,
could. But okay, but he could tell me no.
Your daughter.
Right,
So
but he
if
could
my
tell me
dad
no.
Cannot stand you.
He could tell me no.
What's the point?
But he can tell me no, and I can still marry you anyway. Because
but you don't have his blessing.
I don't need his blessing because we can elope. If you down with me,
the whole point is for
Carmen,
my father
Carmen,
to give me away.
Carmen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Carmen. You're talking about it in a traditional sense, and I get it, and I understand.
That's the point.
Hold on.
The point. In a traditional sense.
Listen.
You don't ask me for my hand in marriage.
I get it. I get it.
And my father gives me.
Carmen, I understand that. I understand.
From your covenant, from my father covenant.
I understand. I understand. I understand that. I understand what you're saying 100%. What I'm telling you is, if my mind is made up, and I already discussed the game plan with you, and you're on board with what we're trying to do, I don't care about what he's talking about. I don't care about what he's talking about. Hold on. No, hold on.
Okay, all right.
Carmen.
Don't tell me, Carmen. Don't do that.
Carmen, if you and I are up here and we're on the same page, and you want to go on the ride with me, hey, it is what it is.
I cannot
everybody
marry. No, I can't.
Everybody ain't gonna always agree, Carmen.
And that's true. And
everybody's not gonna always agree.
You're right. And I'm looking at a traditional sense. I cannot, in good mind, in good faith, I cannot marry you if you don't go to my father first. And that might be old school. That might be traditional. Fine. But I don't mean this weird. Let's not make it weird and creepy. The first man that I fell in love with was my father. He is the standard.
Okay.
So you need to go to him. If he does not like you, if he doesn't feel like you're a right fit for me, that is a problem.
Hang on.
Me,
what do you mean by that?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Carmen? Go ahead.
By what? Which part?
Elaborate.
Which part? The first man that I ever fell in love with was my father. It is.
Well, I understand that part.
I get what you mean, but if a man says that, then they would be.
If my dad said, I don't think this is the right person. If my dad does not like you, and he's like, I don't think you should marry him. He asked me for your hand in marriage, and I don't think that you should give it to him because this, that, and the other. Yes, that is a problem. Then I'm gonna ask my father, like, well, why do you think he's the right man for me? Because again, I love my dad. My dad, I don't want to sound weird. I keep saying I don't want to sound weird, but I guess it is weird. Whatever. That is he is the measuring pole. So if he doesn't like you,
spoke about it before.
So there's something wrong with you because my dad is the measuring. He is the first man I ever fell in love with. Not in a romance way.
I know.
saying.
I get it.
Yeah,
he is the measuring pole. He is the measuring pole. So if the measuring pole says he's not the right man for you, I'm gonna be like, okay, well maybe he's not.
Carmen. You know why I don't. Carmen, you know why I don't believe you. You know why? Hold on. You know why I don't believe that? Because there's countless times where a girl is dating a guy. The guy meets the dad. Dad don't like him. And the girl still and she'll justify staying with him anyway. And sometimes she'll cut her family off to be with that dude.
And then at the end of the day, she will release. She wasted her years, probably have children by him, but that no longer with that dude.
But that wasn't my argument. My argument wasn't about what happens down the road. My argument was about them getting along and forging a bond.
But you save all of that. You save all of the hardship if you would listen to your parents to begin with.
Yeah, but your parents ain't right about 100% of everything, Carmen.
If you talking about marriage, like if I am introducing you to my family, to my parents, that's something different. If they don't like you, that is a problem. And hell, flip it. Take the focus off on me. If his family doesn't like me, I'm like, why doesn't your family? I mean, I know I'm different. But
yeah, all y'all say that.
Are they willing to get to know me? Are they willing to know that I, at the bottom of my heart, I care for you. I want the best for you. I am here for you. Like that's a problem. That's weird. I cannot stay with a man and knowing that his parents hate me. Like that's weird.
Carmen, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. If I'm destined for greatness and I'm chasing greatness, I don't care about who likes me and who doesn't. If I pick you, hold on.
Including your in-laws.
Hold on. I don't care, Carmen. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't. Because if I'm picking you to take on this journey with me, it's me and you against the world. I don't care what nobody got to say. If they don't like it, they can get taken out too. And that's how I feel about it. They can get taken out too. Because what's going to end up happening, Carmen, is they may say, oh, he's a little rough around the edges. I don't know how I feel about this guy. But then if they pay attention to how I am with you, they're going to start to look at it a little different. You know what? I kind of wasn't feeling this dude at first. He kind of rubbed me the wrong way. But you know what? I could kind of see him being my son-in-law. I could kind of see us kicking it and hanging out.
But they like you at the end of the day.
That's what I'm telling you. It may not always be like that in the beginning. That was my argument. Because moms make bad judgment calls and dads make bad judgment calls too. Dad ain't always right and mama ain't always right. That's my point.
That's true. I can agree with that.
All right then, there you go.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
That was my whole point. That was my whole argument. Just because somebody don't like me in the beginning, don't mean that they don't get to like me later.
No, but your argument at the beginning was, okay, it don't matter if they like me or not.
It doesn't.
You didn't say, well,
it doesn't.
They may not like me in the beginning, but at the end of the day, they're gonna end up liking me.
Carmen, I said that several times within my argument. You can rewind it and watch it back. I said that several times on the mom side and the dad side. I said that. So if you're about me and you understand what I'm about and you rocking with me, cool. That's the only thing that matters to me. Your mama may not like me, your brother may not like me, sister may not like me, and your homegirls may not like me. Oh, why you with him? But if you love me and you really about me, and we're up here, come on, let's go.
No one
let's
likes
go.
You, no one likes me.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that.
I mean, I'm not saying that they might not like you from the beginning, but if they don't like you at all, it's a problem.
What are you gonna do about it?
But if they don't like me, this is the thing, Carmen. At some point, you're gonna come across something about that person that you like. You may not like everything else, but you're gonna find at least one thing about a person that you're all right with. You may not be a big fan of them. I'm not saying all that, but you're gonna find at least one thing about a person that you're okay with. And a lot of times that tends to be what makes the opinion shift. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, hell, I don't like my mother-in-law, but I mean, I don't hate her.
But you still married him anyway. Thank you for
Again, I don't hate her. I don't hate her, but there's some things I disagree with. A lot of things I disagree with her, but I don't hate her.
But you pick your battles and you make it work.
That's
right?
True.
Okay,
yeah,
that was my
No,
argument earlier.
Hold up, bro. Why are you telling Carmen how good she is at holding down her relationship? I mean, I'm sure she knows what she's doing in her relationship.
Because she's still married and she tried to say I didn't know what I was talking about. That's why.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, like
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, AB. I did not say that.
You tried to argue me down like I didn't know what I was talking about. That's
I did not.
That's not.
I definitely did not.
Stop the cap.
Okay.
Carmen.
I definitely did not.
Okay. You'll see it on the playback. You'll see it on the playback. That's all right. But see that was a good exchange though, because a lot of times things like that have to happen to where you got to push through the emotions. At least on my side, if I'm being met with resistance for the things I'm saying, I understand that sometimes I have to weather that battle to get my point across. Because at some point, your emotions are going to run out and my logic is still going to hold tough. No matter what.
Yeah.
And this is the part. And this is the part where you're about to grab your glass and take a sip of your drink.
I'm grabbing my glasses, yes. I did not do that.
It's the part where you're about to get the glass and sip the drink.
I did not do that.
Not yet, but you will. You will.
No.
You're doing it just to spite me for what I said.
I don't even know how we got into this part of the conversation. We were talking about, can you live with your in-laws or not? That's what we were talking about.
Yeah, I know. And you were talking about how you have to have a good solid relationship in order to live with them.
Yes.
And all that type of stuff. Right, I get it.
Yeah.
But does anybody else have anything on that first question? No? Okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead and keep it pushing. So if you just now tuning in to the live stream, or if you've been rocking with us the whole show, make sure to give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live action, click the link that is pinned to the top of the chat. All right. So we're going to go ahead and keep the show pushing. Give a big shout out to Carmen. Give a big shout out to Mark. And you know what? Before I bring up this next question, I got something for you, Mark.
Right.
Something you're gonna like.
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Okay. Let's go.
All right. Check this out. It's something that I made for you earlier.
Very good. I appreciate it, man. I mean, look.
I like that. Look at Mark.
All cool and suave and debonair.
I like it a lot. I appreciate what you did. Okay, I appreciate what you did.
But wait. There's more. There's more. Because I did a couple for Carmen, so I think that it's only right that I did a couple of them for you too.
Do you know what? I actually really like that. I like this one. I'll tell you why I like this one, because I'm going to use this. Yeah, I'm actually going to use this in my next.
I'll send them to you. And
Carmen,
I'll send you the ones I made you too.
Yeah.
That looks very like me, because you got my teeth, my goofy my goofy teeth in there, but it looks very realistic.
And you see how I got the little Nova Bear at the bottom too?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. I appreciate it. I mean, I dabbled in a lot of this AI generated imagery for a lot of time. You know, if you go to my YouTube, you'll see that a lot of my music is AI generated music, and of course AI.
Look, see, Cleaner's rocking with it too. Shout out to Cleaner. He been going crazy in the chat.
Can I also say?
Cleaner should join the chat.
Can I say something to Scott and Zinga, or actually, AKA Zinga and Scott?
Go ahead.
Yeah, if they're watching. Do you remember I said to? Do you remember I said to Scott? I said I called him weak in amongst a little bit of one of our debates that we had before. I don't think he's weak. You know, I want to redact that statement because it was in the heat of a debate that we were having, and I used that word to kind of highlight a point within a debate and an argument. I don't think he's a weak person at all whatsoever. And it would be great to have the likes of Zinga and Scott come back into this podcast, because I enjoy
they definitely will. I just figured since they've been busy and stuff, they're probably gonna go out for Valentine's Day tonight.
Yeah, and also what's the other guy's name? I forget his name. The guy with the cap. I forget his name again. He's got like that cap that goes always.
Mo Rebuttal.
Mo Rebuttal. Yeah.
Yeah. We also, I want to also say to him that he should bring it as well, bring it back, because I enjoy arguing and debating with him.
Where are you from? I know you're British, but Mark, what part of Britain? Because there's Scotland, there's Wales, there's where,
and then Northern Ireland. No,
because I'm so serious. It's like there's Scotland and there's Great Britain is all of it. There's Wales, there's like what?
No, that's the United Kingdom. That's the United Kingdom.
That's all of them, right? Scotland, UK, Northern Ireland, but all of them make Great Britain. But where are you from? There's Wales, which is a smaller country, and then there's
Scotland,
but
and Northern Ireland. And Northern Ireland.
Right, hang on. Right, I've already Googled Puerto Rico on the map. Yeah, after our last discussion, I know exactly where. Like,
well, I'm not Puerto Rican, Mark. I'm another island, but I want to know where you are.
Yeah, you can't insult her like that, Mark.
Right. So I live near London. I was born in London.
Oh, okay.
Actually. Yeah. And I live I moved to about an hour's drive away from London. So I live like in southeast England. Right. So about an hour from London, about an hour or two from the coast, if you like.
London, okay.
Kind of. An offshoot of London. So Hampshire, there's a county. I live in a county called Hampshire. I shouldn't say this because I already flashed around my silver online earlier, and now I'm telling people my fucking region.
Well, don't go into specifics. We don't want the crazy people on there that go stuck. You know,
right.
Don't do
but
that.
Anyway, this disclaimer: if you're going to come and rob me up, good luck. Good luck.
All right, so moving on, we're gonna go ahead and bring in
hang on. Common. I'll just look it up on the map. Hampshire.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
All right, so next question. Why do some people fear money while others chase it? I'll read it one more time. Why do some people fear money while others chase it? Yeah, go ahead and take some time to think.
I'm confused because
No, I'm not thinking.
I'm
I'm being
confused.
patient.
I think everybody is chasing money, not fear of it. If anything, that's the goal, to chase money. Who would want to run away from money? I'm confused.
Just
Go
think
on,
about it.
go on. Hang on. Rewind. Let's go back.
I'll give a little bit of context to it. So when the question is saying why do some people fear money, what I mean by that is a lot of people have a scarcity mindset. They look at things as like the glass half full. And so they're in this constant mental state of not being enough. And so they base their inadequacies on not having the money, and they blame their problems on money. So then it creates this unnecessary fear that they have of it. And it puts them in this perpetual cycle of making bad decisions and justifying why they don't want to improve. So they blame money and they blame rich people for their problems.
So you're talking about more money, more problems, like Biggie said?
So it depends on what you do with the money that brings problems, but yeah, in a general sense.
Yeah.
Mate. Okay, I really like that. So this is what I feel. Okay, coming through is that a lot of people got, people always want what they can't have, and people tend to, let's say, for example, compare what they don't have to what other people have, right? And we live in a world where some people are very resentful. I've seen that class of people, that class of the left-wing ideological people that go, we want now like to penalize multimillionaires in society because, right? And so I understand it, right? They hate the concept of capitalism. And it's like, wow, hang on a sec, right? So it's like, they want to tax the rich. They want to tax the rich in order to ensure more equitable or equal outcomes in society, so that people, and we live in a very capitalist world, and a lot of people don't like that concept, and they want to see it being a more fair and just world and society. And
yeah, but what is fair and just?
Well, that wasn't my question. I'm just
I know. I'm just asking for a little more clarity on that. I'm not saying that that's your mindset, but you brought that into it. And you're right.
It's not my mindset. It was my mindset a long time ago.
Right.
That's how I'm able to talk about that. Because if it wasn't my mindset, I wouldn't have been able to understand it in the first place. Right. But what I'm saying is that I've understood that at the end of the day, we do still live in a dog-eat-dog world, and a battle of the fittest, and we do live in that capitalist world. It's just that we have to ensure that as we work towards capitalism and raise standards, that we can ensure that we don't leave people behind at the same time, because we don't want to see poverty. We don't want to see people on the streets. But what we want to be able to do is utilize that capitalist money to be able to then present that and help other people that are less fortunate for themselves. Hence why we have social services. Now, you don't like the idea or the concept of social services, but
I'm okay with it. Oh, I'm okay with it.
Right.
To a degree.
Okay, good.
To a degree.
Yeah, to a degree. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to enable people, but there is a certain expectation, a certain. I would go to say even a certain duty as a community in all. Like, there is a certain duty that you have to be able to provide for other people to an extent, not enable them into their behavior, but to help them until they're able to get back on their feet. That is your duty if you're making more as the average Joe.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I say I'm okay with it to a degree is because I don't like seeing able-bodied fat people getting a whole bunch of food stamps and getting a whole bunch of free stuff that I gotta pay for. When you're able to work and you just want to be fat and lazy and just be like, oh well, I need food stamps and I need Section 8. No, you need to get a job. You need to lose weight.
Yeah,
you need to change your mindset.
That's
you need to get your life together.
what it's to understand. I mean, I am not against all socialism. If you want to be socialism, that's fine. I mean,
you mean social services?
No,
yeah, social services. I think is different to socialism because I think we need to really pinpoint that. Yeah, major difference. Yeah, major. Difference.
I mean, Canada does it all the time. Canada.
Yeah, social services would be like the fire brigade. The fire brigade. You want a social service like the fire brigade. You want a social education
to a certain extent. Like to a certain extent.
Yeah, but you don't want socialism. Because socialism, as soon as it's an ideology, isn't it? Socialism, and that's the difference between social services and socialism, I think. So I think it was important to.
And it's funny because, and it's funny when you start to understand it when you realize who came up with the concept of socialism. That's all I'm saying. All right, so real quick, Cleaner 409 has a question for Carmen. He says, what duty do women have in society? I heard Carmen state what duty she believes wealthy men have, and it's the same thing modern feminists say about rich men, but rich women, they say, you go, girl. So what duty do women have in society, Carmen?
Are you gonna play your little sound effect? I was waiting for the sound effect. Duty of a woman, a feminine woman, is to be your helpmate. That's
no,
what it is.
No. He said in society. He didn't say in a relationship.
In society?
Yeah.
Nurture. That's our duty as a woman, even in society. So we nurture society. There will be no society without women. That's what we give birth. So we are there.
No, that's if you choose to.
No, that's kind of our purpose. But okay,
Carmen, that's if you
that's
choose
our purpose.
to.
No, that's our purpose. So
I know, but you can choose. But you can choose not to do it.
To Cleaner 409 question is what the duty of women have to in society to serve society, to nurture society. That is why we are there. So that's what I would say. That is the answer. Now, all women do it. Oh, you choose to? Okay, that's a whole different conversation. Well, I believe is the duty we give birth. That's our purpose in life. But that's separate.
I find the concept of female empowerment quite scary. Yeah, as a concept. If I were to be, let's say, conspiratorial and be a bit Orwellian thinking mindset, yeah, and look to a future where women run the world, I can quite easily envisage
women are not meant to run the world,
enslaving men and milking them like cows.
No, I don't think you should enslave anybody, and that's just what it is. Like it's that's what it is. If man's purpose is to protect and serve, that's why men are in the military, correct? That's why men are in the military. Ideally, yes, women are able to serve in the military, but you
think women are vengeful?
The first time, so it's our job to nurture and maintain society.
Sure, but do you not feel that women are quite vengeful? Vengeful, like as in, right? If they were to actually take hold of power, right? The first thing they would.
Shout out to Mark.
Bang, bang.
Well, yes, women are quite vengeful. He's coming back.
Shout out to Mark. See, you see how he was getting ready to say some nonsense, and then his internet started acting up.
Ain't no nonsense. He's right. Women can be quite vengeful. He's right.
No, he was talking. He was describing this whole thing about women getting power and all this other type of nonsense. But I'm gonna hear him out when he comes back. I'm gonna hear him out. I'm gonna hear him out. See what he has to say. Oh,
he come back.
Yeah, he must. Yeah, his connection timed out. Look, for all the gamers that are used to playing online games, this type of thing happens all the time where people get timed out, and then they have to join the game again. But you know, shout out to Mark. So when it comes to what Cleaner's question was about women having a duty to society, this is basically what he was saying. So he said men's duty in society is to fight for it, build it, and maintain it. Okay, cool. Women's duty is to socialize it and make it worth fighting for, building, and maintaining.
I agree. Women, we are the people that we nurture. We are the.
Well, you guys are the first teachers of the culture.
Yeah, exactly. We are the culture.
So we've been going through this cultural shift where the women are being told, you don't need no man, you can do whatever you want to do. So then what do you think that they're socializing their kids to believe?
That's not our role.
I know.
And that is why the culture is so imbalanced now. Because now women want equality, these feminists, new age feminists, they want equality, they want all of this. I'm like, no, you want equality. If you fighting for equality, be equal to the entire extent, not just be equal when it's convenient for you. Because under the same breath, they'd be like, oh, we want equal. I can be big, I can be big battle by myself. No, you can't. Because as soon as somebody breaks into your house,
now you're a victim.
You're gonna be looking at him like, okay, are you gonna get up? No, we equal, right? Okay,
yeah,
so it's your turn to get up.
Yeah, there's a term for that.
Which is what?
It's called a Schrodinger's feminist.
Is that what it is?
That's exactly what it. That's exactly what it is. A Schrodinger's feminist is a feminist that simultaneously sees themselves as equal to men and independent, but at the same time they see themselves as empowered, but at the same time they see themselves as a victim, and then they pick and choose which side they want to be on based on what benefits them.
But see, that's the thing. Like, we're not equal to men, and for whatever reason, women find that as an insult. I don't know why. Certain women find that as an insult. I'm not equal to. I'm not. We're not supposed to be. People, we're not supposed to be equal to a man. It's women and men have strength and they have weaknesses, which is why we get together. That was God's vision for us. That's right. What it is. I am not supposed. When somebody breaks into my home, oh, Mark, hi. Oh, he froze again. He said my name.
Shout out to Mark. Well, because I wanted him to finish what he was saying.
Yeah, me too.
There he goes.
Who?
You.
Who?
Yeah, sorry. I had bad internet connection. I couldn't hear what you're saying.
Well, no, because where you left off is where you were talking about how there's some concept of women gaining power and enslaving men or something like that.
Yeah.
That's what you were saying.
Oh no, it's a hypothetical. Like, obviously, like I was asking. Like, I always imagined that if women were to, take over, they would always have that sense of, I don't know, like we wanted to prove the men how worthless they were. They want to get a vendetta, like retribution, and they will probably like just be horrible to us. We know that how women can be, towards each other. We know, like, the difference. Yeah, and I feel that if women were to take power, then like ultimate power, but like we said before, I don't think it can really happen anyway. So it's just a hypothetical, you know. I'm talking like dystopian stuff. They just chain us up and like milk us or something. If that's what they wish to happen. But of course, you would like to think there would be a sense of democracy as well, wouldn't you? You'd like to think that actually, you know, it's very ignorant for me to say that. It's very ignorant for me to say that because that's hypothetical. I can't really see what the future's actually going to be like. I mean, what if women are in charge and they actually create the next utopia and everything's full of flowers and stuff?
Stop the cap.
I can't imagine it happening.
Yeah, because it never will. All right, so Carmen, I'll go ahead and let you read this chat because this is Cleaner's response to you.
Okay, this is my response to what I said. The importance of why I asked about the duties comes down to the basics. It relates to why some men are in scarcity mindset versus an abundance of mindset.
Abundance mindset.
Oh, yes, you're right. Abundance of mindset. Women are a little different onto why of the mindset.
There you go. And he also says men will go into a scarcity mindset when survival is in question. Modern women go into a scarcity mindset when wants are in question. Oh, that's a good point.
Well, hold up.
I can see that. So you're saying like,
hey, that's a good point.
I can see that.
That's a good point.
No. There's a difference between scarcity and protection mindset. Yeah. So scarcity mindset and protection mindset are two different things. An abundant mindset. Once you've got an abundance mindset, yeah, that is it. Once you understand that the world is your oyster, yeah, that the world is the fruit of our labor, that the world is the tree that provides the fruit. Yeah, you realize that everything is in abundance. Okay, there's a difference between a fear-based mindset and a scarcity mindset versus an abundance mindset. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what you have to understand is, right, what is wealth in the first place, right? A lot of people will argue, well, health is wealth. Correct, right? Correct. Health absolutely is wealth. But how do you maintain your health if you don't have the money, right, and the funds to be able to maintain your health in the first place? So
good question.
What is health? Health absolutely is wealth, right? But hang on, right? So like we were saying earlier, there are people out there that live in society, right, with lots of money in their bank, right? I know lots of people with lots of money in their bank that live like paupers and they choose to live that way. And it's like, why do you choose to live that way? It's like, you have an option. You have an option. Some people don't have options, right? They don't have options. And so scarcity mindset versus abundance mindset, right, is great for us here in the Western Hemisphere to talk about. It's great. It's all well and good, right? So long as you're in a certain position, you can talk about that. You know, you can't talk about abundance mindset if you're raised in a place that is where you're being tortured, where you've been tortured from birth. Yeah, there are people out there that do struggle. Well, kind of. I mean, you can find God. A lot of people do, right? A lot of people dig deep, right? I understand they go through the suffering, but I'm saying that it's
having a scarcity mindset or an abundance mindset has nothing to do with whether you believe in God or not. That doesn't have a religious basis to it. Yeah, that doesn't really have a religious basis to it. How? I don't think that has a religious basis to it. Yeah, I don't think that having a scarcity mindset or an abundance mindset has a religious basis to it. And the reason I say that is because you have atheists that are rich, you have Christians that are rich, You have Muslims that are rich, you have Buddhists that are rich, and so on and so forth. So being that you have an abundance of people that are wealthy that come from different sorts of religious backgrounds or beliefs, it's not about the religion or the it's not about the religious foundation that they have. It's a mindset thing. That's the commonality.
Right. So hang on.
Not,
I think
not
you're
religion.
missing a point. I think you're missing a point. I think you're actually in agreement again. Oh, I hate it when you do this. You always do this, man. I swear, right? You're a tongue twister. You're a tongue
really?
Twister. Yeah, you're a tongue twister because we start an agreement and then you go, nah, actually, and then he's like, what? I swear, that's why you're good at your job. That's why you're good at your job.
Well, I mean, I'm an active listener.
Sure, it's great. But what I'm saying is, hang on, what we were talking about, the abundance mindset thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to say to you that if a person is born into the world who is unfortunate without any sense of gratification or abundance or a good family or kind of raised in that, what we were talking about earlier, perhaps they're not going to have that same sense of viewing the world as if it's their oyster. They're not going to see the world as their oyster. They're going to see the world as their drain, the swamp that is there, the big monster that is there to take them down, you know? And so abundance has to be in the mindset. And if you're born, right, very poor off, like not very well off, you know, by a group of parents, a bunch of parents that are just putting you down because you're not feeling good. And they go, oh, that's because capitalism. You go, okay, oh, great. And then you go, yeah, we hate capitalism. We hate money. The world is, you know, and that's all I'm saying. So they're just basically acting like idiots. It's simple. It's very simple. It's not difficult. Right.
I mean, I think
I get what you're saying with that, but see, when it comes to the mindset thing, I kind of look at it one of two ways. Either you chose to adopt that mindset or somebody gave it to you.
Right.
I don't think you could get a mindset in any other way than either you adopt it yourself through coming, you know, based on information that you come across, or somebody gives it to you.
Bro, that's the whole point. That's what we were talking about earlier. That's what I was saying. So, like, when you're raised and you're not taught about how to appreciate money in the first place, yeah, if you have no sense of appreciation for what money actually does for you, and you're looking and you're taught that way, then you're not going to have that sense of appreciation in the first place. Sometimes, right, you're led down the right path, yeah? Sometimes you have to take your own path. Sometimes you get lost down the path and take the wrong direction. Sometimes you bump into somebody as you're going down the wrong direction, and then they point you back in the right direction. All I'm saying is that sometimes people carry on down the wrong direction. Yeah. I'm not saying it's their fault. I'm saying that everybody has the power to empower themselves. That's why they need to come and watch the Oxide Station podcast, because we're here to help everybody. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's definitely a mindset. Like I don't think you can put an actual, just because you're rich doesn't make you happy. I mean, we were just talking about people didn't know they were poor until they realized what other people had. Like you can be poor, you can be rich. It's a state of mind. People with the biggest fortunes end up unaliving themselves because they're not. And they have all the money in the world, and they unalive themselves. They have all the money and the resources in the world, and they still end up lonely. They still end up sad. They still end up not within themselves. And even people in the other side, people who can be to you and I are like, oh, these people are just poor as hell. They don't know that they poor. They just know that, oh, they're poor because you told them to. oh yeah, you poor because you can't afford what I can afford. What the hell are you to tell them that? So I think it's just all of it is a mindset, whether you're poor or you're rich, all of that whole caste system. If some people fear money, you gain money or not. Money is just no, money doesn't make you happy. Money can get you things, but who's to say that if you get those things through money, you're going to be happy with it?
Well, I mean, they say money can't buy happiness, but it's a pretty good down payment.
And they also say with more money comes more problems. So
yeah, but the problems come from what you do with the money.
No, the problems comes with and you can also buy demons from it.
I understand. I understand that part of it, but I don't believe in that whole term "more money, more problems." That's not true. Just because you have money, you automatically have problems now.
You have a different type of problem. So, and at what point is it enough for you? Okay, so you have money. How much money is it enough? Because the problem with getting money
there is no dollar amount.
Exactly. So you're constantly, the question is the fear of getting money or the chase of it. You never stop chasing the money. Even if you have $1 billion, $1 billion, you're still going to be chasing for more and more and more and more.
No,
nothing is going to do that. Nothing is going to suffice.
Yeah, but this is the point. This is the point, right? So this goes back to what we said earlier. Yeah. So, right. First of all, you should never chase, right, your tail, right? Because otherwise it's a never-ending circle. Yeah, you keep chasing your tail like a dog, right? Right, and that's how money can become in today's modern era. But what we're saying earlier, and this is what I'm saying, the key, in my opinion, is to look at money through a different lens. Is to not look at it, right, as something that can be used to do bad. It should be looked as like a form of energy. Right? Because you said a minute ago that the more money you've got, the more problems you have. I would dispute that. Actually, I would say the less money you've got, the more problems you have.
Yeah, facts.
Right? Homeless. Yeah? Honestly. And it's a hard pill to swallow. Right? And you know I don't like being argumentative with you, Carmen. But I'm just saying. It's a hard pill
let your nose hang, Mark.
We need money. I tell you what, £1 pound is a pillow under my head. Yeah, right. Another pound is maybe a quick, I don't know. Maybe if you give me £3, I can go buy a burger. Yeah, I'll go buy a burger with that £3. So money, the more money I've got, yeah. If you can give me £5, I'll go get a sleeping bag. So that I only need £10 tonight. All I need tonight is £10.
I mean, make no mistake. Make no mistake. Money makes the world go round. I understand that concept. Money makes the world go round. That's just what the world that we live in. Money makes the world go round.
I would argue that hunger makes the world go around, not money.
Hunger?
Well, survival.
I mean, there's people that are billionaires that if all the billionaires got together in a treaty, they can end world hunger.
No. Wait, no. I'm not talking about hunger as it pertains to food. I'm talking about hunger as in desire, ambition. Yes, that's what I'm talking about with hunger. I don't think money makes the world go around. I think hunger does.
Ambition, not hunger. Okay, ambition. I can see that.
And the reason I say that is
because the problem with ambition, I mean, there's no problem with you making ambition, but when does it come to an end? Because you can want and want more and more and more and more, and when it's more going to be enough for you, eventually nothing is going to be enough for you because you still have this hunger.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah, do you know something? I really like that. I really like that.
Hunger makes the world go around. It's not money.
I think that's true. Or like, because if you think about it from a very like logical standpoint, everything is about eating. You know, just consumption. Right? The world is full of consumption. You know, we all consume.
Gluttony. That's one of the seven deadly sins. Is gluttony? No.
No, not gluttony, consumption. The fact that we consume, you know, we all consume.
But you consume to the point where you don't know when to stop. So you consume and consume and consume. And that's why it's one of the 7 deadly sins. You got to learn how to stop. That's gluttony.
Right.
That's literally, you can eat yourself in a food sense, and you can, and that's an analogy. You can eat yourself to death, and also you can work yourself to death. You can make as much money and be that. Like, that's not, at some point you got to know when to stop.
So
that's not necessarily true.
That's really cool.
That's
Okay,
that's not
it's
necessarily
not.
No.
Do you know what? I'm 42 years old and I never actually fully understood gluttony before. You've just explained.
Oh no! Well, let Charles
You just
speak.
explained
Charles.
gluttony to a 42-year-old Englishman.
Yeah, I don't
That's
believe
crazy.
I don't believe in the concept that money makes the world go around. I think our hunger is what makes the world go around. And the reason I say this is because the more money you get, the more hungry you get.
And then it never stops.
No, but hold on. But it's not about food though. Take food out of it.
I'm not saying about food. I am taking food out of it. Stop. But the more money that you make, then that's just gonna make you make more money.
No, okay. I'll take it away from money. You know what? I better take it away from human beings. Look at the animal kingdom. They don't have money, but their hunger is what drives them. The hunger for more skills, the hunger for a better strategy, the hunger for a better strategy. If you look at predators, their hunger is what drives them. They come up with different ways to get good at what they do. And once they get that kill, once that lion gets that fresh kill, they can eat on it for a couple of days. They can chill,
hang on.
And then they regroup.
And then the lion gets his pride, and then the pride stops. You can't be an apex killer. Like, you can't be an apex predator, because you are a predator, but something's always chasing the lion. The
hyenas.
Right. And then when you look at the animal kingdom, there's an apex predator, and they go extinct because there's nothing to prey for them. Yes, there is.
Not really.
Which one?
How about this?
Orcas are, or if you talk about the animal kingdom, okay.
They're nowhere near extinct, Carmen.
They're not near extinct, but but people kill them. We kill them. We kill them, and we kill them. We hunt them, and we stick them in a damn aquarium for you to look like, just like, say, Willie. Okay, then Free Willy. Yeah, Free Willy.
Not right now. But hang on, let me just intervene, because hold up, yeah. So what you're talking about is the general drive and desire to consume. You know, so we all go through life and we all consume, like the prey, like the let's call it the survival of the fittest. You know, the strongest survive. Everyone goes out there. They all go hunting. They all do this. The earthworm consumes this. The bacteria consumes that. Even the fauna, all the fauna, the life and fauna. Natural selection. But hold up, a lot of people argue that humanity is different. They argue that humanity is different. That's why, right? I found it very interesting that Carmen used the word, what was it? Gluttony? Is it gluttony?
Yeah.
Gluttony, yeah.
Right. So I found that really interesting that you threw that word into the conversation, because what Mr. AB is talking about, right, has nothing to do. You can't attribute gluttony to what he's talking about. He's talking about, like, look, this is that. A tiger eats a lion. A lion eats a deer, or whatever, an antelope. This happens in nature. But isn't that what makes us different as human beings? We have to like something different about us.
We're not all that much different.
We're not. And in gluttony, you can be as food, you can be as money. Somebody's always hungry for something, but it doesn't necessarily have to have the actual literal meaning of food. It's an
So it's
analogy.
free will.
You can be hungry for everything, but my problem with that is you have to have a point of stop. You could be hungry
No, you
for
don't.
money.
No, you
You
don't.
could be hungry for
No, you don't.
food. You can. So no. Okay. So
Nope.
nothing can ever fulfill you.
Nope.
You can be hungry for faith if that's what you want to get into. You can be hungry for, and nothing can ever fulfill you. At some point, you're gonna have to be content.
Do you really believe
with
that? Do you really believe that? Do you really believe that you've got an infinite hunger and desire and drive forever? To
I don't believe that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely,
we do.
I
Absolutely, we
disagree.
do.
So
Absolutely,
you're
we
never
do.
gonna. So you're never gonna be content with yourself.
Nope,
So when
absolutely not.
When
Absolutely
you die,
not.
you're gonna just never be content, never be fulfilled,
Carmen, this is
and that's a problem.
Carmen
That's a
and Mark.
problem.
Carmen and Mark.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
This is a mentality. This is a mentality and a mindset and an argument that I will stand 10 toes down on, and I will die on this hill 1,000 times over. There's nothing that anybody's ever going to say that's going to get me to change that. It's not happening. The hunger is never going to stop. It's never going to.
Then you're never gonna stop chasing.
Yeah.
You're never gonna be fulfilled. You're never gonna be
Look,
content. You're
well,
never gonna
listen,
stay back and be like, "This is what I made."
Yeah,
That's
but
a
I'm
problem.
no, but I
feel
can
like
do that.
I've
But
reached
watch
that-
this.
that
I
place. I
can
feel like
do
I've
that
reached
if I
that place where I'm
look. I can
content
do that
right
if
now.
I choose
If I
to.
go
I
tomorrow
can
or die happy, so it doesn't matter.
look.
Whether I've
I
got
can do that
kids,
if I
whether I've
choose
got
to.
£100 million in my bank
I
or
can do
not.
that if I choose to.
Makes no
Now,
difference.
Carmen,
Makes no
I can
difference.
prove to you. I can prove to you just by you looking around, and you can see that my logic and my argument is correct. How many people have you worked with or been around that are retired, but they still got a job anyway? They're retired from their career.
Definitely, for
Hold on.
sure.
Right.
For
So
sure.
listen, you said at some point you should be content and you should stop. If that's true, then why are there so many people that are retired from their careers, but yet they still got a job at Walmart or something like that?
Yeah, but eventually they stop, and eventually you're gonna have to pass the torch. If that argument is, I hope you never have sons, because apparently you will never have you're not gonna pass the torch over to them.
Yes, I
Because
will.
At some point, and that makes you stop. So
No, it
you
doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
Okay,
does.
Carmen,
so you
Carmen.
have your hunger, and you keep wanting more and more and
Carmen,
more and more.
Carmen.
What makes you think you're gonna give up all of that and pass the torch to your legacy? Then you have no legacy, because your legacy is you. Because all you are worried for is you, and you, because you have no purpose. Because your hunger never stops.
Carmen. No matter how much education you pursue, will you ever stop educating yourself?
To gain wisdom, and wisdom
just in a general sense. You can be hungry. You can
no,
that's
different. No. You're not gonna do that. You are shifting.
No, I'm
you
not.
are shifting. Yes,
No,
you
I'm
are.
not.
Because
No, I'm
we
not.
went from because we went from talking about hunger and all of it, hunger and money, and how that could be an analogy to a whole different other things to when you ever stop educating yourself. You never stop educating yourself. But at some point, you do have to pass.
Carmen.
You have to move on. And that's when you gain wisdom.
Carmen.
By passing the torch to somebody else. Otherwise, you're just working for yourself. So there is no point of you having a legacy as a man. Because
Carmen.
me as a woman, to going back to the question, me as a woman, I'm the one that's supposed to maintain your legacy. If you're not willing to let go, your legacy dies with you. So
Carmen.
when you die, your legacy dies along with you. So
Carmen. Carmen, you're absolutely incorrect.
No, Carmen.
In what sense?
Hang on, shut up, Mr. AB. Let me just rewind that a sec. Carmen, you are Carmen, you are absolutely correct. Happy Valentine's Day.
Stop the cap.
Let me give you a hug.
Nope.
Happy
She's absolutely.
Valentine's Day.
She's absolutely
I'm
wrong.
wrong, but I'm willing to have the opportunity to learn. So let's go.
Okay, the reason I say you're absolutely wrong is because look,
that's funny.
I said at the top of my argument, take it away from food. I took food completely out of it. If you look at hunger,
so did I,
and juxtapose that with the word ambition, drive, desire, whatever, your desire isn't limited to food and drink. It's not.
It is.
Right? No, it's not.
It's not. And I said that. That's an analogy. I said that.
Okay. Cool. So now that we agree that it's an analogy, where the disconnect is that you're saying that at some point a person should stop. I disagree, and I say no. There's never a point where you stop.
No, exactly.
I disagree. Yes, because at some point you need to pass your teachings, your legacy to a successor. Every king.
Okay,
you can't be a king forever.
Okay,
and that doesn't equate to food. Equates to food, kingdom, money, whatever analogy you want to do as hunger. Hunger in all aspects. At some point, you have to pass on the torch, like I said. Otherwise, you're just living for yourself.
Cool. Now that I'm glad that you brought that up, because even if I'm running a kingdom and I have heirs and I pass down the torch to them, I'm still going to be educating them and teaching them to the day I die. And guess what? Even when I die, it still lives on through me. I'm the catalyst for it. So since I'm the catalyst for it, I do what I have to do to make sure it continues even when I'm not here anymore. So at what point does it stop?
You step down so you can give them a chance for them to lead. You step down. You might be an advisor,
but the legacy.
You might be an advisor, but you're not the whole on be all. You're not. At some
I didn't say that.
You have to step down,
Carmen. I didn't say that.
And have your teachings lead. You can't lead your teachings because then you're not stepping down.
Carmen, I'm taking your example and tying my argument into it, and my argument still holds. Even when I'm not here anymore, guess what? The hunger still continues because I gave my sons the necessary information to help them continue the legacy, even in my absence.
I'm not arguing that. What I am arguing is you have to sit your ass down and allow them to lead with your knowledge. You still have to take a step back, so my argument still stands.
Whoa, Carmen.
No, you still have to step down. What are you talking about? You said, like, well, my hunger, I bestowed into them my hunger. Okay, you did. Now, Dad, you old.
But the hunger.
Okay, but you have to step down and allow them to be their own man. Do you not?
Now that part is true. However, that doesn't negate my argument about the hunger and the ambition.
And that doesn't negate my argument issue. You can for
because,
sure give them their hunger and their ambition, but you also to allow your spouse, you have to allow them to be their own man.
Carmen,
do you hope that there be an image of you? Yes, but there's also been plenty of times where they turn out the man that you don't raise them to be.
And that's cool. But here's where you're missing it. What I'm describing is something that's long-term and that can be sustained over a longer period of time in my absence. You're talking about the here and the now. I'm talking about way after that. That's why today we can have history lessons and we talk about great kingdoms and empires from the past. They're not even around anymore, and we're still talking about it.
Yeah, I'm still here, but I'm just really high. I'm really
no. You good. My ultimate argument is this: hunger and desire is what drives us. It's never gonna stop, Carmen. It's not gonna stop until we die.
I'm not asking it to stop.
Yes, you are. Because
no, you're not.
Carmen?
I said at some point you got to pass on the torch to drive the hunger and yes.
No, earlier you said at some point you got to stop. When is it enough? That was
What
your
is it
argument
enough
earlier.
for you? Yes, absolutely.
And my response to that was, if
Never.
that's no, hold on. My response to that, because I gave you an example, and my response to that argument was, if what you're saying is true, then why are there so many retired people that stop their career but they're still working?
That's not a fair. Okay,
You can't answer it.
Yes, I can.
Okay,
and
go
I
ahead.
will. And I'm
ahead.
going to answer it right now.
Go ahead. You got it.
Okay, they're still working. They're not working in the same purpose. What is your purpose? So you lived your purpose.
Please don't do this. Please don't do this. I sent you a whole TikTok the other day. Literally, I did a whole thing. It's about like a 5-minute talk about purpose. Yeah. Literally, I spoke about what is your purpose. And I spoke about how we serve our purpose on a very daily basis. I sent you a TikTok. You probably haven't even watched it because I spam you so much with crap. Yeah.
No, you
spam you
good,
so
bro.
much of crap. Yeah. It's like difficult for you to go through and see the good bits. But I'm just saying, right? I'm going to send it to you later. I'll send it to you later. Have you got TikTok?
Yeah, I do. You're asking me or Carmen?
Both of you.
I don't have TikTok, but I do see the music they sent me on Facebook though.
Yeah, I know, but that's irrelevant. It's this video that I'm talking about is about literally.
No, I don't have TikTok.
Right. So purpose is a very funny thing. You have to understand, right, that some people go through their life saying that, I haven't served my life's purpose. And I argue the case that you've already served your purpose on multiple occasions on a daily basis every single day of your life. And you probably didn't even realize it. And people are a lot stronger. A lot of people don't realize the impact that they make in the world. And it's all a very empowering message. It's all about, look, every word you speak, every action you make, everything that you do serves a purpose, whether you realize it or not.
Yeah.
You know? And at the end of the day, it's like chucking a pebble into a river, and it has a ripple effect, or like the butterfly effect that affects and touches everything around it. And even when you die, even if you die tomorrow, right, you probably wouldn't have realized how much impact you had on the planet. So you will die, miserable, not understanding how much, like, you may have saved so many people's lives. You may have just done something today that has such an impact on someone and saved their life, saved them from killing themselves. And you don't even know about that. You don't even know what you've done. So smiling and passing a good positive energy around into the world and a positive message is enough. And that's it. What that message is all about.
You know what that sounds like, Mark? It sounds like you're measuring. It sounds like you're measuring success based on impact.
Oh, bro, don't do that to me, man. Don't do it. Not now. Bro, he
got his ass cooked. He got cooked.
Adrian, you didn't go down like that, huh?
He got cooked.
Yeah, I can't believe you just did that.
No, it's all good, man. Carmen.
I'm here.
Okay, so Carmen, based on the back and forth that we were just having, how much money do you want to bet that your husband would agree with what I'm saying?
He probably would agree with you.
So if he agree with, okay, so let's just say hypothetically, if he heard my perspective and my thought process and he agreed with me, would I be wrong?
No, you wouldn't be wrong, but I think that you wouldn't be wrong. But like I said, I think both of us are right. I think two things can be true at the same time.
No,
because that is true. That is true. Like, at what point do you stop? Because it's like, okay, you gotta That's the only that's the only disagreement that we have.
I can tell you why.
It never stopped. The chase never stopped.
It doesn't.
Keep on chasing and chasing until you
Well, you
die.
can hold two conflicting viewpoints, which this is the problem that I find here in this podcast is a lot of the time that I try to find common ground, and I find that you can hold right like a view over here and have an agreement, but also hold a conflicting view that's not necessarily
over there.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hold on, I'll be right
it's
back,
not
guys.
necessarily wrong. I think both sides of the arguments actually have validity in what they're saying, but and there's some kind of like common ground. And for whatever reason, like these debates seem to be so split these days. You know what I mean? It's like, I know,
but watch this though. I can tell you exactly why Carmen's perspective and argument is the way it is.
Yeah.
It's because she's a woman. That's why.
Yeah, of course. And I think she comes from that female standpoint. It makes sense. And I understand what she's saying. Like I do understand like where she's coming from. It makes a lot of sense. And I stand up for a lot of what she's saying. At the same time, you know, like it comes from an emotional standpoint, I think.
Well, because this is the difference, right? So from the from the female perspective, when it comes to resources, they look at it as a means to an end, right? I got enough money so I can just take care of this and then I'm good for a while. But see, the way we look at it like, okay, we're leveraging our skills to get something. So if I'm skilled in something, there's never going to be a point where I want to stop using that skill.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, hang on, because we could argue that females. I was told off for using that word before. Females. Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hold that thought.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed, cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Oh, Carmen came back.
It's always because I'm a female, isn't it?
Yep.
I knew you were listening, Carmen. I knew you were listening. I wasn't saying anything.
I was listening.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying anything that I wouldn't want you to hear, by the way.
So she can't run it back to the computer.
Yeah, I'm not saying about 100 back. I'm saying so like I think women and like I was told off recently. I was talking about something between the difference between males and females online. And do you know what? Someone turned around to me and said, oh my God, you must be a bigot. And I was like, why? He goes, oh, you're using the word female to describe women. Like, oh, really? Are we going to go down that road? Like, how can I discuss the difference between males and females without using the word female?
But real quick, I want to give a big shout out to Cleaner 409 for pulling up.
Bang. Yeah, you were active in the comments.
Yeah, my guy was going crazy in the chat, man. He's going crazy in the chat.
Yeah, I've been listening while I was moving stuff around my studio area in my house. I'm getting another setup going, so I don't have my cam up or any of that. But can you hear me okay right now?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, brother.
Good.
Good. My microphone's working on the new setup and all that then real well. I think I understand part of the misunderstanding that's going on. It's almost like you two are actually speaking past each other. I think what Carmen's talking about isn't necessarily the desire and the hunger like what you're talking about, AB. You're talking about the generic intrinsic hunger and desire and yearning for just continued survival, continued to do things, building up wealth, just doing things in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think what Carmen is specifically talking about is when it gets to the point of greed. When you have that abundance already and you continue going down that path, almost like ideologically just following money no matter what. I think that's more what she's talking about, or at least that seemed to be what she was talking about earlier. Am I right, Carmen?
I agree. Yeah, it is. That is a distinction that you made. So yes, that's what because when AB was speaking, like there is no ending point, which is
Right.
I'm not arguing where you should have ambition, you should have hunger for whatever your purpose is, but at some point you got to dial it back. There should be a threshold.
Really?
Right.
So
Okay.
so if my hunger and ambition attracted you to me, why would I then have a stopping point with that?
That's a bold assumption. It's a bold
That's very important.
Well, doesn't the good scripture says too much of a good thing is a
No,
bad thing?
No, don't do that.
No. Okay, it's not okay.
No. Answer that question. If my hunger, because you're saying that there needs to be a stopping point,
Yes.
right? So if my hunger and ambition is what attracted you to me as a man in the first place, why would I ever have a point where I need to stop doing that?
Right.
It's too much of a good thing. It's a bad thing.
No.
Moderation.
No, but how is that
No.
bad for you? How is my hunger and
What do you
ambition?
mean?
No, listen. At what point does my hunger and ambition become a bad thing for you?
At the point where we have our legacy, and I have your legacy because that's my purpose as a woman. So we talking about purpose. As a woman, that's my purpose. So you need to step aside. The king has to step aside to let. other
Okay.
people
You're not answering the question. I said
I'm
at
answering
what
the question.
Nope,
That's the
nope.
point.
Carmen, at
Okay,
what
so
point?
I guess no.
At what point does my hunger
It's
and
gonna be a
ambition become
black
a
and
bad
white.
thing
There's
for
no
you?
gray area, but okay.
At what point does it become a bad thing for you?
For me,
Yeah. If that's what attracted you to me, you like me because of my hunger and ambition. So
Okay.
at what point does that become a bit? Because you said, "Oh,
bro. She likes me because of my
amongst other people, but to me,
humility and charm.
it becomes affects it affects me when I breed your children and you don't allow them to be the man that they want to be because you're in the way. That's where it starts to affect me.
What?
Does that answer your question?
No.
It
That doesn't listen, Carmen, that doesn't make sense to a male mind because a male mind sees it. I'm going to explain why. Because for me as a man, I have a son, right? My son does some of the things that I do, but I'm paramount of my game. I'm the top of my ladder. I am the master of my art craft. My son will never be that master, but he will be a different master. He will go forth into the world and do something a little different. He will have to master his own things. A son that is weak and stands in his father's shadow forever never gains his own strength. And so every father will
But
always
if you
push
don't
their
step
children.
Hold
Hold on.
No,
Hold on,
This
Carmen.
is
You gotta let him
important.
land. Let him land.
You're right. I apologize.
It's important, Carmen. I'm getting to the part that makes the most sense, and you'll understand, right? So, in order for a father to know for sure that his son can handle things and be the man that he knows that his son can be, his son has to best him and push him out of his way.
Mm-hmm.
His son has to go forth and stand on his own 2 feet, on his own, not
But you
in
don't
his
step
father's
out of the
shadow.
way. But
You don't step out of the way. That's right, because that's
They
not
have
how you
to,
make.
they have to fight you.
No,
So they
this is
have
the
to
part.
fight you.
No, they don't have to fight you. This is the part you're missing. It's not an either or any of this. It's just a very simple, basic thing. In order for me to know that my son can go forward in the world, be an independent, strong, and productive man like you women want him to be, he has to learn to step out of my shadow. If he doesn't learn to make the choice to step out of my shadow on his own, then he's not a man yet.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You're supposed to step out of your shadow if you're in the way.
If
No.
I'm in my son's way, it's because he's
Oh, he
too
has
weak to
to
step out
fight
on his
you out
own.
of the way.
No,
So
he doesn't have to fight you. This is the misinterpretation. He doesn't have to fight you. Listen, I already told you, I'm the master of my craft. My son will be the master of his craft, but it will be a little different. There's no fighting there.
What is your craft? What is your craft? If I may ask, right? And also,
You won't be
why
out
do
the
you
way.
sound so angry? Why do you sound so angry? First of all,
It's
two
not.
questions.
I'm
Two
not
questions.
angry.
Why do you sound so angry?
he's not
And
angry. He's not
secondly,
angry.
why are you the master? And what is your
Who
craft?
hurt you, cleaner? Who hurt you,
Yeah,
cleaner?
who are-
409.
and who are you?
Who hurt
Who
you,
are
man? Who hurt you, cleaner? Why are you so aggressive?
I hurt me. I hurt me.
You misogynist. You misogynist cleaner.
Come on, what's up?
You're a misogynist. You're a misogynist. And you're a bigot.
It's the skull graphic.
No,
That's
I
what
never
it is.
called him. I never called
It's
him.
the
no
Knight
names, bro.
Rider. It's the
No,
Knight
no,
Rider.
I'm just messing
It's
with
the Knight Rider skull graphic.
Oh no,
you mean Ghost Rider?
Yeah, Ghost Rider.
The skull graphic my daughter actually gave me the idea for. It's actually meant to represent us burning away the problems we have and taking things back to our very basic self. The thing that holds us together. The skeleton holds us together and makes us not a pile of mush. Everything else is just extra.
I like that.
Yeah. So, and I always like to take things back to the
basics. The reason I don't like it, yeah, because I think a skull and crossbones on fire, yeah, is not something that I would use to. Let's say, for example, yeah, I had a family, right? I would not utilize the skull and crossbones on fire and say that that's what represents me and my life and family. I think there's something about you. I think you're hiding something, and we need to know a little bit more. What is it? Why are you hiding behind a skull and crossbones on fire?
Yeah,
come
cleaner.
on. Because
yeah, cleaner.
My cam's not working on this setup yet. That's why.
Now, what you gonna say, Mark?
Whatever. You press on, bro. You do you. You do you.
What Mark's gonna say, I mean, there's a different graphic that you could have used, but okay. Anyway.
Right.
Right.
But I do actually love that with the idea. But my thing is, it's like, well, how are you supposed to expect? Then you want him to fight for it. That's
no. This is the thing.
That's when it comes down
I don't
to
want him to
me.
fight me.
Because it's
I don't want him to fight me.
Okay.
He's
So
not
you-
fighting me. He's
So
not
who is he
fighting me.
fighting? So you need to move out of the way so he can become his own man. You taught him the way. Now let him be the way. How can you do that if you don't get the fuck out of the way?
I am his guide and his teacher. I am his knowledge base to come back and reflect on. I am his wisdom source. All right.
Right.
My job is not to put up a wall that he has to break down. My job is to teach him how to break that wall down and then let
So
him
what
do it
point
on
do
his
you
own.
step down? So
You
it's
don't
it-
step
it-
down.
You
That's the
don't.
point.
It's not
You
the same
don't
as stepping
step
down?
down. You
So
no.
it's not the
It's not
same
the
as stepping
same.
down.
It's not
Okay.
the same. It's like, see, and this is why I always try to reference things in terms for men and in terms for women, because we think a little differently. And sometimes it makes these social destruction problems that we see all over the place, you know, why men and women are fighting so much is because we don't communicate the same. We don't understand things the same way. Our brains are just wired different. For men, it's all, oh yeah, I get that. Like AB understands completely when I say the son has to learn to step out of the shadow on his own.
No
But a young
argument
lady or a woman won't understand that because she hears that the husband is being, or the dad is being oppressive and holding him down and stopping him. But that's because modern feminism has taught you to think of in a victim mindset, not in an abundance mindset. If you're in an abundance mindset, the son sees opportunities. He sees his father as the waygate to teach him and give him knowledge and wisdom so he can go forward in the world and fucking dominate.
Carmen, do you want to respond?
I mean, I don't think I can because I feel like I'm a broken record because I keep saying the same thing. I guess the disconnect. Yes, Mark, you respond because I guess the disconnect which I don't get is how can you let them lead, but then at the same time lead you also lead. I don't understand that. That's the disconnect.
No, I can absolutely respond.
Like, how
because-
can you step out of his shadow? You keep saying cleaner. You keep saying, I'm like, okay, he got to step into his own shadow. How is he supposed to step into his own shadow when there's only one shadow? You're his shadow. So
Carmen.
he's either supposed to fight you and step
Carmen.
into his own shadow, or you have to step away and be the
Carmen.
same. I don't get it.
Look, Carmen, I'll give you an example to help illustrate what he's trying to say. And this is something that every single one of us on this panel have experienced. When we were first learning how to ride a bike, we had the training wheels and you had either your mom or dad guiding you along, right? They guided you along and they guided you along and they guided you along until at some point they stepped back to let you try to do it on your own. They didn't just keep guiding you even after you said, Daddy, I got it, or Mom, I got it. At some point, they stepped back and let you ride off and get it on your own. Now, what's wrong about that?
I want to respond to what Mr. Cleaner had.
They're not standing in the way. You have to want to get good at riding that bike on two wheels with no training wheels and no help
and you
by
stepped
yourself.
aside, did you not? Did you come or did you keep guiding me and running after me with the training wheels? You stepped aside.
Well, you might have stepped aside, or you might have been like me with my daughter. My daughter just took the hell off. But whatever the case, what he's saying is, and the reason that you're having a hard time understanding this is why I think feminism is such a stupid thing, because it teaches women to be independent, but that's not what you need to be. You need to be a part of a family. It's what you want to be. It's what you're created for, is a social creature. You guys are meant to socialize the world. So you're trying to be independent.
We agreed with that earlier today.
Well,
I agree with
right. Yeah. Well, and this is why I'm saying, trying to explain it to a young lady like yourself, it's going to be a little harder for you to understand the independence portion, because your brain isn't wired that way. You're a social creature. You don't desire independence truly. You desire to be with other people. Men desire to strike out on their own and build something. That's what young men do. At some point, a switch flips in their mind, and they understand, I can do this thing. And AB gave the example of riding a bike, and I think it's perfect. Young girls learn it too, young boys both, right? So it's a perfect example. At some point, they go, okay, Dad taught me all I got to do is just keep pedaling and try and hold it up, and I'll get it, right? And they do it all of a sudden, and they gain that confidence, and the switch flips, and now they just do it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just the knowledge base. That's all we are. We're still fighting the world and doing our own thing, but they're out fighting the world doing their own thing too now.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, but Carmen, you talk about, is there ever a point where you step back and stop? And I'll give you another example to illustrate that point of why a parent never really stops. It doesn't matter how successful my future kids are. Even with you, you're in your 30s now. Your dad stepped back and you're doing your thing. But guess what? He'll never stop being your dad, because you can call him right now and I'm pretty sure he'll pick up, and you could talk to him about anything and he's still going to be there, and he's still going to see you as what? My baby girl. It don't matter how old you get. It's not going to stop. He's going to have that hunger and desire to see you win and see you make the best out of your life. And that's something that's never going to go away. I'm trying to tell you,
okay,
Carmen.
well, if you speak it in that sense. But Mark was trying to say something.
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
No. I wasn't really trying to say too much. Actually, I was finding it quite interesting. I was just sat back. I don't really have no. Carry on. Something will come.
In that sense, yes. I mean, you're always gonna have a sense to, yes, I have my husband now, which
even then, you still have your dad too.
He's supposed to protect me, but
right?
my dad is still to protect me as far as
you're his baby girl. No matter what, you're his baby girl.
Yes, he gave
one thing I will say, Carmen.
But it's that's different though. I think
this is one thing I will say is Mr. Cleaner down there, right, is obviously very much a very hard truth speaking person. And I find that kind of speak very refreshing, to be honest with you. He doesn't beat about the bush. He's not too politically correct, in what he's trying to say. He's getting his message across. I mean, I do think that I find it difficult, the fact that we're still living in a world where we're constantly fighting against gender differentiations and racial differentiations and so on and so forth. But for the most part, I think it's important to have these conversations. And I think Mr. Cleaner down there is, spitting out some hard truths. So I'm going to sit back and hear what else he has to say. But also, Carmen, right? the thing is, it's true. You're like, we're arguing from different standpoints. You're like coming from a female standpoint. You're a woman, and there's 3 guys on the panel.
Right.
So
Well,
we're
and
just
this is why she can't understand the mindset the same way,
Well, I
and
mean,
it has to be said in a different way so she can understand it. For a woman, okay, so I'll give you this
I'm
example.
arguing the best way that I can from my viewpoint.
I get that. I understand that. Let me see if I can give you an example that'll make a little more sense. Okay, the reason that men and women see it differently. All right, this is going to be real simple and real basic, real easy. All right.
Oh God, I don't like when
they will understand this.
That sounds like real mansplaining, though.
I was just about to say that. I was like, so you're gonna mansplain? Okay,
No,
cleaner. I was respecting you for it, but now
not trying to mansplain.
Yeah, right.
My lady brain, how I can understand.
No, I'm saying it in a basic way so everyone can understand it, not specifically for you.
Cheers, mate. So you're retard explaining as well. Yeah.
No, I'm not even retard explaining. What I'm doing is something that a lot of people don't normally do, which is just to take it back to the very basic structure of things. Because a lot of people, we're intelligent beings. We get lost in our intelligence and come up with stupid shit all the time. And we don't go back to our basics. Our basics are the most important things we've got. They're what drive us, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they always will be. We need to eat. We need to breathe. We need to reproduce. We need to,
that's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So there was a study, obviously, yeah.
Right. But the intelligent mind that we have when we're in luxury, like we are right now, creates all these weird idioms and idiocentric, all the stuff that we sit here arguing about that doesn't really matter in the grand scope of, humanity surviving and reproducing and continuing as a species.
Yeah.
So let's take it back to the basics, all right?
Mm-hmm.
A man, or let's say 10 men, they see a woman. They want to woo said woman. There's one woman, right? They want to woo said woman. Now, yes, they may have to compete in some way for that woman, right? But at some point, she's going to pick which guy she finds most attractive in terms of like whatever it is she wants in life or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be her pick. And the other guys will be like, all right, well, she picked him and that's it. Women on the other side are like this, right? There's a man. These women all understand that they can all each woo said man in a certain way and get the desired result. They can each use a different tactic, a different way of presenting themselves to him.
I get you. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm following.
They understand that if one of them is there, they have to step out of the way. Men don't see it that way. Men see we have to compete for said thing. We don't step out of each other's way. We compete for what we're wanting. Women step out of each other's way and give each other niceties and pleasantries and, oh yeah, no, you're a 10, babe, and things like that to each other. Men don't do that.
Stop
shit.
the cap.
Right. So hang on, hold up, hang on. So there's something called We spoke about this before. So when it comes to what I call peacocking is where, right, and that's what the male peacock does, is and the birds of paradise. They're the ones that flaunt themselves, for the sake of finding a true mate, right? So there are different types of animals that flaunt themselves in different types of ways in order to attract a mate. Now, some animals, right, would toughen themselves up to be the biggest and toughest thing that they possibly can be. But the concept of the peacock, and that's what we do as human beings, when we go out there and buy a new pair of trainers and a new designer branded shirt, and then we come out here and we make ourselves look good, we're peacocking ourselves.
Sure, men and women both do that. That's not specific to either gender. What I'm talking about is the differences in understanding between the genders and why it's harder to explain, why it's harder for men to explain a concept that men find basic to a woman, because concepts that women find basic, men can't understand correctly either. Not all the time, right?
So you're competing against your own son or against your own legacy.
Right, from your mindset, what you hear is, I'm competing with my son. But the mindset of the man is, this is my family. We're competing against the world. right? When my son goes out into the world, he represents me. And then when I die, his son will represent him. And it'll continue in that cycle because that's the legacy. That's how men do legacy. Women do legacy differently, right? They step out of each other's way at the appropriate times. Their legacy is, yeah, my daughter went forward and did this awesome thing with her husband. They created this beautiful thing. There's an awesome, but one has to step out of the other's way in certain situations. Men don't do that. We don't step out of each other's way. The mindset difference is why it's sometimes harder to understand individuality and solo metrics versus group metrics.
There's an important thing. There's an important aspect that we're missing here because we're talking about nature in its. So the reason I brought the peacock, right? The reason I brought the peacocking into the conversation is because I was talking about nature. And it's in its instinctive nature, right? You know, the peacock, right? Or whatever. But we're human beings. We're not living out in that jungle anymore, right? And we
we are. Yeah, we are.
We're kind of different.
Yeah, no, we still are.
Right. Humans are separate from animals. Yeah.
We evolved.
Humans are separate from animals.
We're not. We're not.
We are. We are
no longer. Yes, we. If you want to go.
No,
there,
we didn't.
Yes. Yes,
we didn't evolve. No, I can explain to you why we didn't.
And primates. Okay, you are no longer lions and gotta protect your pride and gotta kill your young just because.
Yeah, we do.
I can actually prove to you
from a different lion. We evolved.
I can actually prove to you that we are still 100% basically, we're just still animals. Even in our intellectual nature, we're still just animals.
Even after all the knowledge that we learned, we're still primates.
Yes.
Oh, cleaner, no. Okay,
Listen,
I was with it when you're right, and I'm right when I'm with you, but you're wrong in this one. I don't know.
I'll do it.
To explain. Okay.
You ready for this? And this is going to be a whirlwind, but it's only going to take a second. All right. So everyone in every social construct, in every little group that they're in, is doing the thing that they believe will adhere to their survival and or reproduction. No matter what. They are always doing that, no matter what. They are always adhering to their survival and or reproduction. Survival is always paramount. Reproduction is always second.
Excuse me, Captain Spock. Right, Captain Spock.
Shit like that.
Give me up. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to call on Data to come and actually. But all I'm saying is here, right? No, I think there is a difference between humans and animals, right?
Yeah.
What I mean by that is we've got like a different sense of free will, whether you agree with the Bible or not, right? I'm not arguing in that case, right? I'm just saying that we have a sense of being able to, like envisage our own death. Yeah.
Yeah. Animals have free will too. Animals envision their death as well.
I think they're all autonomous.
Animals have instinct, not free will.
No, animals have no.
Humans have instinct too.
No,
have instinct too.
No, you're starting. I grew up Catholic.
Animals
don't have
not
a soul.
just
Animals have instinct, not free will.
Animals are not instinct, Carmen. Animals are not just instinct. Take the domestic house cat. Take the domestic house cat, for example, all right? I've had 4 of them. My most recent house cat sat and watched a mouse go to her food bowl and eat the food out of it and then run off.
Yeah. Well,
if a cat was driven by nothing but instinct, it would have killed that rat. Obviously, there's some form of free will there.
Right, I had a pet slug.
That's not the same as free will.
How is that not the same as free will? She made the choice not to kill it. Her instincts would say to kill it. It's a mouse. Her instincts tell her to kill it. It's prey.
I had a pet.
Didn't she kill it?
I had a pet snail. Yeah, a pet snail. Yeah, and I once spilled some lager. Hang on. I once spilled some lager on the floor, and of free will, that snail went directly towards that lager. Yeah. So I decided that out of free will, that pet snail that I had must be an alcoholic. It chose to go towards the alcohol, the lager that I spilt on the floor. It makes sense.
Whether it was an alcoholic or not, I don't know. But yes,
Well,
snails and
I mean, the cat has
slugs
been
are attracted
domesticated.
to
The
alcohol
cat has
smell.
been, if it was out in the
No,
wild,
I made that up. Yeah, I made it up.
we
I've
have
never.
domesticated cats. Okay,
Okay,
that's
Carmen.
we domesticated it.
Okay, all right, sure, Carmen, you're right. You're right. We've domesticated house
Outside
cats.
factors
Let
have
me give you another
domesticated your
example
cat.
then. Let me give you another example then. Wolf
All right,
packs.
guys.
All right, wolf
Oh,
packs.
show your face, bro. Show
Wolf
your
packs.
face.
Wolf packs will sometimes decide that one of their own is too sick to care for itself, and you will see a member of the wolf pack stand and die to protect that member, even though every other animal on the planet will sometimes sit there and say, well, that one's too weak, let it die, it's the runt. The wolf will sit there and say, no, I'm going to fight for this one until the bitter end. Why does it do that? Where one wolf will do that, but the rest of the pack will go separately and get away from it. Why does that happen? Their instinct says to get away. That's in the wild. It happens all the
You're
time.
saying that because they have the choice to protect the runt of the pack. That's a choice.
Because one of them made the choice against their instincts. Their instincts tell them this is the runt, leave it, go away. You can see that, and we know that because 99% of them run off. But every now and then, you see one of them stays next to whatever creature it is that is
And that is
injured,
the exception.
that is of their pack.
And that is the exception because most of the time they let it die.
It's showing free will, is what it's
But
doing.
that is the exception,
It's going
not the
free
norm.
will.
That is
Free
the
will.
exception. That is
Right.
the exception.
Yeah, but that shows and illustrates free will. Free will is when you go against your instincts.
Look. We could argue this forever. Yeah, we
Free
could argue
will.
this forever because I think
How
right.
often
I
does
think there
that
is
happen, Cleaner? That
instinctive
doesn't happen
nature.
often, especially in the
A lot.
wild. In the wild, they let them to die. That's what
A
it
lot
is.
more frequently than you would think,
Wild,
actually.
it's to let them. It doesn't happen that often. And the
It
only
does
time
happen
and
frequently.
The few times
The
that
point
does
is-
happen is when they have human intervention going in.
No,
Like,
no.
let's say-
That
always
happen- Actually, no, not with human intervention. This happens
It's not?
the dryad wolves. No, look up the druid wolves. Look up the druid wolves, and you'll learn something really cool. It's a unique type of wolf. There's huge herd of them, like 400 or 500 of them now on this park. And what they've learned by watching these wolves and not interacting with them at all is that they show free will. And listen, all right, it may only be one or two wolves that do it, but it doesn't matter. As long as one wolf shows it has the capability of free will, that means all the others have that capability. They're just choosing to go along with their instincts.
No, that's
Well-
that's just the exception.
I think that's kind of. I think you probably watched a lot of Netflix
Shit like that,
documentaries,
shit like
maybe
that,
some
shit like that.
some kind of pseudoscience about animals. Yeah.
No,
I would
no.
say-
It really does. It does exactly, Mark. That's exactly what that sounds like. I'm like, okay.
Hey, but
so
Carmen, real quick.
that's exactly what that sounds
No, I'm
like.
not dismissing. Hang on, I'm not dismissing. Hang on, it sounds rude. I'm not dismissing.
No, we're not
what you
being
said.
rude. Are we being rude?
Yeah.
We apologize if we're being
No, you're
rude.
good.
No, me.
cap.
I'm saying from me. I don't want to be rude. I don't want to say like, Mr.
Stop the cap.
Pseudoscience over there. Yeah? But what
No,
I'm
you're not.
saying is-
You're not being rude. You're not being rude at all. Just
Okay,
continue with
cool.
what you were saying.
All right, so
You're
Carmen.
good.
So Carmen. So
This-
going back to what
yeah.
going back to what Cleaner said about when men are doing something, they don't step out of each other's way, whereas where women are doing something, they step out of each other's way. I'll give you a perfect analogy and example to illustrate that point. When it comes to parenting, at a certain point in the child's development, once they start getting into the adolescent years, the mother has to step out of the way of the father because now the father is enacting disciplinarian a disciplinarian type structure to ensure that the kids aren't out here crashing out. So when the kids are in the mother's care, a lot of times the mother's in charge because the dad's not around. But there comes a point, and every child does this at some point. Children, they start to buck and they start to not listen to the mom. And the mom can't control them anymore. So who has to step in at that point? The mom.
I'm going to tell your daddy.
The mom has to step out of the way, and then the dad comes in hey, get over there and do what your mom told you to do.
Yep.
Right now. And the mom steps back. And you have instances where the mom tries to interfere and tries to protect the child from the father. But what ends up happening? She still has to get out the way.
Yep.
And the father doesn't back down.
There's biblical references for it too. And I mean, the biblical references Adam and Eve. God made Adam and then made Eve to be his helper, his supporter.
Charles. Mr.
Women naturally understand stepping out of the way.
But that's
Men naturally understand stepping out of someone else's shadow and being independent.
My role is not to discipline. That's not my domain.
Sure.
And that's when I step out of my role. I'm like, okay, so if I have this just happened. I mean, we don't have kids at all, but when I seen my husband and his stepson, which is also his stepson, but basically he raised him not by his biological he's not his biological father, but whatever, his son. And you know, he's 14, 15, he's starting to smell himself, and I literally witnessed a argument.
Yeah,
I'm like, please don't hit him. And he's like, I'm not gonna hit him, but if he step up, he buck up again, I'm gonna sit his ass down. But I stepped down. My point is, I step down, I step aside, which is what y'all should do at some point. At that point, when he's 14 and he's
okay. Here's my point.
He's a fucking teenager, of course.
Here's my point.
And
I'm done. I'm going. Yeah, I'm leaving. Okay. Because I'll tell you something, I missed a booty call last week because I was on this fucking show. Yeah. And
stop the cap.
Not us messing with Mike.
You guys are arguing about the difference. Right. Right. I came into this show, right, and you keep every single week you keep arguing. I don't know why everyone's bitching on women, right? Leave Carmen alone, right? There's nothing wrong with women, okay?
Oh my god!
Right?
Not saying there is.
Hell no,
I'm drinking, I'm smoking weed. Listen, right? To all you followers out there, I'm gonna go and have a wank, yeah, and then I'm gonna go and play some Xbox. Yeah? Right?
Drink a beer too.
Yeah, I'm gonna drink a couple of more beers, smoke a couple more doobies, play some Xbox, gonna have a wank, and I'm gonna get a really good night's sleep. Okay, so I don't know why you're all bitching about the problem because I don't really understand it. And it's 1:30. It's like almost 2 o'clock in the morning. What is it? 25 to 3 in the morning. Right. I'm not gonna wank while Liz's still here. You'll have to go home first.
You're smart. Go. Love
I'm
you.
just saying. This look. We can't keep going through this. Carmen, you're lovely. I love women. Okay. Everyone else hates men, and Mr. Anonymous has got a chip on his shoulder. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He hates women, right? He hates women. And
what is it that when I disagree? Wait, Mark. Why is it that when I show that men and women are different, I suddenly hate women?
I didn't say you. I said anonymous face, man.
Let me ask you an important question. All right.
Oh, really?
If me pointing out that men and women are different is me hating women, does that mean that you want women to look like men so you can fuck men?
Hey, Mr. Cleaner.
Hey, don't do that.
Mr. Cleaner.
Mr. Cleaner. Don't do that.
But real quick though.
Mr. Cleaner, hear me out. First off, I didn't even say that you hate women. I said Mr. Anonymous based, Mr. AB.
Yeah,
I was having a dig at my friend over there.
Yeah, he's calling me a misogynist. Yeah, he's taking shots. He's taking shots, but they're missing.
Yeah, I'm taking Mr. Cleaner. Right. I got a lot of respect for you, bro. I got a lot of respect for you. My digs were like just for fun and banter. And they were
I get it.
Not at you. They were aimed at Mr. AB just for fun because
he's cracking jokes. No, but real quick, Cleaner. So why do some people fear money while others chase it? What you got, bro?
Right. Kick me out, bro. Kick me out. Bye.
This isn't good for your back. I brought this on myself.
That young man was forced out of his shadow.
For real. All right, so why do some people fear money while others chase it? What you got on that? Because I know you're going crazy in the chat, but now that you're up here, I think you have a better opportunity to kind of speak and get your perspective heard.
Sure. I think there's a lot of reasons, and I think that money itself is just the easiest form that we've chosen to be able to trade resources. We all want to be able to trade resources in some way and stockpile to some degree for a rainy day or something like that. Now, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with Carmen. There may be some people who take it a little too far and whatnot, but greedy people. But I think it's just the basic of it. Why some people chase it would be because we have desires. We want to do things. We want to get something accomplished. We understand that money is something we have to have in order to do our accomplishments, to build things, to create things, to maintain things, to build a society for our women to socialize. Some people fear it because who hurt you? Well, typically a woman hurts someone, a man, and that's why he fears it. Or typically a man hurt a woman, and that's why she may fear it. It normally comes down to something basic like that, something real simple.
Okay. You disagree, Carmen?
I don't disagree. I mean, it's just that it's money. I don't know. How the question was phrased is, why do people chase money? Everybody's going to chase money. From my point of view, everyone is always going to chase money, and you're always going to have some type of stop to it. If you don't have a stop to it, then I think that kind of goes into the religious part of it, because money is evil. If you want to go to the religious, it can, right?
It can be.
It very much reminds me of
Stop the cap.
It's not.
Money itself is not evil.
Right. It's not, money itself is not evil. It can be used for evil, just like any tool we have.
I said that earlier. Because if you're an evil person and you have money, well, then that just gives you more access and opportunity to exemplify and amplify what you already are.
Sure.
Which is evil. Give Jeffrey Epstein, perfect example.
Oh yeah.
Right. That's a good example.
See what I'm saying?
That's a good example.
Whereas you have a Michael Jackson who was a good person and he was using his money for good. That's why he's in the Guinness Book of Records for having donated the most money to charity. He donated like $500 million to charity.
That's good.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not the money. It's not the money itself. It's the person wielding it.
Dude loved kids so much, he built playgrounds and theme parks all over America for kids.
But he also was demonized because people did.
He was demonized because a woman was jealous they weren't getting his attention. I'm telling you, it started out.
Pedophilia.
Yeah, he was demonized by a woman who was jealous that didn't get his attention. It was already, all of this has been debunked already. The lady that started all of this shit that got him in so much trouble, which he actually never got in trouble for anything because he didn't do anything wrong. But the lady that started all this, oh yeah, there's already been 3 or 4 different escapades done against her, explaining why she did it and all that, and she came forward and admitted to it. I don't even remember who it was. This has been years ago, but yeah, this has already been run through. The problem is that the social media or the news, whatever you want to call social media, right? It's propagandized, and a woman coming forward and saying she did something wrong doesn't get all the other women that are at home that they get the ratings from to watch that show because they don't want to be accountable, so they don't put it on the air.
Right. Not only that, but Michael Jackson was found not guilty by the FBI for all those charges. And then not only that, but I also heard that when people were going through these Epstein files, they started finding out that the reason why Michael Jackson was building a Neverland Ranch it was a way to protect the kids from all that stuff. Now I'll have to actually look into that, but that's what I was hearing.
That's what you were hearing?
Yeah.
You know what this question reminds me of? It reminds me of that movie, Catch Me If You Can.
Oh, that was a good one.
Okay. He kept chasing Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks. He kept
Yeah.
he was already rich, but he still he was addicted to the game. He kept chasing until he stopped. And in that scene where he got to the airport and Tom Hanks just belted off, and like, okay, well, he bet it all until he's gonna come back, and he actually did come back.
Sure. And I would agree with you.
And
That
like,
would be.
He bet it all. He's like, he could
That would
go
be when it's
away
bad.
and keep running for all his life, but I bet that he's not. I will put everything on the line. And then he came back. He showed up to the office the next day.
Sure.
Yeah, but,
that's the threshold. That's the threshold. So he knew that he couldn't keep running all his life. That's it. And he came back.
Well, I could use that. I could use that argument for a person who committed crimes and they're on the run and they finally decide to turn themselves in.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily have to do with money specifically. It just has to do with the man had a problem with controlling his greed. That's all.
Yeah, I do agree with that. We agree with that. I do agree with that with Cleaner. The greed part.
Yeah, and if you think about it, Carmen, what it really boils down to when I was using the hunger and desire example is this. People, no matter where you go, they put in work to be skilled in something, right? So there's a saying that says, if you give a man a fish, he can eat for a day, but if you teach a man to fish, he can eat for a lifetime, right? So in order for you to be able to satiate different levels of hunger, there's a type of skill that comes with that, right? So if you're good at what you do, then you're always going to make money and you're always going to be able to satisfy that hunger. It's not the hunger for food, and it's not necessarily the hunger for money. It's the hunger for more and more opportunities to hone your craft and be better at your skill. That's really what it boils down to. So when you're saying, well, you know, at what point is enough? It never really is, Carmen. Because if I put in all this work and all this time to be good at something, and I'm seeing the results and I'm reaping benefits from it, why would I ever want to stop doing that? Something that I know I'm good at and something that I know is going to not only take care of me, but it'll take care of you and our kids too. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm just not going to listen to you. Because if I hearken unto the voice of the woman and I say, well, you know what, I probably do need to stop. That at that point, I gave you the power and now you're the leader. And I can't do that. I can't do it. I saw what happened when Adam did it, and I saw what happened when Samson did it.
Yep.
I saw what happened when Samson did it. And everything fell apart. So nope, I can't risk that, Carmen. You can be mad at me all you want to. You may not want to talk to me for the rest of the weekend, but hey, it is what it is. If you don't want to, hey, you want to get off the ride, I'll pull over and let you out.
I was saying that women lead people to destruction. I disagree with both you men in here.
Stop the cap.
Okay, well then tell me why feminism.
We lead people to destruction.
Wait. So tell me why
we can't run the president. The presidency.
Carmen, so tell
when
me why.
Trump gets off of,
No.
We can't have
Carmen,
a U.S. and women U.S. president. Fuck all of y'all. Fuck both of y'all.
Carmen, if
we
that's
can lead if we want
to. Carmen, if that's no, you can't. Carmen, if that's the case, Carmen, if that's the case, then tell me why feminism is failing and it hasn't even been around for 100 years yet.
Okay, well, Cleaner laughed, so he just laughed.
And
he still laughing.
And on that note,
Snake, are you okay? Snake?
what do you have to say to that, Carmen?
That y'all laugh and y'all just you were here bringing up biblical examples, like and the biblical examples that you bring up is like, okay, so women just lead you to destruction. Okay, fine. So we just lead y'all to destruction. That's what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Women in leadership roles.
I can't even say anything to that.
Women in leadership roles will inevitably, no matter what, always lead to a destructive
lead you
path.
to your doom. We lead you to your doom.
I didn't say doom. I said you will lead to a destructive path. You don't have a choice in that. It's the way you're built.
Well, you can't protect and provide for me.
You're not meant to build. Hold on, Carmen.
I'm not meant to lead and protect you, but I still take offense to the fact that I can't lead you to
Carmen.
good.
I can give you an example. I can give you an example that you'll understand right now based off of what we've already talked about tonight. All right. Men, their duty in society is to build and maintain and protect, right? And we're still doing that right now, right? And we still have our buildings, and we still have our infrastructure, and you still have us protecting you and dying for you, right? Fact. Women's job is to socialize our society and make it worth living. And y'all lead in that realm. And what's going on right now with our socialization? Where are we at right now? Men and women are fighting each other. We're hating on each other. Women are trying to dominate men in career fields and failing miserably because they don't understand they still have to submit to the man in some way, shape, or form. Women, you see, we gave y'all the reins in that area, and you're failing miserably
not
at
only
socializing our world.
Not only that, but it's gotten so bad to where you ask somebody what a woman is, and they're just sitting there. They don't even know.
Yeah,
we know what a woman is. Don't call me no cis woman.
The liberals would disagree.
Don't call me no cis woman. I am a woman. What are you talking about? Don't call me no cis woman. I'm a woman.
Yeah. No,
I think it's more of which is more important. Socializing the world or protecting and providing for the world, I guess.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, is that both are important. Mm-hmm. Both are important. All right, because
one can exist without the other, which is exactly what feminist is. One
can
exist without the other.
No, feminism is saying that women can be independent. Men can't even be independent. We need women in our world to make it worth living. We're not independent. You're not independent because you need us to take a bullet so you can live.
That's true.
Neither of us is independent. So this whole ideology.
And I'm not arguing that. I was like, we both need each other. We in exchange. We are in exchange of each other. You have strengths and weaknesses. I have strengths and weaknesses, and we exchange of it. We're supposed to be together.
So let me ask you this.
Well, no one's arguing that.
Let me ask you this though. When is it enough? When have I defended you too much? When have I protected you too much? When have I provided for you too much? When is the point at which I have done that too much and you no longer want me to do those things? Even though you need them, you no longer want me to do those things, because that's where we're at in society right now. As women say, yes, I need you to feed me, I need you to clothe me, I need you to protect me, I need you to take the bullet for me.
Yes,
but I don't want all these other things.
Let me tell you, when you protect me too much, then that means I cannot leave my house. Then that means that I am confined into the four walls.
That's not protection.
Push me. Yes,
that's not protection.
Yes, that is.
No, that's not protection.
You can't protect me. Well, I can't protect you. I can be hit by a car as soon as I walk up and drive myself up to the Publix or the Kroger store, but you can't do that. That's possessive.
Not if you're with me. If you're with me, I'm going to push you out of the way because that's my job as a man.
It's too much. Everything to an even when
hold on. If you and I, let me ask you this: if you and I are walking down the street,
it's too much, right?
If you and I are walking down the street and a car is coming, I'm going to be standing on the street side where the car is coming. I'm going to push you out of the way. So you're saying that if I pushed you out of the way,
you're
saved your life and died for you, that would be too much in some way?
You're asking when it comes too much. When it comes too much, is that you don't.
That's protection.
Let me leave my house because you want to protect me so damn much that I can leave my house.
That's not protection.
That's excessive.
No, that's not protection.
Jealousy. Even when it comes to jealousy, okay, you can protect. You're jealous, right? You want to protect your territory since you want to come down that we are all animalistic. Okay, I'm your wife. I'm your property, right? Because we're all animalistic according to your and AB's point of view. You piss on me, I'm your property now. When it comes to
if you're into water sports,
that's too much. That is too much. No man can.
Well, then you shouldn't have asked for it.
No man can even look at me and with jealousy be like, okay, it's all right for you to become a little jealousy, but when it comes possessive,
I understand what you're saying.
Property,
I understand what you're saying.
And
now
that is the threshold.
Hold on.
You gave the thing can be a bad thing.
Okay, I get that. Let's go back to what you called protection. All right, let's go one point at a time so we can go through each one, right? You said when a man is quote unquote protecting and never lets you leave the house. Now that's different. That could be motivated by the man being afraid of you going out of the house and getting hurt, or maybe you're creating an insecurity in the man with the way you're dressing provocatively or something like that, and he doesn't want you to be seen by other men. Hold on.
Hold on. Creatures. I can't step out of the house because anything can hurt me, right? You're supposed to protect me, right? Anything can hurt me. I can go out and get into a car. Somebody can walk out and shoot me.
Hold on. There's a difference. You're talking about fear. All right. Women don't understand the difference between protection and fear. And so there's this misunderstanding.
Women. Okay, I don't understand why that has to be a different with
when we're talking about protection. All right, when a woman's walking with me anywhere that we're going, I'm going to protect her. If there's a guy with a knife, I'm going to fight him. She's not, right? That's protecting. All right. When you're about to eat a piece of poisonous food and I smelled it and I know it's poisonous, I don't let her eat that. If I smelled it and I know it's poisonous, that's me protecting her. Me making her stay in the house is a fear metric, not a protection metric. That's different. That's fear. You're talking about something that is over controlling the protection metric. You're not talking about protection anymore. So protection itself, women never get enough of. Fear is different. A man trying to keep you at home because he's afraid because you dress provocatively. He's afraid of something happening, whether to you or you doing something, whatever, right? It's fear. That's not protection. That's fear. That's different.
I would argue that she likes it that way.
Some may. Some women may like that. Some women like to be most women love to be desired no matter what, especially by their man, right? Mm-hmm. That's normal. I agree with that.
I won't even drop down to modern times. Okay, so I don't share my location with you. Some men would take offense to that. I'm like, why you need
some would. Yeah. Some of the and listen, I would say the exceptions back in the day would take offense to that. Most men want to know where their wife is at, just so that if something happens, they can go there and rescue her ass. That's part of protection. Now, there are women who will say, well, why do you need to know where I am all the time? Well, I mean, like, if you're not doing anything nefarious, if you're not doing anything bad or against our relationship, why should you give a fuck if I know where you're at?
I argue with the whole location thing. I think that's just out of respect than out of fear. I think that's more out of respect.
I would say typically it's probably more about respect. Yeah. I wouldn't say that would always be about fear. I would say in those extreme cases, like what you're talking about, where a man is being overbearing, not letting you go out, asking you where you're at all the time, that's more motivated by a fear of some kind. And yeah, jealousy can stem that fear. A lot of things can stem that fear, but basically it's not a protection, right? It's not protection. Women love protection. Fear and fear motivated reactions, they don't love. And that's normal. That's natural. Women don't like a scaredy cat. They like a strong man that's going to protect them.
Do you disagree, Carmen?
I don't. But I mean, I just think I think there's a certain threshold, which is the whole point that we were talking about to begin with.
Yeah, but if you really think about it, Carmen, the person who's protected doesn't get to dictate to the protector how much protection they get.
Sure.
I'll give you a perfect example. If you look at the president and the Secret Service, the president is the one that's being protected. So the protectors, which is the Secret Service agents, they don't let the president move or do anything without their say so first. Sure, he's the leader of the free world, but he still has to answer to somebody in certain circumstances.
Sure.
So you think Trump is going to be arguing back and forth? Well, why can't I go? Are you insecure? Why can't you just let me walk in there? I'm fine. They're not going to do that. They're going to tell them stay down, and then they're going to be communicating to each other with those earpieces. Oh, everything's clear. All right, move.
They may not even tell them why. They may just say, no, Mr. President, you can't go that direction. We're going to take you this direction instead. And they don't tell them why. They just do it. They may not even say anything. They may just do it.
And just
same
imagine,
thing,
and just
same
imagine
thing with the man protecting his woman.
So
he may not explain why all the time.
And
that's the point AB's making.
So just imagine if the president was arguing back and forth with the Secret Service agents every step of the way. Well, why are you telling me to go over here? Why do I have to duck down? Why are you telling me this? Why are you doing that?
A bad Secret Service agent would at some point go, you know what? I'm fed up with this shit. Go wherever you want, Mr. President. Go run off and do whatever you want. Don't be here under my protection. Go get yourself killed. We've got the vice president, and he'll take over when you're done.
Facts. And then if you think about it too, if you really think about it too, I think to a certain degree, women like to have that reminder that their man does that their man will step up if need be. That's why y'all be doing those little tests. That's why y'all be testing y'all's man so much.
I don't put up with that shit, by the way.
No, because think about it. Think about it.
What test are you talking about?
No, don't try to. No, don't play that game. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. You look. Okay. You have homegirls that be in a relationship in the past where they'll be getting ready to get dressed and they getting ready to go out for girls' night and they dress in a certain way, and then the dude be like, "Hey, where you going with that on?" Oh, yeah. I'm just going out with my girls. Oh no, you ain't going out looking like nope. You ain't going out with that on. Oh, well, why not? Why not? Because I said so.
I can see your areola. Cover that shit up.
Yep, you're not going out there dressed like that. If I'm not going, then no, you're not going out there like that. Oh, right. So you don't trust me? It ain't that I don't trust you. I don't trust the environment.
I personally, what I said to a girlfriend that told me that, I said, no, I don't trust you because you're trying to go to a club. I told her, no, I don't trust you. You're exhibiting somebody's behavior that isn't in a monogamous relationship. You're going out there, making yourself available and advertising, which is what women do. I gave up chasing women because I have you as my girlfriend now, but you're still going out there dressing provocatively. So you're not my girlfriend anymore. Get the fuck out. And she did.
She belongs to the streets.
There you go. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's like either you want the protection or not. Like you don't get to remind men that we're supposed to be leaders, providers, and protectors, and then pick and choose what we lead, provide, and protect you on. That's not how that works.
The person who chooses what we lead, provide, and protect on is the leader. That's not your job.
Facts. But real quick, does anybody else have anything else on that question before we go to the last one? No? Okay. Yeah, I pretty much gave my perspective on it already. So if you're just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole time, make sure you give the stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And if you want to join in on the live action, click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. All right. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and go to the last question and get ready to close the show out. So the last question is, can a poor person think their way into wealth? I'll ask it one more time. Can a poor person think their way into wealth?
Not with thought alone.
Okay. Not with thought alone. Okay.
There would have to be, they would have to do something. There would have to be an action to accompany that thought. Thought would just be putting yourself in the right mindset or something to that degree, or, thinking through a strategy, coming up with a game plan, something like that. But you still have to do the action in order to do it. So you can't think your way into something by itself. You have to do an action as well.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn.
You what?
Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
Well, look who decided to come back, man. Shout out to Mark, bro.
Bang.
You know something? I tried to settle down, but I couldn't bear listening to that without having to make a comment. I felt like that was really harsh, a little bit harsh. You know, I know that Carmen can stick up for herself. Yeah, I know she can, right? But there was no need to. I don't understand. I really don't understand your point, right? I don't understand why you're so like. I found it painful to watch. I was like, what is your problem? Do you have a problem with women? Do you actually have a problem with women or what? Like, is there an issue? Like, that's what I really want to try to understand, because
when they don't listen, when they don't listen,
we're not really getting to the point, because every time we come into this, right, what happens is, right, there's two or three people. Carmen is sat there, right, trying to express herself as a woman, right, and we're trying to listen, but all you're doing is you're sat there going, yeah, but men are better because of this. Yeah, and men are better because of that. Yeah, men are better because of this, and yeah, men are better because of that. And we're all sat there going, okay, right, everybody understands, right, what men are better at, but why do we need to just keep bashing someone like that? Like, it didn't sit right with me, and henceforth I had to come back in to the conversation and ask, what is your problem with women?
Well, I think your mindset has been feminized to the point
Well, I think
where
your
you
mindset
start to
has been misogynized.
I think your mindset has been feminized to the point to where you twist what someone is saying inside your mind. And you don't hear it the way it's said. I actually say exactly what I mean. I have no lack of respect for Carmen, none whatsoever, or for women in general.
Mm-hmm.
I never said men are better than women, period. I may have said men are better at X thing than women are, or women are better at X thing than men are, but I never said men are better than women.
Okay, sure. Okay, that may be the case, but it seems to me for the last few minutes listening to the conversation, it almost felt as if you were insinuating.
Getting up on me, Mark. Tell him. Getting up on me.
Yeah, right. So there's a difference between, you never actually said it directly, did you? Right. So, but there's an insinuation. It's almost as if the last 5 or 10 or 15 minutes of the conversation has insinuated, right, what I would call a sense of superiority, but for an unnecessary reason. It's almost as if you're having a go at Carmen, but I think Carmen is like the best woman here on the planet. She understands all this stuff, so she doesn't need all of that. Hey, no, actually, not the best woman on the planet. My mum's a lot better than Carmen. I'm just saying.
Okay, compete with mom. I'm okay with that. Mom.
Yeah. And my sister, I've got my sister. And my friends,
hi
and my
sister,
family, and my loved ones, but I'm just saying, right? No, I think it's the insinuation. So when I sat there and listened to the context of the way that the conversation was flowing, it felt to me as if it was about how superior men are over women, and it's like, okay, great. I think everybody tends to understand that men are men and women are women. And I don't think that Carmen needs that lecture. It's the rest of the world that needs it. It's everybody else, I think. That's what I'm trying to say. You know,
sure, that's
like,
why we're doing this, though. That's why we're doing this like this, though, is so that we can identify differences, so that people who watch this can understand something a little more than just the bullshit that they see on social media, generally the stupid crap, the stuff that doesn't really pertain to them, the stuff that isn't actually going to help them in life, right? Understanding men are better at some things and women are better at some things is something that we should all be able to understand and agree on. Like there are some things that men are naturally good at and women are naturally good at. Being able to identify those and understand those helps you maximize your potential for success. Also, just to be 100% clear, I'm a strong man.
I think
at no
for the
point
sake
in
of
time
humanity-
will
Hold on,
I
you gotta let him land. You
insinuate.
gotta let him land. Let him land.
At no point in time will I insinuate something. If I mean for you to take something I am saying a certain way, I say it. I do not need to insinuate.
All right, go ahead and respond, Mark.
Oh no, it's all good. I think I've got a bit of a delay. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out a bit.
Shout out to the Commonwealth internet connection. Now you can go ahead and respond to him.
Am I back?
Yeah. You can go ahead and respond to him.
No, I think what it is, right, and it's right. It actually isn't an attack. When I came in here, right, it's just I found it painful to listen to the last 5 minutes because, as I said, it's almost as if I feel as if some people have an issue, and we've got a lot of male versus female stuff going on still, people trying to put people in their position and their roles and so on and so forth. And I don't think that Carmen, I found it difficult because Carmen's a very strong woman. She doesn't need to hear that. There are people out there that deserve it, that kind of lecture. They do deserve that kind of lecture. There are a lot of people out there, but it's like,
do you think they'll watch this?
Everyone.
Do you think they'll watch this video and they'll learn something from it? Those people who need that, who need to hear that.
I'd like to hope so. Yes. Yeah.
I think they will.
I'd like to
I
think
think they would.
I think Carmen's made some very good points tonight, and I've agreed with her on those points that I thought were very good. And on some points, I've tried to, take the misunderstanding out so that we can all clearly identify and understand what we're each trying to say. I don't think I have been disrespectful to anyone here in any specific way.
Oh no. I certainly don't think that way, for sure.
I didn't take
no,
anything
but I think it's
disrespectfully
very
either.
important. I think it's very important to identify when we start going down the road of it becomes divisive, where it becomes an attack between men and women. And so there has to be a common ground. Find some type of common ground instead of
Carmen's over there eating it up. Carmen's just eating it up.
I agree that we need to identify.
I'm listening.
Stop the cap.
I agree that we need to.
And I just said that. I was like, I didn't disrespect it at all.
Yeah,
we agreed on points and we disagree on points.
Yeah, Mark,
I think
I understand where Mark's coming from, that
things.
everything was coming on to like, okay, well, we're the men, and I understand that for sure. Because I did feel that way. I feel a little bit ganged up on. Okay.
Nah, but you all right. You're all right.
Right.
You're a trooper.
Of course.
You're a trooper. Yeah, Carmen's a trooper.
It's not
that way.
Carmen, if I didn't think that you could handle it, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be here where there's more men than women.
That's true. Athena was just up here, but
Sure.
I got really bad internet.
No, but see, the thing that you're missing, Mark, is like.
But I want to hear what I think you were trying to reply, weren't you?
Wait, just hold on, just real quick.
Mr. Cleaner was trying to reply a minute ago.
I think AB should go. I don't think I should say what I was going to say.
Yeah,
it may have actually been rude.
No, say it then.
No, just say it.
Hey, go ahead.
We're grown ups. We're grown ups, Mr. Cleaner. We're grown ups, Cleaner. Come on, let's go.
Well, I think it's important to understand that when somebody is speaking and telling you exactly what it is that they're trying to say, and they're doing it in a clear and articulate manner, when you take insinuations and word twists and things like that away from it, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Sure.
You want to respond, Mark?
No, I think he's on point. Actually, I think
He's
what he
right. Yeah,
said
he's right.
is right.
Okay. All right. So when it comes to how guys like me and Cleaner speak, okay, look, from the outside looking in, I can see how it sounds like really aggressive. I can see how it sounds that way, right? I can see how it sounds harsh, and it seems like, man, they're not even letting her catch a break. I can see how it comes across that way. But when you separate the feelings from the message, we're not saying anything that's incorrect. It's just a matter of it's not what you say, it's how you're saying it.
Sure. But to be fair, Carmen also didn't catch a break when she was right. I made sure that what she was right about was said paramount.
Yeah.
Just like when she was incorrect about something. I just explained it so that it would be even more easily understood, and then it was understood. And it's real simple like that. That's proper communication and effective communication. Something I think more people nowadays need.
True. That's very true.
That's very true.
I mean, I did take a little bit of offense to the part where we're like, okay, well, let me explain to you from a lady point. I was like, oh, okay, you mansplaining stuff to me. To my lady
I understand that.
A little bit. I took offense a little bit. I was like, oh, okay.
I understand how you can do that. And again, the thing
My
is,
lady brain can understand how I can do that.
I will explain to you things and say things so that you can understand them, because you're a girl, you're different from me, a boy. But I've raised both boys and girls. I've had a lot of time trying to understand how to talk to each of them so they can each understand the world and what it is. Not give them prescriptions for what they should do, but to give them the advice that they ask me for and need. Right.
Mhm.
And so when I try to explain things, I understand that men and women understand things differently. So I'll explain certain things a little different to a guy and a girl. There's a lot of things that are the same, but there are some, and this was one of the things that was different. That's all.
I think you're a bit like me. You remind me of myself. I think sometimes we can be a little bit different with our tongue, the way we articulate ourselves, and perhaps we don't come across as being maybe politically correct or whatever certain people expect to hear from. But it is refreshing, and I do appreciate the honesty. So honestly, when I came back into the thing, it's not that I don't appreciate what you have to say. It's more that I felt like, all you were doing for the last 5 minutes was knocking on females specifically. It felt that way. And I was like, hang on, right, there has to be some guy that can come in, because I looked at Carmen and I was like, she needs a voice, a platform, and she needs to have her word and her say. And I came in, I'm Mr. Knight in shining armor. Let's go.
Knight in shining hoodie. Knight in shining hoodie. I like it.
Knight in shining hoodie.
Yeah, I like it.
You lose.
What's the next question? What was the next question?
The question is, can a poor person think their way into wealth? And Cleaner already gave his answer.
To my can a poor person think their way into wealth? No. You gotta have an action behind it. Okay. So I think poor and misery it's definitely a sense of mindset. Poverty, poor, you being poverty. It's a mindset. Because what we were talking about earlier, a lot of people don't know that they're poor until you set out to the world and the world told you, oh, you can't afford these things, so therefore you're poor. But if you don't have any action behind it, then no, because then you're just going to be running in the victim Olympics, in my opinion. You're always going to put yourself into a victim. So
I love it.
You can think yourself, well, I'm never going to achieve this. I'm not going to do that because I don't have this, that, and the other.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's your mindset. There's
Facts.
plenty of people who made it into the world that weren't, I guess, gifted. I don't want to say gifted, but that weren't afforded the opportunities. But that's a mindset. So
I don't disagree at all. In fact, Carmen, I agree with you almost 100%.
Oh, look at that.
Wait. He said almost 100%. So
Yeah.
what? So what would be the number?
I'd say
the disagreement.
I'd say 98%. I just agree with a little bit different wording, but I understand what she's saying. What she's trying to say is just people who don't necessarily have the same socioeconomic statuses may or may not have the same opportunities because of the money drivers that they have available to them. I don't disagree with that. I would just say it in a different way. That's all. But I agree with the sentiment of what she was saying 100%.
All right.
Interesting. Very interesting indeed.
Dom DeMarco.
Oh shit! I got bad internet.
What's going on?
But even
Carmen?
then, but even then, like you can even argue children that came from wealth, that didn't come from status, and they did nothing with it.
Absolutely.
So either one,
Yeah.
like you can either argue like children that came from wealth and status and the name and they did nothing with it, and you can argue the same thing, children that came from nobodies, as you can call it, and made something out of themselves.
Sure. Actually, I have a good example for you to illustrate your point. Nikola Tesla did not have a whole lot of money in his life, invented everything that we know to be an electrical generating source nowadays, and we still use it. Elon Musk had a lot of money and maximized that, right? There's a difference in wealth there. Well, all these other billionaires out there, they're not providing the same inventive things that Elon Musk is or that Nikola Tesla did. Those two guys, different ends of the spectrum on money, and yet both of them gave the world a great number of things.
And most of the time, you don't even have to have money. A lot of these billionaires, they can capitalize their name.
So what do you think of the concept of? What do you think of the concept of generational wealth? Then like when a lot of people in today's era, especially the left wing, I think they tend to hate the concept of the billionaire out there. They want to tax them to
No, they don't.
generation.
No, they don't. They don't hate that concept. They hate that they are not that concept. They hate that they're not the billionaire. They don't hate the concept of the billionaire. They hate that they're not the billionaire.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Okay.
I've actually never had a conversation with one that hated billionaires, but could explain that it wasn't because they themselves at one point weren't poor or didn't have billions.
Right.
I guess that depends on like self-made billionaires as opposed to
inherently. So generate the ones that get it through their generational wealth. So that's correct, isn't it? Because
sure,
there are the ones that work for it, they work hard and they deserve it, and there are the ones that are born into it and they don't appreciate it and they spend it all on crap.
Well, sure. If you raise kids to not appreciate things, then they won't appreciate them. And to be fair, I mean, kids are a little bit of mom, a little bit of dad, and a whole lot of where the hell did that come from? So, I mean, you can only do so much. It's their choices themselves. But you can be poor and have shitty kids too.
Gordon Ramsay. So everybody knows who Gordon Ramsay is, the chef.
Yeah.
Sure.
Gordon Ramsay.
That's one of Mark's people.
Yeah.
Gordon
Ramsay said that
Excuse me, don't do that. Don't do that. It's
Yeah,
not
that's
one of my people.
that's one of my
Well,
that's one of Mark's people.
my point is, when it comes to poor,
Is Gordon Ramsay one of our people? Hang on, James. Is Gordon Ramsay one of our people? No. Right.
Hey, that's one of your people, man.
Stop the cap.
One of your people and not all people. You done started a whole different conversation, AB.
Right, go.
Yeah,
Anyway,
One point was that Gordon Ramsay said that in his will, he didn't leave any of his money to his children. He left his name and his legacy, and what they choose to do with his name and his legacy is up to them. But he didn't leave any of his wealth, money, to his children.
Sure.
So that's my point. I mean, poor is not a state of wealth; it's the actions behind it. So that's where I land on that topic.
All right. Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to Gordon Ramsay for holding it down. Yeah. I want to give a big shout out to Gordon Ramsay on behalf of Mark Fowler and the wonderful country known as the UK. Shout out to y'all. Gordon Ramsay is putting on for the UK along with Mark. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah, whatever. All I'm going to say is you can shut the fuck up, mate. Yeah? Right. Hang on. No. There's one thing I like about this image. There's one thing I like about this image, and that is the fact that you're waving the Union flag. Yeah, the Union flag. Or the Union Jack. The Union flag.
You're waving it.
Yeah, it ain't us. That's you.
It's not me. Don't blame it on me, right? Don't blame it on me. You can't arrest me. I'm not waving it. You're waving it. I can't get arrested. You can't send the police round to my house and arrest me, can you?
That's crazy.
It's satirical. It's satirical because there's been a lot of people here in the UK that have been arrested for, showing signs of patriotism or patriotism, whatever you want to call it.
That's crazy to me, man. I mean, that is so crazy. Like, if you don't have patriotic people, aren't you necessarily saying you want your country to be destroyed and be something other than the country it currently is?
Well, yeah, I think it's weird. I think there's a lot of people advocating for it, but I do think there's a smaller minority of people that actually advocate for it. I just think it's a very loud minority. So we're seeing a lot of it online,
I think the majority is against that bullshit, though. It's just that propaganda doesn't let the majority have their viewpoints in every country.
Right. Absolutely. So to be honest, there's a lot of patriotic people here in the UK, and to be honest, I'm also like, it might seem like America and England or the UK are divided right now. But I'm here to say quite clearly that I love America. Yeah. I love America. I love the UK.
And he loves Bad Bunny too. He loves Bad Bunny.
Well, kind of. Look.
What you mean, kind of?
Well,
I thought you was with us, Mark. Bad Bunny. I thought you.
Hold up. So. Right.
Oh, really?
I think Bad Bunny was a bad choice for the
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl, yeah. I think it was a bad choice. It's not that I don't think he's a good musician and I don't appreciate his music or whatever, but I think it was a bad choice. I don't think it resonated with the larger audience. It was the wrong time to do it. Do you know what I mean? So I looked into all of that. I was like, who is this Bad Bunny guy? What's going on? And then I was like, why am I interested in this? You know that I like Mr. AB helped me to watch the Super Bowl. You do realize that, yeah? Without Mr. AB, I would not have watched that Super Bowl. I was watching. I was following the whole thing. Yeah. Right?
You just picked the wrong team because you paid the Patriots, but okay.
Yes, I picked the wrong team. I picked the wrong team. Right?
The only, you know what, Clear? We were talking about this the other show. The only reason why Mark picked the Patriots, he don't know about American football. The only reason why he did it was because he was like, oh, we're England, New England Patriots. So because they have the word England, I'm just gonna go for them. There you go, Mark. Your New England Patriots. Look what they did.
And he ended up taking an L.
But I've learned a lot since then. So actually,
well, don't feel too bad, Mark. Don't feel too bad because they won
I learned that actually
nine, 10 Super Bowl rings. I don't even know.
They don't have that many. They don't have
They
that.
have like 10.
I don't think they have that many. Well, I know Tom Brady has like 6 rings with them.
Okay.
But
So
I
they
don't
don't
think
have 10, but it's a good sports
Do you
team.
also know that America is number 3 in the Winter Olympics right now? It's
Who's
third
number
place
2?
in the Winter Olympics. You're not even probably following the Winter Olympics, yeah?
No, I haven't been watching it.
The Winter Olympics: skiing, sledging, snowboarding, tobogganing.
It's not
curling,
I did see it.
curling.
Yesterday we went out and we were watching the I don't know what that sport is called.
Curling.
No, it's not curling. No, because curling is the one with I'm talking about where you slide
skating.
down,
Figure
like
skating.
Cool running. And has anybody seen Cool Running?
Oh, toboggan.
Yes.
Bobsleigh.
Yes, the sled or
Bobsled.
whatever. Yes, I saw that.
Jamaica, we got the bobsled team.
Yes.
Oh, hey, you talking about the ones with the chicks with the nalgonas?
No, I'm not talking about that. No, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about the where they go slide down and it's one person and then you slide and then you go like the movie Cool Runnings.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. What's that when they do it one person with the skeleton?
And they're sliding in that. They're sliding down that path and it looks like it's a tube.
Yes.
And it has those sharp turns and all that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yes. And it's one. Yes.
Shame.
I don't know what. I can't tell you the sport. Cleaner, do you know the sport? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I mean, it kind of sounds like you're just describing like a water park, like a theme park.
No, but like it's a.
I know what you're talking about because you slide down on your stomach.
Yes.
On snow
On
or
an
on
actual
water?
sled.
No, you're on this one person sled, and then you're sliding down this ice path.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
On ice. Yeah, bobsledding or skiing. Luge.
America.
Luging is where you're on your back.
Is luging's on the back? Okay.
Yeah. But Mark,
Hmm?
you know how you said you love America, right?
Yeah.
Well, guess what? We love you too.
Oh.
We love you.
Wow.
We love you too.
Wow. Right, I'm gonna save this. Right, let me screenshot this.
Yeah, we love you too, man.
Yes.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
Yeah, we got love for you too over here, bro.
Yeah. So we're not really allowed to display.
Bang, bang.
I feel like we're not allowed to display signs of affection for our own country here in the UK. Like there are people, don't get me wrong, there are people that can still get away with doing it. Like people will still boldly wave their flag and stuff. But
who am I? Who am I?
The goddamn sugar.
Al Bundy holding a British flag.
Nope. Incorrect.
No.
Nope.
Who is
You
it?
remember that show, Married with Children? Al Bundy would always show that where he did the stance where he's like throwing a football or something.
That's who I am. That was who I am.
Oh,
I thought you. I was thinking that, man. I was like, what?
Bang, bang, bang.
AB, you haven't answered the question. What's the question, AB?
I
I
was
answered it.
Oh no, I was just getting ready to. As far as can a poor person think their way into wealth? I don't think you can. I don't think you can think your way into wealth. Now, what I will say is kind of along the lines of what Carmen and Cleaner were saying earlier. You can think about it all you want to, but until you do something, dreams are just dreams. All it'll ever be is a dream. You have to apply some sort of action to it. So when I hear women or beta male dudes talking about this manifesting, you got to manifest the life you want and all this other type of stuff, I'm just like, man.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
Like when I hear stuff like that.
You can't speak it into existence. You don't believe in that? You can't.
No.
You can't speak it into existence.
Stupid.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Not y'all telling me my vision board is a lie.
I got a lot to say now. I got a lot to say.
My vision board is real. Screw y'all.
Stupid.
No. So I believe, right. I believe in the concept of manifestation. Yeah.
Right. You can manifest. You can.
Here we go.
You can speak it into existence.
We got to bring this back. We got to bring this
maybe
back.
not. I don't know.
We got to bring it back right to the very beginning. Yeah. It's all about mindset. Yeah. The concept of, do you believe that you're worthy? Or do you not believe that you're worthy, right? And I had to learn the concept of manifestation. Do you remember I said at the beginning of the conversation that I had to learn to rewire my subconscious mind to go from a poverty mindset into an abundance type mindset? And do you know how I did it? I went through certain processes, right? I actually started listening to things called I am affirmations. Right? It sounds crazy, yeah, but I sat there with headphones on my head going, I am okay, I am wealthy, I am great, I am this, I am that, I am brilliant. I did it, seriously, right? And I fell asleep.
That's rude. I get what you're saying, Mark.
No, it sounds crazy, okay? I don't care
it's
if you're
not crazy
laughing
at
or
all.
not, right? I don't care if you're laughing
It's
or
not
not,
crazy
yeah?
at all.
I put it on my head, right? When I went to sleep, my headphones go, and it just went like this in my head, going, I am abundant, I am great, I am brilliant, I am wonderful, I am this, that, and the other. Seriously, right?
But,
I was like,
I mean, that's a real thing because
I did it, and I gave
what's
it.
more important? Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
But what the hell?
Okay.
Right, and do you know what happened? Do you know what happened?
I just need to understand. I just need to understand what you mean when you say manifest. I think.
Well, rewiring your program, your subconscious mind, or doing some type of meditation, or doing some kind of inner work.
I wouldn't call any of that manifesting. I wouldn't call any of that manifesting. What I would say, like for me, whenever I hear the word
manifest, in the background, so we can't even hear.
No, but hang on.
When I hear the word manifest,
there's more to it. There's more to it.
No, there's more to it if you have decided to change the definition.
You haven't.
But, to manifest something is to will something into being by the exercise of mental powers or through force or belief. You can't just make something happen by willing it into existence.
I did. So what happened is I learned the power of inscribing your belief into your subconscious mind. Right?
Okay,
so
that's called self-brainwashing. That's manifesting.
Listen.
Stop laughing. No, I get what he's saying because what you're saying, it's the catalyst. So if you have your mindset is the catalyst to make you want to do something.
That's not manifesting, though.
Motivate yourself. That's what it is. You said what's to manifest, right? To motivate yourself. You cannot motivate
No,
yourself without having a
not-
specific goal.
Right.
So if you
Hold
cannot
up, hold
have
up, hold up,
That's
hold up,
not
hold up,
manifesting.
hold up.
yeah.
So I picked up a pen and a piece of paper one day, yeah? And I was taught this very powerful lesson. It said, if you want it, you need to pick up the pen and the paper, yeah? Because when you inscribe, yeah, what I did is I cut out a cardboard bit of, like, it's like you hold it in your wallet, yeah? You hold it in your wallet, a credit card sized piece of paper, and you say $20,000, yeah, and you write it and you inscribe it, yeah. When you inscribe on paper, right, what you're doing is you're inscribing in your mind, in your subconscious mind,
That's called brainwashing.
Seriously. Well, hang on. That's how I managed
That's
to earn
not
my
brainwashing.
Hang
No,
on.
I don't think
That's
that's
how
No,
I
it
managed
is.
to earn my first £20,000. So it
That
worked for
actually
me,
is
right? So I
brainwashing.
don't know what you're talking about, right? If I didn't do this, I wouldn't have earned my first £20,000. I'm telling you how I earned my first £20,000. I'm not asking you or I'm telling you how I earned, and I'm explaining to you that I went through a psychological process where I went through a mental psychological process where I inscribed things deliberately, put it in my back pocket, and told myself that I would do it. And guess what? I did it, mate. So I don't know why you're laughing. Okay?
Right, because you have to say it.
I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing. I'm crying. I'm literally crying.
I'm trying to help people, right? And there's people out there, right? There are people
because it's not funny. Because that's your catalyst. Like if you can't, if you don't believe,
they need to know. They need to know.
Right.
They need to know how to do this. They need to know
don't.
how to go through this psychological process where you can actually manifest things.
I guarantee you that's not a need.
Okay, Mark. Let him respond, Mark. Let him respond. Cleaner. What I mean, because I agree with Mark 1000%. If you're not mentally in that state, you're not going to do anything. Your mindset is the catalyst to you doing some actions. So let's go.
Yeah, that's not manifesting. That's just rewiring your brain. In some ways, it can be brainwashing. In some ways, it's self-manipulation. In some ways, it's any number of other words, but it's not manifesting. Manifesting is when you create something out of nothing through sheer will.
So it's not manifesting. So your brain and your thought process has nothing to do with your actions.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
I literally just said your brain and your thought process and you rewiring it is something other than manifesting. I didn't say it has nothing to do with the process. I said it's something different from manifesting. When we said manifestation, manifestation is creating something just from your will alone.
I don't think that's the
something
case.
from nothing.
There's the art of manifestation, or the concept of manifestation.
No. That okay. You have to tell me what you mean by manifestation.
The art of manifestation, right, would be something along the lines of if you think it and you wish it to come into creation, right? Then you can manifest that out of your mind, yeah. So we can manifest to come into
let's
reality.
play that out. Let's play that out in a hypothetical then, Mark. All right. X random person manifests that they would like to have a banana in front of them. So they go to the store. And there is a banana in front of them. All right.
But that's different.
Hold on.
That's completely different. You're twisting. You're twisting it. You're twisting it. You are twisting it, but okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not twisting it. I'm explaining how.
It's bending it. It's bending it this way.
I'm not twisting or bending anything.
He's
I'm actually explaining.
You're not breaking it, but you're bending it. But okay.
No. If you hear me out, I'm not twisting or bending or explaining. What I'm doing is illustrating how you are not manifesting a thing by any action you do that creates something in your life.
Right, but
I think
when we're talking
manifestation
about-
leads to action. So I don't understand what you're talking about. I
Well-
1000% think that your mindset and your manifestation leads to action, which leads to results. So
You're talking
That's what
about
I'm saying.
mindset, though. That's not manifestation. Mindset and manifestation are two different things.
how?
No, I think once again we're gonna go down this whole road of like
I think we're just diving into like this specific down to the word
definition of manifestation.
definition, which I hate. I hate when it comes to this, but I think mindset leads to actions, which leads to results. Like that's the
I
whole
agree.
point.
I agree.
We agree.
I agree, but that's not manifestation.
Then what is it?
At least not by my definition. My definition, or at least as I was taught in elementary school in 1986 and 87, manifestation is to will something into being. Is to will
No,
something
I mean we're
into
not
the
magic.
universe.
It's not like I magically think like this.
That's what
Lego
manifestation is. It's magic.
I can manifest like this Lego rose to be a real rose. It's not going to be. That's magic, and we're not going to.
Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic?
We're not going to do that. That's not what
Hang
I'm
on,
saying.
no.
I'm saying-
Hang on. Manifestation, right? So think about this real quick. I'll make it real quick, right? You don't believe in magic. Magic is voodoo. This, that, and the other. Things don't work. Blah blah blah. So on and so forth. But you don't believe that things can be created out of nothing. But guess what? You believe in the Big Bang. The whole universe comes from nothing.
Are you going to dictate my beliefs to me, or are you going to ask me questions about my belief and try and understand who I am and what I'm saying?
Oh,
You're
I'm
just
gonna
dictating. You're just dictating a
gonna
hypothetical person right now, not me.
No, I'm not really.
Okay,
No.
AB, what's your thoughts?
No, it was a question. It was a question. Actually, what I was doing is I was lining up the hypothetical scenario, and then that was going to be built up into.
Oh, okay. This is a hypothetical person. Then my apologies. Please continue.
No, it's fine. I was going to then lead up onto a question from.
If I were you, I'd keep those eyes closed. Cause I'm gonna play Monster Reborn. You what? Now I'll bring back a monster. It's the same one I just sent to your graveyard.
My blue eyes! Yeah, man, I knew you could do it. Now that was impressive.
I knew you could do it. I know you could do it. I know you'd be going stupid when it comes to the music. No, let me stop.
You can do it when you're being.
Sizzle came back.
I told you I was gonna come back.
Welcome back, Sizzle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, we still going strong. Hey, Carmen and Mark have been having me dying laughing, bro. I was literally crying.
What happened?
No, and we got this. We got.
I'm curious to say all that. What happened? What happened? Y'all have bro down laughing and shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because I was answering the question, can a poor person think their way into wealth? And I said no. And I said you have to commit to some sort of action. And I was saying that I don't understand how people could be walking around talking about how they manifest stuff and oh yeah, you got to manifest and this and that. And that's when it started going off the rails.
It got real funny after that.
We have a problem with the word manifest. Me and Mark agree, and everybody else seems to disagree.
Hey, do we?
No, they were sounding crazy earlier.
Yeah, we do agree.
Anybody sounding crazy?
Man, don't even bullshit yourself. Y'all know y'all be talking crazy now. Come on. Anonymous might as well play that stop the cap. Anonymous might as well play that stop the cap sound effect right now.
Stop the cap.
Oh, gee.
Stop the cap.
Okay.
So
So vision boards are bullshit. Okay, I get
Well,
it.
what? Okay, let me ask you a question. Out of that whole,
I have three vision boards. Y'all can't tell me that was BS.
okay, how many of them have you completed?
That don't matter.
No. See, and that's why I was
That's
laughing
not
at
the
y'all.
question.
Nope, and that's why I was laughing
That's
at
not the
y'all.
question. A visual aspect of it. That's the whole point.
You lose.
He should have hit him off with this thing.
That's the whole point. A visual. A visual prospect. That's the whole point.
That'd be a sound effect he added. That should be. That should be.
You lose.
And like it's just so funny what they said, and then
Hey, it's so good, Tizzle. It's so good. It's so good.
Whatever, Tizzle.
No, hey, Tizzle, let her hear it on the speaker, bro.
all right, bet. Hold on.
Hear what? I hear it. I have visual boards. It helps. It is a physical thing, a physical goal that you can see to achieve. That's
Did
the
you
whole point of it.
manifest? Did you manifest the board?
Oh, that's pretty tough. No lie, he did that for that boy Mark. I ain't gonna lie, AI getting scary as shit now. I swear.
You
to
know
God.
what, Tizzle? You find your teammate. Cleaner is your teammate. No, I didn't manifest the board. I did not manifest the board, but it helped manifest my dreams. How about that? It helped manifest the goal.
Like what I do.
And have a physical structure to look at to remind me of what the goal is.
Carmen, how many? You say you have 3 vision boards. How many of them have you? How many of them have you completed?
Focus in the distance. Large.
One.
Does
that help? One.
You
You know what? I will give you a personal example. I manifest this ring, didn't I? I manifest a husband. I manifest, oh my God, please bring me
Stop the cap.
and I manifested. There you go. Now I'm married.
No, so what action? No, but you didn't just do that and he just showed up. So what actions did you take?
I see what she's doing.
I took a lot of action, but I'm just saying that I prayed and I manifest. I prayed and I manifest God to send me a husband, and He did.
Whoa! You can't manifest God. You cannot manifest God.
No, I didn't say manifest God.
You
I
can't
said
enforce your will on God.
Cleaner. I said I prayed to God to bring me a husband, and
It's not manifesting.
And I spoke it into existence, and God sent me a husband, and He put a ring on it, and I manifested it. So that's what that is. There you go.
That's not manifesting.
You a sound effect again.
That's not manifesting. That's asking. Yeah, that's not manifesting. That's asking the Lord to give you a blessing in some way.
Anonymous, Jeremy.
That's not manifesting.
Oh, that shit. Hey, you gotta send me that sound effect. I was like, that gotta be from Naruto. I know it's correct.
Hang on.
No, it's really not.
Oh, it's not?
No. The first time I ever heard it was when I was playing Pokemon Stadium.
Pokemon. What?
No, but hang on. I think Cleaner was about to say something. Cleaner was about to say something.
No, I just said that, you know, what she was saying isn't the definition of manifest. It doesn't represent what manifest is correctly. What she was saying represents praying to God and God giving you a blessing in some way. And I don't necessarily disagree with that, but that's not manifesting. Manifesting is when you enforce your will upon the universe and or God and or whatever to create a thing.
No,
Right.
not manifest. You're not a creator.
I agree.
A prayer, a form of manifest.
This is very important, though. What's going on right now is actually really important, Mark, and I think you'll agree with me, sir. I do. I actually think you'll agree with me. So what she's doing is she's taking a word and using it incorrectly, which is improper communication. It's improper communication. So it doesn't get the message across correctly. What she was talking about earlier was rewiring your mind, not manifesting. Manifesting is willing something into creation. All right.
No, but I actually
rewiring your mind to help you produce a result is something else. That's just rewiring your mind. That's different. It's different words to explain the thing. And definitions are important. Definitions of words are important so that we can properly communicate.
Of course, and I think you're doing this thing that I see, right? I think you're doing this thing that I see a lot of people do. What they do is they hyper over focus on a particular word and get caught up on hyper defining things.
Well, if we're talking about that word specifically, then yes, I will focus on that word.
That's why I call people like things like Captain Spock, all right, Mr. Data or Captain Spock, you know, those kind of satirical names, you know, because I'm trying to enforce the idea and the concept that when we over analyze words and meanings to the point where, look, at the end of the day, when people say things, right, for the most part, I think 99% of people understand what they're trying to say. But then
I disagree.
Well, I know you do, but I know definitions are important. Hang on.
I agree. No, I agree with
when
Mark.
you use words incorrectly, people don't understand what you're trying to say all the time.
No, and when you use certain words,
Let's go.
you know what you're saying, but you want to nitpick into technicalities.
No, actually,
That's
no.
what technicalities come in. Well, technically,
hold on. Hold
on,
though, Carmen. Hold on, though, Carmen. When y'all said manifest, I understand the definition that I was taught when I was a kid. And that definition, from my understanding, has always held in amongst the multiple definitions that feminism has now portrayed this word into, right? But this word had always had one specific meaning, one very core meaning, and that was that you willed something into existence. The reason that we're arguing about this word and honing in and focusing and hyper-focusing on this word is because you guys literally made that word into something.
Okay.
So I couldn't understand you, and Anonymous Based couldn't understand you, and whoever else was listening couldn't understand you.
Right.
That is improper communication. That's non-effective communication.
This is the world that we live in now, right? The world that we live in.
Go ahead and respond, Mark.
Okay,
Nick,
I'll let you land, but let me hear, because I've got a lot to respond to that, and I can try to clarify. Go on. You don't.
Go ahead, Mark.
So, I think the issue is, right, if we get too caught up constantly on the overall precisiveness of the definition, I think when it comes to the overall understanding of certain words, right, we have to try to find a middle ground, because what's happening in today's era is that a lot of people are finding their own ways to define different sets of words. You can see it coming from the left, okay? They're redefining words. It's called Orwellian double.
Sure, they're redefining woman to be a guy running around with tits and a dick.
Right. Orwellian doublespeak is very important for us to understand, but for the most part,
specifics about word definitions are very important, Mark.
For the most part, when we're having these conversations here, right, I think that the problem is, what are we going to do? Start getting caught up on every single word that we put out.
Mark, I'll give you an example.
It becomes very difficult. We're never going to get to the end of anything.
Mark, I will give you an example of two words.
Fight over how we perceive define the word. And I think, hang on, manifestation. Let me quickly go back to how I define manifestation. Manifestation.
Oh, please do.
Yeah. It's where, like I said earlier, when I wrote down on a piece of paper that I want to do this, I want this, and I want that, and I want that, right? Short-term goals, mid-term goals, long-term goals, right? I did this thing. It's called a roadmap. It's called a roadmap. Have you ever heard of a roadmap? You can even do it on the PC. It doesn't have to be done with pen and paper. You write it down, and you say, I want to manifest this. What are you doing? You're not willing it into existence through magic, are you? It's not magic. You're not relying on magic. You're manifesting it because you're imprinting a roadmap into your brain, right? And you're saying to yourself, I foresee my future in a particular way. And the only way that I'm going to be able to ensure that that future becomes a reality is hard work in and to visualize it. If I don't visualize it in the first place, then how can I put the hard work in?
Yes, exactly. You visualize. You need to have something visual to work towards it. Yes.
Okay.
That is a powerful thing.
This is what I'm understanding that Mark just explained. He writes an outline of something that is a plan for himself, right? And then he visualizes that plan in his mind. And then he goes forth in the world and does something to make that plan happen. That's not manifestation. That's using two other words that I just used to explain the process that have different definitions. Definitions are very important, and they're important because the definitions are what separates a killer from a murderer. A justified killing, a man can still be a killer. A murderer is an unjustified killing, and that man gets the death penalty or life in prison for it.
Yeah, but they manifest.
Shit like that.
Definitions are very important.
We
Definitions
know that,
are
right?
extremely
we
important.
That. We understand that. See you later, James. Be quiet
In
on
order-
the door on the way out, please. Don't set the dog off on the way out.
All right, so I went ahead and pulled up the definition.
Oh God, here we go.
Adjective, clear or obvious to the eye or mind. All right. Verb, to display or show a quality or feeling by one's acts or appearance or demonstrate. Not really making sense, but okay. Manifest of a ghost or spirit appear. Now, if I scroll down and I read what this says, what does it mean to manifest something? To manifest something means to turn an idea or desire into a tangible reality, often through focused thoughts, beliefs, visualizations, and intentional actions rooted in the law of attraction. So through all this, work is still involved.
You just read the definition. Me and Mark just said the same thing. We visualize it. We met and we work to visualize our goals.
Hey, Anonymous, by the way, I forgot to ask what you needed that picture of me for.
Hit show more.
Very bad because that what did you see on the day in question?
No, the one above. Hit show more up above.
Well, I was
And if you read definition 3, you'll see that definition 2 and 3 are actually the same thing, and those
I
are
see what
the
you're saying.
old world. Those are the original definitions of manifesting. 2 and 3 are actually the same thing. 2 is just explaining what you're doing with 3 if you're doing it to a ghost. But 3 is the definition that I was taught. That's the definition from Old English and regular people. And this new shit that has been previewed out to the world, put into the masses, is a redefinition so that they can try and water down some of the words that we've got in society. This happens a lot. A lot of our words have been. Hold on. No, this is an important point. No, listen, hold on. No, this is actually an important point. All right. The word grooming used to mean raising a young man to be a gentleman or a young lady to be a lady, right? And now it means what? It means something horrible now. But that's just because they've decided to change the definition, water down the original definition by using a colloquial or a socially constructed definition that wasn't what the actual word meant when we came up with the word.
Grooming also means hygiene too.
Sure,
And
yeah.
that's true too. Yeah, but obviously we cannot. Okay, definition change with the times. Okay, obviously back in the day, if you want to stick to the original definition,
that's why I kept asking you what your definition was.
Jesus turned water into wine, but we cannot physically do that. So obviously we're not Jesus. So we're gonna change with the times. We can't turn water into wine, us mortals. We can't do that, and that's what you were alluding to.
No, I think we have a huge issue in today's era. We have a huge and we spoke about this. Do you remember one of the first podcasts was Marte, and we were talking about. I was talking about perversion of language, and he said, "No, it's not the perversion of language." And I was like, "What is it then?" He goes, "Bastardization of language." I'm like, "Oh, for God's sake." Here we go.
It's both, Mark. It's actually both. I actually agree with both of you guys because it's the bastardization and the perversion of our language that makes us all not have effective communication skills anymore. If our words retain the definitions they used to have. If we continue to have the same definitions of words, then we all understand each other. But if we keep letting the propaganda experts change definitions of words through their social media platforms and social re-engineering, our words don't have the same meanings, and they can take those words that used to have really good meanings, like grooming, which was a hygiene thing, which it's great to be in good hygiene, or something turning a young man into a gentleman or a young lady into a lady, a full lady, right? Those were good things. Now that word has been turned into something that's horrible, and the first thing people think of is kill that MF, right? Kill that asshole that did the grooming.
No, sure.
So you understand the bastardization. If we keep letting them demonize our words, if we keep letting them bastardize and pervert our words, we can't effectively communicate anymore.
Yeah, go on, carry on.
That was it. I was just saying, if we can't, if we don't stop people from bastardizing and perverting our words and their definitions, we can't effectively communicate. And effective communication is the only thing that makes people understand each other.
Right, but I don't think the word manifestation is really a hard word or a difficult word that needs this type of.
Well, it is when the definitions have been changed into something else that they don't actually mean.
Well, look, manifestation. Look, we know what it means, or the concept, or the idea to manifest something, or the idea to think. Yeah.
I know whenever I hear the word, I know what I believe it means because I was taught what it meant back in elementary school in 1986. So
Yeah,
I understand what the definition meant.
Okay. So if we don't like the word manifest, what would be another appropriate word? So you
already said it earlier.
What is it? What's another word?
Mark actually used the words earlier. You're making an outline. You're making an outline of what it is that is your plan to try and get something or do something.
That's a phrase. That's a phrase, though. That's a phrase.
An outline isn't a phrase. An outline is a word. A phrase is multiple words put together to make something.
No, but you said a whole you put multiple words to make your point. I'm saying me and Mark are manifest, and we believe what manifest is. You don't. So what is the synonym to a manifest? One word. What is it?
Well, it depends on what bastardization you're using of the word.
If I cannot say, because based on the understanding that we're all coming to, I cannot say I can manifest my goal. I cannot say that.
I didn't say you can't. I said it's not proper communication and it's not effective communication.
Okay, well, what's a proper way?
I didn't understand what you meant.
Manifestation. Give me one word, not a string of words put together. Give me one word that equals manifestation. What is it?
Work.
Summoning.
Okay, I'll say summoning.
Hey, I got one.
Isn't that the same?
I got one. I got one better.
Somebody
cleaner.
look up the definition of summoning. Somebody look that up.
Cleaner.
If I can't manifest because I'm not Jesus and I cannot manifest water into wine.
Hey, Carmen.
Somebody. I summon you to follow me.
Carmen, I got one that's even better. Conjuring.
Yeah, that's a good one.
No, you can say
that's a good synonym.
You can save your sound effects. Conjuring means to witchcraft. I'm not saying that. That's witchcraft.
So summoning manifestation. Actually,
I can summon you.
Carmen.
I can command you.
Hold on, Carmen.
I can command is the same thing, isn't it?
Listen, Carmen, I can actually explain what happened with this word manifest, okay? So what happened was this: manifestation used to have an actual meaning to it, and it was a godlike thing that could happen, right? And it was in the Bible that the word manifest first appeared, right? So feminists, because they're Satan worshipers, wanted to overthrow the church. No, I'm not even kidding. This is actually true.
No, I know.
They perverted the word manifest. They perverted the word manifest so that every human being can manifest something, which gives every human being godlike powers, which means women have godlike powers so they can overthrow the church.
Right. What you're worried about is the concept of paganism. You know, the paganism.
No, I'm not worried about any of it. I don't worry about this shit. I just know it and understand it.
Right? Would summon things in the woods, and they would do their cauldrons, witchcraft.
How is that
and they would have the concept of this,
I'm not afraid of this shit.
You said that manifest was I don't know, was overtaken. The word manifest was overtaken by feminism, and that's what it is. So how is that any different from you summoning something? I reckon summoning is worse because summoning is that you are obligating to somebody. You are literally summoned.
No.
I am told to come to summon you.
Yeah,
No.
to summon is to bring forth.
No,
So
that's
if you have to do jury duty, they give you something that's called a court summons.
No,
right.
That you don't have a choice to. That you don't have a choice to. Because
Hold on.
You don't have a choice to not do it.
Hold on. You do have a choice. You don't have to go to jury. Yeah, you do. You don't have to go. In fact, I've not gone for the past 6 years.
Really?
And what's the result of that? Because if I summon you to court,
not a damn thing. Not a damn thing has been the result. Do you know why?
Why? Educate me. Why?
Because it was just a jury summons, and I had a reason that I couldn't go. So I had a choice. I could tell them the reason and not go, or I could go and forfeit what it was that I was supposed to be doing instead of jury duty.
Okay, so if I'm summoned to go down to the court because I have a warrant, and I'm summoned to go.
You don't have to.
Well, that's not a court summons. That's a warrant.
You don't have to.
But the alternative is, well, hell, if I'm caught out here, I'm gonna go to jail.
Maybe
I'll have a warrant on myself.
Maybe.
I am summoned to turn myself in.
Congratulations, you just defined that there are consequences for actions.
Yes.
Cause and
Okay.
doesn't mean you don't have a choice.
Checkmate. Is there a checkmate, Mark?
Yes.
I'm curious about what
I'll explain it like this, okay?
No, Mark. Let's. Apparently, I've been checkmate. I failed to see where I was checkmate. So let me.
Yeah. All right.
This is where this is where you failed to understand something else, okay? And this happens a lot with people whenever they start getting into the more intellectual stuff and they dive into it and stuff. I even do this sometimes, so it happens to all of us, okay? You're giving an explanation or an example. I'm sorry, you're giving an example of a good versus a bad choice. That's all. I can see that by shooting the criminal in front of me that's in my house, it may kill them. Shooting them may be a good choice if it saves my family. But if they're not trying to kill my family, would shooting them be a good choice? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I should just knock them over the head and call the cops. You see what I'm saying? Good versus choice. But you still have a choice and consequences you have to deal with because of that choice. So you still have free will to make the choice.
And you have the free will to make the choice to manifest what you want. So we all have choice.
No,
so it all comes down to choice. So
manifesting is when your will. Hold on.
It's your will.
Manifesting is when your will is pushed onto the universe, which literally means that other people in the universe, every other entity in the universe, is now subject to your will, and you are the arbiter, and you are God. That's what I want you to use the word that way. God is the only one that can manifest something from nothing.
I've got a really important.
That is true. That is true.
To go back.
That is true. That is true
That's not.
Wait, Carmen.
Not in the concept that I was talking about, and I believe that's not in the concept that Mark was talking about.
Wait.
You're missing a point.
Wait. Hold on. I think that the only time that a human person can manifest something is if they're in a position of authority. because if we're taking the God example, God is in the ultimate position of authority, and whatever he said, it happened. Let there be this, let there be that, let there be animals, let there be light. So a person who's in charge of something, they have that authority to be able to say, hey, bring that over here, or do this or do that. They can delegate something and it happens.
Yeah, you could. I could understand how you could call that manifesting, and that may be closer to what I would define as manifesting. AB, I would still say there's a very technicality type difference, which would just be that God literally said, "Let there be light," and then light was
just
created.
Happened. Yep.
Right, but man, us, like humans, living within God's three-dimensional realm that He created for us. We don't have the ability to go, let there be an apple, and it just appears in our hand.
Right.
That would be the big differential there. But see, Carmen, the reason that I'm trying to get you to understand that the word has been bastardized and changed is because it is very important. This has happened all over our culture. This has happened all over the world, and these people that are behind this do have a reason for doing this, because the more we're sitting here not understanding each other, the less unity we have. And if there's no unity, we can't overthrow the assholes at the top that are fucking us all over.
Oh, you mean these people?
No, hang on. Stop with that. Stop with that. Right? Stop with that. Excuse me, Mr. Cleaner. Let me push back, please, if I may. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because, right, what I want to talk about is my own circumstances and the way that I got out of debt, right? And the only way that I was able to do that was, like I said, from the very beginning, is to change the way that my outlook was when it came to funds and finances. And part of my journey was about rewiring the way that I looked, or, I had to do some kind of psychological journey.
I understand what you just said.
Whatever you want to call it, manifestation, whatever. But I learned all of these techniques, and it enabled me on my journey to get myself debt-free, right? And it learned me to inscribe things and pick up, and it helped me to learn the power of the pen and paper. And it helped me to learn all of these things along my journey. And I want to say to anyone who's watching right now, all of you out there, okay, be empowered, okay? You can do it, okay? All it takes is a little bit of digging deep, and you have to learn. You have to really, really, really dig deep, change the way you think about money, understand it, and then you will start to manifest good things, okay? Whether you like to use the word manifest or not is irrelevant, okay? But for the sake of what we're talking about, just dig deep, because you can do it. And that's all I'm saying. So we have to empower people along their journey, because if you're going to start fracturing the word manifestation, we could replace it with something else if you like, okay? If you really like. But for the sake of all the thank you. Carmen, I love you. I love you guys. I love it. Right, oh my God.
No, go ahead. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Finish your thought.
Yeah. So Cleaner can respond, because I know he got one in the chamber.
No, all I'm saying is when it comes to the concept of manifestation, I think it is important, right? Now we can argue over the word as much as we like all night, but I think we're gonna lose the grasp or the concept of what we're actually trying to really get across to our followers.
Well, wouldn't it be easier to just say what it is you mean, so I can understand you using proper communication?
Well, if you dig deep and you work hard enough, right, you could put it down to, it was me that did it. It was all down to me, and I did it by myself. I didn't do it, but then you can start attributing it to all your followers and supporters. Or you could say to yourself, well, I had a plan, I manifested it.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question, Mark? A real simple question. All right.
Mark. I can ask you an exclamation mark.
Mark, may I ask you a question related to what we're talking about? So, would you agree that sometimes people use words and misunderstand each other?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you agree that it would be easier if we all used words that we each understood, or used definitions that we all understood to be definitions for words, so that we can understand what each other's saying?
Well, I didn't understand half of the words that you just said just now. So if you could quite clearly define half of the words that you just said, then I will be a little bit more on board. To be quite honest, I don't think we're ever going to have
which word or words do you need defined that I just said?
Said. Can you define said?
Yeah, that's real easy. You can look it up in Google and it'll give you a definition, and you'll understand that that's the definition I'm using. Yeah, your point is the point that feminists make, which is the point that meanders words, bastardize words, and perverts words. All right. But the thing is, you don't understand. While you allow this to happen, we're still going to be arguing. Hold on. While you allow us to not have proper communication because you don't know how to use correct words or wording, either way, we'll be arguing and not understanding each other, and the people at the top will still be screwing us over. But the quicker you and I and everybody else out there can understand what each other's saying, the quicker we can look up at the top and see the people who are screwing us all over and stop them.
Sure, I understand that, bro. I'm actually on your side with that. I understand it, and I actually agree. Okay, so I don't disagree with you, and this always happens. I'm just saying the word manifestation shouldn't have been this difficult.
I agree. It shouldn't have been that difficult for you to be able to say what it is you really meant.
I just meant manifestation.
Well, now I don't know what you mean, because some people understand manifestation to mean one thing, and some people understand it to mean a different thing. And so if there's multiple meanings for a word, that means necessarily that means that different people will understand that word to mean different things.
We didn't agree on one definition. That's what it is.
Well, and that's the problem I'm trying to explain to you guys, though.
No, we understand.
You get what it is I'm saying now?
Bro, I'm not laughing at you, right? I'm laughing at the fact that I've done this so many times, yeah. I've done this so many times. Right?
Well, stop using improper words.
Well, stop
just because it's not the definition you want doesn't make it improper, though.
Well, no, it's not the definition I want. Hold on. Is it the person who is speaking and trying to get their point across to someone else? Is it their requirement to understand how to speak to someone? Or is it the person's requirement who is learning to sit there and try and dictate what it is? Hold on, Mark.
It's neither, because context.
No, I disagree.
Context matters to the word. Like, not every word, if you use it in the proper context, it doesn't necessarily, like you said, words have meanings.
Right. This is important, though. Okay, what I'm saying is this.
The context that you use that word, it also matters.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. Okay, so if I'm the person who's trying to tell you something, don't I need to phrase that in a way that you'll understand it so that I can get you to understand what I'm saying?
No, because it depends on the context that you're using that word.
Context is part of me explaining what it is that I'm trying to tell you.
No, it's not, because you wanted the final word as to.
Well, then I don't understand what it is that you're saying, and I'm going to need you to use. I'm going to need you to use your words.
So the context matters.
I'm going to need you to use your words to explain what it is you mean. Then.
I'm explaining the context. I cannot explain.
You're saying what it sounds to me like you're saying is, if I am someone who's trying to explain something to you, I have to focus on only the context, and that's it, and nothing else matters.
No, what I'm saying is
well, then I didn't understand you. So can you please articulate better so I understand? So I, the person who is learning, will understand you, the person who is teaching me, what it is that you're saying. Please articulate it.
What I'm saying is the definition of the word matters. Yes, we agree. Words do have meaning and they should matter. How you use the words in the context of how you're using it, it also matters. Which is a fact.
Okay, now I understand you. Thank you for adhering to the requirement of the person who is trying to teach someone something so that they can learn.
I allowed you to speak, not let me to speak. So
Fair enough.
you are neglecting the fact that the context of the word and how you use
No,
it
I'm not.
matter.
Not
You
neglecting
wanna
that.
focus on
I
the
said that's
definition
part of
the
it.
word.
I said context is part of it. I didn't neglect that. You're wrong. What I said was the person. If I want you to understand what shlebangadong means, I'm going to have to explain what shlebangadong means, don't I?
And you also gonna
If
you're
I
also
know
gonna have to
what, hold on.
are you using the word?
Hold on.
We're gonna
Hold
focus
on.
so much on
Hold
what a
on.
word means, but we don't
Hold
want to
on.
focus on how you're gonna use it.
Hold on.
And in what context are you gonna use it?
Hold
That's
on.
my problem.
Hold on. That's part of explaining what the word means, is using it in context, in different contexts.
But you're not doing that.
So
You're just explaining the blatantly definition of it.
Hold on. If
Okay.
I'm trying to explain something to you, I need to effectively communicate so that you can understand me, right?
Correct, but you're not doing that.
Yeah, but how long do you need to do that? What? Like
All right.
a whole
Hold
hour
on.
so you
Hold
can
on.
explain one word. You'll be like,
If-
right, hello, darling, hello. They'll be like, what do you mean by hello? You'll be like, I forgot. Right. We need to
So here's where we're at, right? Here's where we're at.
Blah, blah, blah.
Speak.
Have to define every single word along your journey.
Sure. That may happen for people who are using words that other people don't understand, and a lot of people call that talking down. I don't necessarily disagree in some cases. However, that's not what I'm saying. Hold on. You're talking about just one part of the concept. I'm talking about the concept itself. You're talking about one part of a concept, right? Like you're talking about using correct words, using correct definitions. That's just a part of the concept. The concept is
You introduced that, Cleaner. You're the one that said the definition. You pulled up the definition. Well, not
because
you.
our conversation at the time. Hold on.
Literal definition, but you not putting the context to it. You pulled
Hold on.
that.
No, I did actually. Okay, so when we were talking about manifestation, I understood it to be one thing, right? And so when y'all were talking about whatever it was that you actually meant, I didn't understand what you meant. But when you explained what you meant, then I understood it. So you adhered to the requirement of explaining things in a way that I would understand, which means you adhered to using proper communication.
Can I just do a line?
I have no idea what you just said, to be honest.
Basically,
Go ahead.
what I'm saying
I have no idea what the hell did you say.
I get it. I understand. Right?
The person who is trying to tell someone something has the requirement on them of trying to explain that thing so the other person can understand it. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not what you did.
No, that's not what you did. You said manifest, and I didn't understand what you meant. So you had to re-explain it so I could understand it. You see how using manifest was improper communication now.
I said manifest, and I also gave examples in literal examples. You're taking the definition of the word literally. We explain, I'm like, okay, you visualize something. Once you that takes the catalyst as actions.
Oh, shit.
Which actions
right? And I said,
and we both agree on that point.
I said what? I said now I understand what you're saying. You're talking about rewiring the brain, drawing an outline, and then doing something.
No, because you took it to manifesting as, oh, okay, the literal definition. And we literally just
hang on. Let's
literal definition. I said, I'm like, you got to take the concept into it.
So you see,
literally saying that I can't turn, and I said the example
I get what you're saying.
Turning water into wine. I can't manifest that.
Carmen,
I can't do that.
This what we're doing right now is why they've done this bullshit with word definitions and made all these extra definitions for words, is so we get stuck sitting here arguing rather than being able to convey our ideas to each other and rise up against the assholes that are dominating us and keeping us living paycheck to paycheck.
We're not arguing, we're debating. Okay, that's another word. There you go, another word. You said we're arguing, but we're debating. But then again, debating and arguing are two different things, I guess.
Well, it depends on what you mean by argue.
They're similar. I'll say they're similar. I don't disagree with you, okay? We're debating.
Now, you know what?
Cleaner has been very respectful. Cleaner has been very respectful. And we disagree, and we agree on multiple points. So I don't think
absolutely.
We think as the
I don't think we're arguing. I don't think we're arguing. I don't think we're debating. I think what we're doing is we're having a very adult conversation, right? Which is not what a lot of people can have in today's era, right? Which is great, which is why I'm still here. So we're not arguing, we're not debating. In actual fact, right? That's why I'm still here.
No, I'm arguing with you.
Off, right? And Tina, right? Tina has a lot of valid points. A lot of valid points, right? That I agree. Yeah, can you stop doing that? Because you keep just getting in the way of my talking every time we do it, right?
Cleaner's wild.
I'm trying to big up Cleaner. I'm trying to big up Mr. Cleaner.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right? That it's great that he's come in because he's got a lot of valid points. I understand it, right? But we have to at some point draw a line in the sand. At some point, we have to understand that we're just trying to get to a point, with these words. The concept.
I get that.
We understand.
I get that.
Yeah.
Mark, I understand what you're saying. And I get that, some words have like similar uses. Like, whenever cops get called to a murder scene, right? They may say there was a homicide. They don't call it murder because they don't know for sure if it was murder yet, right? Like that's a detail later that they figure out. And later on, when the guy's convicted, they're like, oh no, that was a murder and he's a murderer and he's going to jail for it. But that's a differentiation that's really important sometimes. Not always, but sometimes that's really important. And so like trying to
in a court of law, it is. In a court of law. But we're not in a court of law.
But also in the highest court of all, in the court of God's eyes.
Well, I mean, look, the problem is we can get so caught up on too much, it's like that whole thing where people start calling you going, oh, that's sick and that's bad.
With some things,
that means it's good. And you're like, oh,
agree. Mark, I agree with what you're saying, and I understand that some words we use are similar enough that we understand what each other are trying to say. But sometimes, like what happened here earlier with the word manifest, I actually didn't understand what you guys were trying to say. I actually thought you were trying to say willing something into being, because that's what I understood the definition to mean. But there's multiple definitions, and so you weren't able to convey your thought until you explained it to me. That's why I'm saying all these meanderings of definitions have gotten us arguing with each other when we don't actually have an argument. All it's done is given us a false fight, which makes it so that we're not paying attention to where the real fight is at.
Do you really think we're fighting? I don't think we're fighting. I don't think we're fighting.
Even pertaining to the question, can you think your way into wealth? Obviously, we don't mean we can manifest ourselves to be rich and millionaires. Obviously, we don't do that.
Yeah, you can't click your fingers and go, oh, I wish I wake up.
Yeah, but a lot of people think that you can.
There are actually
who would think that?
Actually, I've actually
had to manifest myself into being a millionaire without having
look, watch this. I'll tell you who thinks that they can think their way into wealth. Who? People that mess with those crystals.
Oh yeah, the crazy types, the crystal types. Although I do,
I gotta recharge my crystals and do rituals.
Crystals, really? I can go.
Yeah, they do.
I can hold a whole bunch of. Man, don't even get me started on this fucking.
That's
witchcraft in my eyes.
That's the thing, though, Carmen. I've actually argued and debated with some people who did believe that. They believed that they could literally manifest something into the world, like they could will it into being. They believed that. And
Okay.
so like
Well,
it's important for me to understand what it is that you're saying.
I believe. You know what?
Right.
I believe. I believe
Yeah,
I can
that
be a
makes
man
sense.
tomorrow. Does that make me a man? No, it does not. Which
Well,
is
no.
why I can
No, but-
manifest that
okay,
I can be a man tomorrow.
it
I
depends.
can manifest.
Hold
I can
on,
manifest
Carmen.
that I can grow.
That
a
depends on
dingling.
whether you're
I
a
can
woman
grow
or
a
a
dingling
feminist.
tomorrow or be a
If you're a
man.
feminist, then
Does
you
that
believe
make
men
it
can
true?
be women.
No, it does not.
Hey,
Exactly.
Carmen.
So
Hey,
it's
Carmen.
figuratively. It's
Hey, Carmen.
figuratively, people.
Hey, Carmen, I got one better.
What?
I believe I can fly.
Oh
I
yeah.
believe I could touch the sky.
Yeah.
I
That is
think
not
about it every
manifesting
night
nothing.
and day. I spread my wings and fly away.
Oh, sweet. Let's go.
I believe
I
I can
believe
soar.
I can soar.
I see me running through that open door.
Ain't nobody saying that. And that's what I
know.
mean.
Yeah,
That's what I
I
mean
know.
where the context matters. It's not figuratively. And I
No,
think
but-
that's why we're getting caught up. Like these words and the definition, and it's how you want us to argue or debate whatever word you want to use at that
No,
point.
but you know
So
what
I
though?
feel like we're having a debate.
Right.
I
But
think it's
some
really
people feel like
important.
we're
Hang
having
on.
an argument. I don't. Because
I
at
think-
the
I
end of the
think-
day,
I
when
think
I log
that- I think-
off, we still
I
have a
think
different
Mr.
opinions, and I
Cleaner-
still like you. Like, no, like
Carmen,
no, it's not
Carmen,
figuratively.
in Mr. Cleaner's defense, yeah, I think it's onto something because I know people like that as well. I used to know someone who used to say to me, yeah, come with me, we'll go to a house party, take magic mushrooms, and then we can manifest everything we like.
Oh God.
What I'm saying is there are
Not the
people
magic
out there.
mushrooms.
Right.
Mark, don't incriminate yourself, please.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, I don't take magic mushrooms anymore, so it doesn't matter, right? So
Anymore. Okay. Mark, stop talking.
He may, have done
my trap card.
he may have done it somewhere it was legal. Okay, nobody knows anything.
It doesn't
Gotcha,
matter. It
bitch.
doesn't matter. You can't do me. You can't do me. You can't arrest me for something that I.
Oh man, goddamn!
You
You're
can't
right.
arrest me for this.
You're right.
I'd like to see
You're
you
right.
try.
I
I'd like
can't.
to see you try.
Hey,
I'd
but
like to
you
see
know
try.
what though?
Anyway, point being is right. Point being is, I think that Mr. Cleaner was onto a point. Yeah, those types of people that think that they can manifest things out of magic. Yeah, that think that they can just think something into thin air. So that was a really important point for us to distinguish. If anyone who's watching this podcast, right, is going, what do you mean by manifestation? Now, that's why Mr. Cleaner had to push back on that on us, because
Sure.
we're trying to explain what we mean by to manifest something. To manifest something does take actual real hard work. You can't just click your fingers and magic something into existence and go, oh, let me go to sleep tonight and wake up with
Right.
a pot of gold.
We
at the
agree
end
with
of my
that.
day.
And
Right.
actually, Scott and Zinga, they said if you pray to God for something, what is it? What did it? I saw something. If you pray to God for something, how did you manifest it, or did God do it, or did you? Yes, or did you?
Right. Something like that.
You have to put the action. God also said, "I can't help you if you don't help yourself." So
Right. The point he was making there, if I understood correctly, was just to say, okay, if you're praying to God, are you asking for God to manifest the thing for you, or are you saying to the universe, I'm willing this into existence? And the difference there is important, right? It is. It's actually important, because the thing is, whenever we're trying to talk about these things, I understand now what it is you guys meant. What you guys were talking about, like I said, for me, like, I've been at the top of the business ladder. I've gone with CEOs, I've ran with FEOs, CEO, like all of these people who can effectively communicate, but don't. They fucking suck at it, and so other people don't understand them.
Right.
Well, and this is a problem. Damn Skippy. Shots fired at them if they can't effectively communicate. So when you're trying to explain a point, like I've actually had to ask a CEO of a company. That's the guy in charge, right? That's the HMFIC, head motherfucker in charge, right? I've actually had to ask that guy, what do you mean? Because I don't understand what you mean with the words you're using. Like that, those words don't mean what you're using them to mean. So why don't you explain what it is? And he had to take 20 minutes to explain himself. But once he did, I understood exactly what it was that he was trying to say, and I summed it up in about 30 seconds.
Right.
So
But sometimes it takes a process because I think that different people have different ways of communicating.
The point.
Right. So hang on.
The point, though, Mark.
No,
I didn't understand what it was he was saying because he was using words that other people wouldn't understand.
Mate, you have to understand that different people have different communication methods. Yeah.
No, I do understand that.
Right.
I do understand that.
Hang on. So when I was a communication coordinator when I worked, and I used to have to go around different businesses explaining to people how they should learn and so on.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. And I tell you what, people have different types of communication and learning aspects. There are 4 of them. Obviously, you got your visual, your so on and so forth. There are different types. You have to. So you can look at different people and look at their comprehensive skills. So the level of comprehension, right? And you can base a person based on their word level. So how many words they comprehend, right, throughout a general conversation. And then you can put them into the different categories. But at the end of the day, different people have different learning skills, right? So when you communicate with someone, right, what you're finding is a miscommunication, a sense of miscommunication. So somebody is trying to communicate something to you in a way that you're not fully comprehending, right?
Is that my fault or theirs?
Theirs, because they're not communicating it properly.
Right. So when you were using the word manifest and I didn't understand what you were saying, I told you that was improper communication. And you kept saying, no, it's not. But I'm the one that you're trying to teach this thing to that you're talking about. So you're the one who is improperly communicating. It's not my fault that I don't understand you. It's your fault that you're not explaining it in a way that I understand.
No, you're going the wrong direction.
No, it's important that people understand this because if you're going to try and teach somebody something that you think or believe, you have to explain it so they can understand it. If they don't understand it, they can't ever understand what it is that you think or believe.
Bro, you're misinterpreting. I'm not trying to teach anyone anything. I'm not trying to teach you anything. In actual fact, I'm learning from you, okay? If you want to understand that, I think your input here is very valuable to the conversation. We're learning from each other. I'm not trying to teach you anything. I don't hold myself on a pedestal above you. I think your input is.
No. I'm not saying teach me as in like a meaning form. I'm saying you're communicating your ideas with me. When you communicate an idea of yours with me, I'm learning about you. So you are teaching me. So while we're having this,
yeah.
Right, and that's what I'm referring to. I'm not necessarily saying, like mentor and student or something. I'm saying when you're trying to convey your idea, when you're trying to get someone else to understand what it is that you think, you have to communicate so they can understand you. That's your responsibility as the person trying to explain something to someone.
Absolutely. Hence why I end up spending 7 hours on a Saturday night on a podcast trying to explain myself.
But that's not your fault. That's not your fault, though. That's because we as people have allowed people who are up at the top to meander definitions of words in and change definitions of words so we can't understand each other and communicate effectively. If we could, we would all be more unified than we are now, guaranteed.
I don't want peace. I want problems always.
No, you know what though? I gotta take some accountability here for a second. And the reason I gotta take accountability is because it's my fault for even mentioning that people manifest in the first place. When I was answering the question, I brought up how people like to claim that they're manifesting stuff. And that right there, me bringing that up is what triggered everybody and triggered this whole back and forth.
But I think it was important that you did that, though, AB, because it did actually speak to the question that we had, which is, can you think yourself into wealth or not, right? Mm-hmm. Is it possible to just think yourself into wealth? And manifesting as I understand the original definition, right? Manifesting would literally be thinking yourself into wealth, which would mean you don't have to actually do anything. You could sit on your ass and be a lazy bum and just will shit into existence.
Sure. Well, I think we got to the bottom of it, didn't we? And we got to
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it was important to bring up, though. I do, because it is something that a lot of young people nowadays, they're hearing this bullshit about manifesting and this willing things into existence and all of that, and they're getting caught up in it and they're falling for it. And I think that's a tragedy. I really do, because if they spent more time focusing on what actions they needed to do to build themselves up, make themselves better, stronger, more wealthy, more attractive, whatnot, they'd have a better and easier time in life than sitting on their fat ass trying to will something into existence.
Damn, you're fine as hell.
Damn,
what a big ass.
I just like the concept.
You can argue that into other things, because now young people are starting to have a hard time even finding employment. So they did what they're supposed to do, went to college or whatever, and now they're having a hard time finding employment.
Well, if that was what they were supposed to do, then why are they having a hard time finding employment?
Because maybe they have their doctorate degrees and their debt in things that are not needed anymore.
Well, then that's not what they were supposed to do.
I know a lot of young people, you'd be like, okay, well
Well,
I did what I'm supposed
here's
to
the
do,
thing.
and I'm not. There's a crisis. There is a crisis for young
I agree.
adults.
There is a
not
crisis
finding
of
work.
young adults that have been persuaded to go to college and spend a shit ton of money on a college degree that they don't need or won't use. I agree. That's a fucking problem. I do. I agree with you 100% on that. I think that
So maybe they can manifest their way into a successful career.
Probably 80% of the people who are going to college right now probably shouldn't go to college, and they should probably focus on something they can do, like a trade skill.
Oh man,
or
goddamn!
Something they're already good at. Even there's how many people do you know that went to college to learn a skill or to learn something, got out and did something totally different, and have nothing like that has nothing to do with their college degree? It's because they got brainwashed into going into college. That's a tragedy.
No.
That's horrible.
Can I just say
Somebody took
something?
advantage of those people.
I've got to go again. My second time to say goodbye, because I didn't realize it's like 4:43 in the morning.
Oh yeah, Mark's on a different on the other side of the world.
He's 6 hours
He need to
ahead
go
of
to
us.
sleep.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah, he's 6 hours ahead of us. But does anybody else have any more thoughts on that?
Right.
No.
No, that was a good one though.
Nah, I just want to give a big shout out to y'all for this big long discourse. And if you just now tuning in, or if you've been rocking with us the whole time, make sure you get a stream a like, share with a couple of your friends. Make sure you follow everybody on all their social media sites. And with that being said, we're gonna get ready to wrap up the show. It's been quite a doozy. So with that being said, we're going to do last thoughts, final shout outs, and then we're going to close it out. So Carmen, last thoughts on the show. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you?
Well, I always love it, and it's a
Stop the cap.
There's no cap. I always love it. There's always an opportunity.
Stop the cap.
Oh, you done? Do you want to do one more?
Cap.
Nah, go ahead.
He said, AB said, you a woman. Women say I love it. Submit.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, do you want to do one more?
Look, and if not, you're gonna get one of these.
Hey yo. Ancient.
Tiger uppercut.
Tiger uppercut.
No, I'm just
No,
messing with you,
but
Carmen.
I just it's been great. I always love it, and I don't think that we argue. I think everybody was very respectful, even when Mr. Cleaner 409 we disagreed. It's fine. You were respectful. I definitely didn't feel disrespected. I appreciate Mark. Me and Mark tend to think the same a lot of times. That's just how it is. But yeah, AB doesn't agree.
Exactly. Anytime he be doing that caping, this is exactly what I be
Ain't nobody
thinking.
caping. I don't need no saving. First of all,
Hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass on, boy. You get your goddamn ugly ass.
First of all, that's the thing. Who said ain't nobody called in the savior? Did I call him? No, I did not. Okay then. So I don't need no damn saving.
Well, he's sitting from the rooftop. Oh no. that damsel is in trouble. Let me go and save her.
Ain't nobody said damsel in distress. Nobody said that. But I do appreciate the back and forth because we can learn something from it. I mean, I didn't feel offended. If I had offended somebody, I apologize.
No, you good. You good. We grown. We grown.
Yeah, we're adults. We grown as fuck.
Right. All right, Mr. Cleaner. Glad you pulled up, brother. Last thoughts on the show. Did you hate it? Did you love it? How was the show for you, man?
Oh, I always enjoy your show, AB. I really do. I don't think I've seen a single one of yours so far that I haven't enjoyed, and especially out of these 17 episodes that you've done of the social constructs and whatnot. I don't mean to be offensive to anyone. So if someone's offended, that's their fucking problem.
I was just about to say, hey, that's their problem. That's their fault.
Yeah. Yep. I do try to be respectful, and I do try to match energy, and I do sound hostile sometimes, not meaning to sound hostile, but I will match energy. If someone else starts to get a little ramped up, I'll ramp up a little. Someone interrupts a little, I'll interrupt a little. So, but I felt like everything was really fun. I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun, and I appreciate getting to come up here and speak my piece. So thank you for having me, sir.
Oh, awesome, man. I mean, come on, y'all are always welcome to come up here, give us your perspectives, have good conversation. We crack jokes, we butt heads, we debate back and forth. I'm entertaining y'all with the sound effects. I get to troll Carmen. Yeah, we get it.
And we miss Coley. Where was Coley tonight? We missed him. I miss him.
You know what?
I miss him. I miss Coley. I don't know about you and Mr. Cleaner, but I miss Coley.
Oh no, he hit me up earlier. He said he had kind of a rough week, so he wanted to kind of take tonight off and kind of just relax a little bit. He was in the chat a little bit, but I told him to go ahead and get him some rest because he's been hustling and working all week. So it is what it is. We all have our days, but all right. So I'm gonna go ahead and introduce next week's topic. And next week's topic is Psychology Unlocked: Loneliness in the Digital Era.
Oh my God. Why did you introduce that topic? I just had a conversation with somebody about this shit. Oh my God.
Hey, guess what? That looks like a perfect example of you manifesting to me.
You know what?
Bang.
Put me on the highlight. Hold on. Put me on the highlight. There you go. Can we just say manifest? Why the hell did you choose a financial topic on Valentine's Day? How about that?
I don't know.
Can we talk about that? Why in the world, out of all the topics in the world, did Mr. Anonymous Base be like, let's talk about money on Valentine's Day? Okay. I'm just saying. I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, but why do you have this idea that there's some conspiracy of why I picked that topic? Like,
I think there is some conspiracy of why you picked that topic.
No, that sounds like a conspiracy theory.
Okay, so you couldn't introduce this topic on another day? It just had to be Valentine's Day? I'm just saying.
No, I have a list of topics that I have written out, and I just go based on the list.
Oh, okay. So it was just random.
Let me get this straight. Are you a woman trying to tell a man how to run his show instead of support him?
No, I'm just saying.
I'm kidding.
Cut that out, you little bastard.
Clearly I'm supporting because I'm on the show, so I am supporting. I'm just saying. I'm just pointing the fact. I am
Let
just
it go, bro. It's okay.
Oh,
I'm just
shit.
pointing out the fact
ahead, Carmen. Go ahead.
Right. I'm just pointing out the fact that it was very interesting that he chose a money topic on the day that you're supposed to spend money on whoever your partner is, because now we can assume that's a woman in this day and age. So whoever your significant other is, and you're supposed to appreciate them, he chose to have a show about money.
I think you're choosing to add meaning that isn't there to a topic that was predestined to happen. Like he chose this topic to happen on the next time he had the chance to do the show, and so this is the next.
It just so happened to fall on Valentine's Day.
Topic, I mean, yeah, that does happen, but you're adding extra meaning to it. If he meant something extra, I believe he would have said it.
You see, look, you see what I got to deal with, Cleaner. You see what I got to do. You see what I got to deal with,
and you love it.
Yeah, it's fun though. You got to admit it is fun,
and you love it. Both of you love it. You wouldn't want me in this channel if I freaking agree with y'all. What you mean?
If you didn't enjoy it, you wouldn't do it, AB, and you know that.
Oh, absolutely. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of it. Well, because it's like I said before, I don't expect to run a platform where it's an echo chamber where we're all just saying yep, and nodding.
Right.
Well, because it would be boring. Like that would be boring. I expect people to come up here and have their own perspective and their own freedom of thought. Yeah, we're gonna agree on some things and then we're gonna disagree on others. That's life.
Absolutely.
That's life. But anyway, next week's topic.
Loneliness, yeah.
Yep, loneliness in the digital era. And that low-key kind of looks like an Asian version of Carmen. All right. So next week's topic, once again, is Psychology Unlocked, Loneliness in the Digital Era. We're going to be going live on February 21st, 2026. Man, we are almost about to be in March already. Around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. Once again, we will be going live on February 21st around 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. So with that being said, everybody that's been on the panel, y'all are automatically invited. I will be posting the link to the top of the chat once we go live. That way any and everybody can pull up and give their perspective, and we just gonna kick it and have a great time. So with that being said, does anybody have any last thoughts? Anything else?
Everybody, please stay safe.
Stay safe, yeah.
All right. So, Carmen, let the people know where they can find you.
Find me on Instagram, people. Carmen.ds92. If you don't mind, follow me. I post a lot of cooking videos. That's my
Oh, yeah. I got you. I got you. There you go.
You gotta put a cooking thing. I don't teach people Spanish now.
Not yet. Not yet. We gotta manifest that one. We gotta manifest that one.
I don't know, AB. Your Spanish is pretty good. I don't know about Mr. Cleaner's Spanish. Mr. Cleaner, do you speak any Spanish?
A little bit.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Wouldn't say fluently, though.
Hey, if I remember correctly, you're in Houston, right?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
okay. So
yeah, he's only a few hours away from me. I'm in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you 713 or 281?
I got a cell phone, so it's 281, but I've had it since 1998. I've had the same phone number.
Holy, you starting to sound like Mike Jones right now.
Oh, wow.
For real. All right.
Really wait, you really have the same phone number since 1988? Are you serious? Or
1998. 98. Yeah, I've had the same phone number for, what is that, 27 years now?
Oh
Never changed.
God,
and yet I still get phone calls for other people. How does that happen?
That is crazy. I
have no idea.
I changed my phone number. Oh my God. I changed my phone number so many damn times. I can't even tell you how many times I changed my phone number. Wow.
I don't need to. I just block people.
I don't even change my phone number that much. I've had the same phone number for like the past 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't no matter. I am so not married to a phone number.
Guys don't get bothered like women do by all the craziness. We just ignore people.
I
We
would
just
change
block
my
'em.
number in a heartbeat. I don't care. If I go to a cell phone company, well, how attached are you to this phone number? Not at all. Change it. I
You
would get a
you
different
get
phone number
stalked.
every other one. Oh my
That's the
God.
thing, though. That's the thing, though. Girls get stalked. If a guy gets stalked, it's not stalking. He goes, "Yes, you can have the D."
Yep,
What?
He ain't lying.
It's the truth. I've never known a stalker. I had one girl that a girl would probably call a stalker if she were a guy and did the same stuff she was doing to me. And I opened my door and I was like, "Come on in."
Mm-hmm.
Like, why sit there and, like, I don't know. I mean, if she's interested enough that she's willing to do that, I'll sit down and at least talk to her.
Hey, there you go. But Mr. Cleaner, you want to go ahead and tell the people where they can find you, brother?
Shit, I don't know. It's a shotgun blast of wherever social media has arguments and fun topics, and I'd say most of the time on channels like yours, AB.
All right, cool.
Good ones.
You taking shots at all the haters and detractors.
Absolutely.
And the people that don't know how to hold good conversations and have a good time. So, I mean, if y'all don't have anything else, make sure y'all follow Carmen. Make sure y'all stay up to date with Cleaner. He's going to be over here from time to time. And y'all make sure y'all follow me on all my social media sites. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and close it out. All right. Peace.